Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In the dream, Tanjiro ran out of the house and came to the white snow with brother behind him, holding the Nichirin sword at his waist tightly with one hand. If there is a ghost near me in my dreams, I have to find him as soon as possible and eradicate him. Tanjiro looked around cautiously but couldn't see any ghosts. But at this time, a familiar voice sounded behind him, causing him to stop immediately. Brother, where are you going? In the dream, Nezuko had her hair tied up in a pink bun, and she was holding a dustpan full of wild vegetables in her arms. I picked a lot of wild vegetables on the mountain today, Nezuko said with a smile. Hearing this, tears began to flow from Tanjiro's eyes uncontrollably. At this time, Tanjiro's younger brothers and sisters also led their mother over. Mom, here, brother, he suddenly caught fire. When his family arrived, Tanjiro stood there blankly. Tanjiro, are you okay? Kamado AI said with a worried look on her face. Tanjiro didn't speak, just stood there quietly without turning his head to look at them. Elder brother. Tanjiro, what's wrong with you and what's wrong with this outfit? Kuijai said. Everyone looked at Tanjiro's back. Snowflakes were falling from the sky, falling on the ground and on Tanjiro's family. I really want to stay in this place forever. I really want to go back to the past. If this is true, I will live with everyone like this in this mountain. If this is true, everyone is living a good life now, and Nezuko can also bathe in the sunshine and stay under the clear sky. If this is true, how wonderful it would be. Tanjiro lowered his head, and the tears in his eyes slid down his cheeks and fell to the ground, forming crystal-clear water drops that shone dazzlingly in the sun. He held his hands tightly and walked forward step by step, leaving deep footprints on the blank snow. He did not look back. He was afraid that once he looked back, he would not want to leave here. I'm sorry, I've lost you all. It's impossible to go back to the past. The real Nezuko is still waiting for me. Everyone, sorry. Under the eyes of his family, Tanjiro ran away in large strides. Brother, don't leave us. The small figure behind him shouted desperately, but he fell to the ground after taking 2 steps in the thick snow. Listening to the shouts behind him, Tanjiro felt his heart hurt like a knife. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, brother can no longer stay with you. I will always remember you. I will remember each of you and treat you. I have a lot of gratitude and I have a lot of apologies to you. I have not forgotten you and I will never forget you no matter when. So I'm sorry. In the forest, a boy with a haggard face cut open Tanjiro's spiritual core space with a knife and then stepped in. As soon as I stepped in, I was shocked by what I saw. This is his spiritual core. How can it be so beautiful, endless and vast and very warm? The sky is blue, dotted with pure white clouds, and the soles of your feet are like a mirror, taking in the entire sky. In reality, the infinity train was still shuttling in the darkness, and Nightmare, who had completely integrated into the train, felt something was wrong. According to common sense, the spiritual core of Tanjiro and others has been destroyed at this moment, but under his spell perception there is none. What happened? Why hasn't even one spiritual core been destroyed? Nightmare asked doubtfully. At this time, a figure landed from the sky directly above the front of the train. Bang! The powerful impact immediately caused the locomotive to dent. What's going on? Who is it? Nightmare shouted in horror. In his perception there was no breath at all. Hey brother, you didn't take a good train and you actually made the head yourself. You're going too far, Feng Yu said while holding the Sun Lun knife. Upon hearing this, the front of the car gradually began to turn into a squirming body of flesh and blood, and the figure of Nightmare slowly emerged. Who are you? Nightmare asked with a frown. The entire train was under his control, and he knew everything that happened and everyone who was there. But at this moment, someone like Feng Yu suddenly appeared, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Ghost Hunter. Nightmare saw Feng Yu looking at him with a smile on his face and asked, well, the answer is correct, but there is no reward. Feng Yu smiled, so that's it, do you want a dream? A sweet dream or a nightmare? Nightmare also had a smile on his face, opened his arms and shouted. Feng Yu shook his head and said, your dream is not enough for me to dream. Haha, is that right? In fact, I like to make people have happy dreams followed by nightmares. I like to see the painful and distorted expressions of human beings. It makes people want to stop. Watching people being misfortune and cruel, it's really interesting to crush this poor guy who is in so much pain and struggling so hard. But you make me very unhappy, so I'll just give you nightmares. Nightmare began to raise a hand, revealing an arm with a mouse. Vampire magic forced coma hypnotic whispers. Go to sleep. The mouth on the back of the hand uttered a whisper, and then an invisible force attacked Feng Yu. Feng Yu didn't make any move and allowed him to use the vampire technique on him. It's just that a transparent protective shield slowly appeared around Feng Yu. How is it possible? How could my vampire magic fail? Feeling that his vampire technique was offset by a powerful force, the moment it came into contact with Feng Yu, Nightmare could not help but exclaim. I told you your vampire skills are not enough to make me sleep, so why don't you believe it? Feng Yu said bang. Feng Yu instantly punched Nightmare in the abdomen. The severe pain made him fall to the ground. But there was no expression of pain on Nightmare's face, instead it was excitement. It's so interesting, so interesting. As a human being, you have such a strong mental power. It's really like a sweet dream. Nightmare looked at Feng Yu infatuatedly. Haha, since you feel like you are having a sweet dream, let me give you a taste of what a nightmare is. Reincarnation nightmares. Feng Yu watched from a high position with indifferent eyes as Nightmare activated the skill of the reincarnation nightmare, pulling him into the illusion he had woven. Enjoy the dream I weave for you. Feng Yu looked indifferently at Nightmare, who was lying on the ground with a painful expression. Tanjiro broke out of the dream so quickly. Feng Yu took out a Ningxian pill and put it into his mouth to replenish the mental energy consumption of using the Samsara Nightmare skill. At the same time, he also sensed the situation inside the carriage. Tanjiro had successfully escaped from the dream and was currently awakening Inosuke and others with Nezuko. The ropes, what's going on? I also have a rope on my hand, but it was burned, could it be? Tanjiro looked at Nezuko. Nezuko, was it the rope you burned with the vampire technique? Did you see senior brother Feng Yu? Nezuko nodded, then shook his head. Where did senior brother go? And this rope seems to have a slight smell. By the way, this smell is a ticket. Tanjiro suddenly took out the ticket from his pocket, put it to his nose and smelled it carefully. It's true, there is also a subtle smell of ghosts on it. I was hypnotized when I cut the ticket. The ticket has been tampered with by ghosts. Such a subtle smell can cast such a powerful vampire spell. Then Tanjiro looked at the ropes on everyone's wrists. He was about to pull out the Nichirin sword and cut it off, but there was a hint that he couldn't cut the rope with the Nichirin sword. Nezuko, please. Help me burn everyone's ropes. Tanjiro said to Nezuko beside him. Nezuko nodded, and then obediently used the vampire technique to burn everyone's ropes one by one. Zenitsu, wake up, wake up. Inosuke, wake up quickly, please. Tanjiro shook their bodies, but there was still no reaction. No, they still can't wake up. What to do? Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro was about to call out to Infernal Anjuru, but the girl who was tied to Anjuro in the dream immediately picked up the knife in her hand and attacked Tanjiro. Tanjiro easily dodged the attack. Is this girl controlled by ghosts? Tanjiro asked, don't hinder me, it's all your fault that I can't have a sweet dream together. The girl shouted with a ferocious expression. Subsequently, the girl's companions began to wake up one by one and stood opposite Tanjiro, holding knives in their hands and staring at him fiercely. What's wrong with you? Come and help when you wake up. No matter if you have tuberculosis or something else, if you don't do things well, I will tell that person and I won't let you have sweet dreams. Do you hear me? The girl yelled. Subsequently, the boy who had been tied into Tanjiro's dream lowered his head and slowly stood up from his seat. Tanjiro saw tears streaming from his eyes, his face was pale, and his body was extremely thin. This boy is bound to dream with me, tuberculosis. He is sick. Can't let this ghost go, and even takes the opportunity to confuse people's minds. Tanjiro knows it well. Sorry. Tanjiro dodged forward and knocked the three of them to the ground in a few moments. You guys want to stay in the dream, I also want to. There was a hint of sympathy in Tanjiro's eyes. Thank you, you have to be careful. The tuberculosis boy looked at Tanjiro and said, Tanjiro nodded and then quickly ran out of the car to try to find traces of Nightmare. Soon, Tanjiro climbed to the roof of the car looking for the smell and saw Feng Yu and Nightmare lying on the ground. Senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro shouted in surprise. Feng Yu sat cross-legged on the roof of the car, slowly opened his eyes and said helplessly, why don't you spend more time with your family? Hear the words. Tanjiro suddenly stopped. Senior brother Feng Yu, do you know? Feng Yu nodded, being one with the train is such a hassle. Please Ziohei. Originally, I wanted to let you have more sweet dreams, but I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. It must be Nezuko's help. Other side, Tanjiro solemnly put the person on Ziohei's back and said, Then he pointed to the nightmare beside him and said, "Now, this is the ghost who controls the dream. At this moment, he has fallen into my spell and won't wake up for a while. Wake up, sir. There is a monster on the train now, and we must evacuate here urgently." How could this happen? The whole train is the body of a ghost. I can't let you wake up so soon. What to do? It's almost too late. No, we can only do that. Tanjiro took the Nichirin pill, then returned to the carriage and fed it to Anjuru and the others one by one. The fingers that were moving a little suddenly became extremely quiet. Tanjiro shouted. Tanjiro directly put one hand on Xiaohai's back. Tanjiro, go back now and feed this elixir to Anjuro and the others so that they can wake up. And you must hurry up and save all the surviving humans on the train. Oops, they all fell into a deep sleep. So everyone started to rescue people in batches. The little black figure outside the window had grown to a huge size, flying at the same speed as the train, waiting for Tanjiro and others to carry the surviving humans on their backs. Feng Yu frowned when he saw that the black mist emerging from Nightmare's body was exactly the same as the black mist from Tanamori Tori. This black mist accelerated his awakening. No. It's not acceleration, it's more like resistance. Xiaohai replied, this ghost has become one with the entire train. In other words, he is the train and the train is him. All the people in the carriage are in the belly of the ghost. Once he wakes up and activates the spell, all the humans in the train will be digested by the ghost. However, something special happened to Nightmare. Soon the three of them woke up from their dreams. Tanjiro told everyone what Feng Yu told him one by one. Will the prophecy still come true? A black mist began to emerge from his body, and then Nightmare's hand began to react. Quack, don't worry, I promise to complete the mission. Then Feng Yu put on the fox mask, and a powerful spiritual power instantly fell on Nightmare. Feng Yu said, Yoshi, let's start now and save the people on the train. Feng Yu watched them searching for humans on the entire train and couldn't help but look at the bright full moon in the sky. Feng Yu said seriously. Tanjiro and others called out to the sleeping passengers, but none of them woke up. Tanjiro and the others were still racing against time to treat the passengers, while Feng Yu sat cross-legged next to Nightmare to recover from the exhaustion of his body. The ominous premonition is coming again. The train was still moving forward in the darkness, with the strong wind howling by, and Feng Yu's inner uneasiness became more and more obvious. Dirty. The train roared and then darkness emerged at this time. This kind of dream is really wonderful. The nightmare that fell into the nightmare of reincarnation opened its eyes with a sickly smile on its face. It's like a sweet dream. Nightmare slowly sat up and looked at Feng Yu blankly with a kind of greedy desire in his eyes. I still want it, to experience that dreamlike hell and the twisted screams again. Nightmare's long hair continued to flutter and sway in the air, and her arms began to slowly open. Feng Yu didn't speak, but silently put on the fox mask, and the shadow of death behind him began to condense. Tanjiro and the others still need a little time. Then please go to sleep first. Reincarnation nightmares. The phantom of death opened his blood-red eyes and stared at Nightmare. Blood-colored filaments began to wrap around his body. This is the feeling, it's coming. My favorite dream is coming. Nightmare felt the changes in her body and the madness on her face became more obvious. Then he fainted again. Feng Yu took out a Nichirin pill and ate it, looked at the situation on Tanjiro's side and murmured, Hurry up, I'll kill him with one good blow. Under their feet is the flesh and blood body of Nightmare and the train. Tanjiro and the others are still rescuing the passengers, and Feng Yu is waiting. Waiting for the moment they save the passengers from the train, then Nightmare will die. Another half hour passed. The Nightmare woke up again. There was still an expression of endless aftertaste on his face, and his eyes were always on Feng Yu. Thank you so much for showing me how nightmares and dreams can be used in this way. Nightmare bowed to Feng Yu in a very gentlemanly manner. Feng Yu looked at him expressionlessly, having already pulled out the sun blade in his hand. Sorry to keep you waiting. Nightmare's face showed a wild smile, and then he stretched out a hand towards Feng. My vampire skills can't deal with you, so to tell you the truth, I have become one with this train and all the passengers are in my body. As long as I give the order, the weak humans will be killed by me. Eat it to death. My power will become stronger, and I will be able to get more blood given by that adult. After killing all of you, I will be able to take on the change of position challenge. This really seems like a sweet dream. Vampire technique force sleep eye. I saw the mouth on the back of Nightmare's hand opening and closing, and then the whole body began to merge into the train. I'm going to kill you all, this is just like a sweet dream. Inside the train, Tanjiro and others were horrified to find that the train carriage, which was originally made of iron, had turned into flesh and blood. And there were countless blood tendons inside the flesh walls that began to squirm. Countless eyes emerged from the flesh wall, staring at everyone. What is going on? Why is it like this? By the way, is there something strange happening there, senior brother? Tanjiro protected Nezuko behind him. Then, where the flesh wall squirmed, bloody tentacles began to attack everyone. Ah, help me. Tanjiro went out looking for a voice, only to see a middle-aged man in a beautiful suit being entangled by tentacles and struggling constantly. Inosuke, this train, seems to have turned into a ghost. Tanjiro shouted anxiously. Zenitsu shouted immediately when he saw Anjiro leaving. Tanjiro shouted, then cut off the tentacles one by one in front and led the passengers to Zio-Hi's body. The air around the meatball began to vibrate, and streaks of yellow lightning visible to the naked eye appeared, making crackling sounds in the air. Ah no, save me. He quickly got up and was about to catch up with Anjiro, but a tentacle wrapped around his ankle. Whether it's this guy or that guy, I will save you. You all have to bow down, worship me and praise me. Master Hashibira Inosuke is here. Inosuke's body kept twisting, and his tentacles were cut off one by one wherever he passed. Baga, why should I escort these weaklings? I want to kill ghosts, so don't stop me. Then he took a step away and cut off the tentacles in an instant. But soon, the tentacles began to surge up again. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, and Jiro calmly looked at the tentacles wrapped around the passengers in front of him. What's going on? Why did it become like this? This is obviously a train. Why would such a terrible thing appear? Someone come and save me. Tanjiro shouted. Golden light flashed and the tentacles in the carriage disappeared instantly while the remaining flesh walls were still smoking. Tanjiro said, Breath of fire shape of Wu Fire Tiger. Full concentration breath of thunder shape of 1 Thunderbolt Flash 6th series. I have to go back quickly and rescue all the passengers. Inosuke held the knife in both hands, rushed over and fought with the flesh and blood tentacles. Then he picked up the unconscious passenger and ran quickly in the direction of Zio-Hi. Wait for me, don't leave me alone. It swallowed Zenitsu's whole body, forming a meatball that completely stopped moving. I am the boss. Then be careful, I will escort them over and come to support you. Breath of the beast fang of Wu crazy tearing. Zinjuro took a deep breath, and the Nichirin sword blade in his hand began to be entangled with flames. Then he rushed out instantly and thrust forward. The giant slash in his hand was like a burning tiger, instantly wiping out the tentacles along the way. Inosuke, you send them to Zio-Hi as originally planned and I will take care of them. But soon, Inosuke on his side was still waving the 2 swords in his hands frantically, cutting off the tentacles one by one. Anjiro and Zenitsu were in the same situation. Zenitsu trembled and hid behind Anjiro, holding his head in his hands and crying constantly. Zenitsu shouted, but a tentacle wrapped around him, and soon countless tentacles followed him. Zio-Hi, please. The sleeping Zenitsu was like a bolt of lightning, cutting off all the flesh and blood tentacles in the train. This gave Tanjiro and his colleagues a great help in treating the passengers. At the same time, Nezuko also joined the battle and escorted Tanjiro's evacuation. A stream of fiery red flames bloomed from her hands. What's going on? Why aren't any of these people dead yet? Nightmare noticed what was going on inside the train, and also noticed that Tanjiro and others were escorting the passengers out of the train one by one, and couldn't help but get angry. A bunch of waste, what a waste. The nightmare teleported its consciousness to the carriage of the 4 children who had previously invaded Tanjiro and others' dreams. A humanoid body of flesh and blood began to squirm and appear in front of them. Why haven't you completed any of the tasks I gave you? Nightmare opened his fangs and said, We are very sorry, I don't want this sweet dream anymore. The consumptive boy who had been touched by Tanjiro before knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, What a despicable life. You clearly long for a sweet dream in your heart, but you say you don't want it. Ha humans, this is you humans. Since you are no longer useful then, become my nourishment, give your lives to me and let me end your miserable life. The flesh and blood body of the nightmare opened its arms, and countless flesh and blood tentacles began to squirm, wrapping them all around. Please don't kill us. The tuberculosis boy only felt a strong sense of suffocation coming over him. His survival instinct made him keep struggling, but it was of no use. Am I going to die? Yes. I should have died a long time ago, for the so-called sweet dream. I don't know anymore how many people have been killed, I'm sorry. The boy with tuberculosis recalled his past memories. Since he contracted tuberculosis, his family had become torn apart. He longed for a healthy body, but he also conspired with the devil and killed many people. That warm boy. I hope he can forgive me. The consumptive boy shed tears and gave up struggling, with a calm expression on his face. Then it was wrapped into a flesh ball by flesh and blood tentacles. 4 meatballs appeared in front of Nightmare. Sudden, a sound of water waves sounded from Nightmare's ears. Breath of water shape water droplets. Tanjiro's footsteps made waves, and he cut Nightmare's flesh and blood body into 2 pieces with a direct blow. Then the 4 meatballs exploded and the 4 people inside fell to the ground. It's okay. Tanjiro helped the consumptive boy who was coughing and gasping for air. Ghost Hunter flower card earrings, this outfit. I remember you are the boy I want to kill. Nightmare stared at Tanjiro and laughed wildly. Originally, I thought you had run away, but it turns out you are still here. As long as I kill you, I can get more of your blood. As soon as he finished speaking, countless tentacles immediately attacked Tanjiro. Breath of water 1 type water surface slash. The blue-white waves instantly cut off the attacking tentacles, and at the same time chopped off Nightmare's head. But soon, Nightmare's flesh and blood body began to squirm and its head grew again. This guy is not dead, no, this is a clone. Tanjiro discovered the situation of Nightmare at this moment. Where is the subject? Tanjiro looked around but found nothing. The tentacles are still coming up, and the other 3 people just rescued have been wrapped again by the tentacles and wrapped into 3 meatballs. Damn, there are too many tentacles. Tanjiro struggled to cut off the invading tentacles, but the tentacles seemed to be endless and he couldn't cut them all off. As the nightmare that dominates all of this, Tanjiro doesn't know where his main body is, so he can still recover even if he is cut countless times. Let's go first. Tanjiro directly picked up the consumptive boy and ran outside. Looking at the 3 bloody giant cocoons, Tanjiro said silently in his heart, I'm sorry, I will definitely come back to save you. Nightmare stared at Tanjiro as he left. The corners of his mouth kept rising. Where are you running to? This whole train is my body. Every direction Tanjiro moved forward was blocked by countless tentacles. Feng Yu on the roof also noticed the entire situation in the car. There are only a few people left. Feng Yu murmured, if that's the case, then it's time for me to take action. Everyone get ready to jump out of the car. Feng Yu's voice sounded in the minds of Tanjiro and others. Baga, who is it? Inasuk shouted. Jump out of the car. Anjiro stopped and murmured. It's senior brother Feng Yu's voice. Tanjiro is overjoyed. But he quickly guessed what Feng Yu wanted to do. Senior brother Feng Yu, there are still people who have not been rescued. Tanjiro shouted, trying to make Feng Yu stop his next move. But Feng Yu ignored them and continued to communicate with them using his mental power. This train is about to crash, everyone jump off the train. Then Feng Yu took the knife and came to the top of the main body of the nightmare, which was the head of the train. I've let you jump around for a while, it's time to send you on your way. Feng Yu slowly raised the onakiri in his hand. Breath of Water 8 type Taketsubo. Kokoshibu Yewoza. Feng Yu said. It's all because of that person, that monster, but I really want to experience such a dream again. Tanjiro is puzzled. As soon as I saw the wind feather falling. How could this happen? It's obviously just a little bit close. Just a little bit closer, I can devour everyone, become stronger, and get the blood given by that adult. Mr. Purgatory. Feng Yu didn't speak, just frowned slightly, and then looked at the dark forest in the distance with a solemn expression. After hearing Feng Yu's message, he successfully jumped off the train 1 second before it crashed. At this time, bang! Inasuk and others also came over at this time, stood next to Tanjiro, and looked at the blazing fire quietly. The head of the train was cut off and the powerful impact instantly broke through the track and flew out. There are still people who have not been rescued. How can this be done? Blue water waves began to roll from the blade, and with a slight downward swing, a powerful force instantly cut off the train's head. Feng Yu also jumped off Zio Hai's back and came to Tanjiro and the others. Tanjiro looked in disbelief. How is that possible? Fires were everywhere and mud smoke was billowing. The train body rushed into the forest beside the track, and a violent explosion occurred which also set the forest on fire. 2 figures stepped out of the darkness ahead. The nightmare with its neck cut off is turning into ashes, and the head of the train is slowly returning to its original shape. Nightmare in the carriage covered his neck and looked in Feng Yu's direction in horror. Boom. Only saw. At this time, Mr. Anjiro, it looks like this is going to be a fierce battle. Tanjiro's sighed. At the same time, as they walked out, An unprecedented sense of oppression enveloped Tanjiro and the others. Purgatory and Jiro came and stood up, side by side with Feng Yu, protecting Tanjiro and others behind him. Raging fire lights up the sky in the dark forest. Nightmare looked up at the full moon in the sky, murmured, and finally turned into ashes. Looking at the blazing fire, Tanjiro rushed over and shouted, "There are still people up there. As long as you kill that boy, your mission will be completed." A smell of evil spirits that had only been smelled on Muzan came towards Tanjiro. That sense of oppression made Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu tremble all over. Even Nezuko was the same, hiding behind Tanjiro in fear. This smell of blood, this sense of oppression, what on earth is going on? Tanjiro looked at the two terrifying figures in front of him in shock and disbelief. But seeing the backs of Feng Yu and Xingqiu Lang, I felt a little more relaxed. Senior brother Feng Yu and Mr. Xingqiu are here, so everything will be fine. Feng Yu frowned. Under the clear vision of the world, he found that Tanjiro actually relaxed inside. This made him feel disappointed in his heart. At the same time, he also began to think about whether it was because he had given him so much help that he became dependent. Others rise. After all, Tanjiro's behavior now is not a good sign. However, the enemy in front of him is already very close, and for Kokoshibu, whose strength is second only to Mukai, Feng Yu is not sure how his own strength compares to him. After all, I have never fought against Muzan and Kokoshibu. Kokoshibu was still wearing a purple snake-print kimono and a black horse hakama, with red markings on the left forehead and right chin to the neck, and the 6 blood-red eyes on the face looked at Feng Yu and the others indifferently. Just standing there, Feng Yu could feel his power. Standing next to him was Yiwo Zuo, but at this moment, Yiwo Zuo's eyes were dull, and his whole body was exuding a black mist that could only be seen in the transparent world. At this moment, he felt like a manipulated puppet to Feng Yu, without the pride and frivolity of the past. "You are very good. I never expected that a genius like you would appear in the Demon Slayer Corps. Now that you have reached this point, your life is not far away from death. Come and become a ghost. Becoming a ghost can ignore the trouble of lifespan. Becoming a ghost can make you stronger. You are very, very strong, but you are not the strongest." Kokoshibu said coldly. He couldn't see through Feng Yu, but he also felt Feng Yu's strength. Everyone listened to Kokoshibu's words. Although they didn't understand why Feng Yu said that he was not far from death, they still couldn't help but become nervous. If Feng Yu couldn't resist the temptation and agreed to become a ghost, it would undoubtedly be a kind of attack on the Demon Slayer Corps. Nightmare, they have killed so many ghosts, but they understand that their strength will be greatly enhanced after becoming ghosts. The air suddenly solidified, waiting for Feng Yu's answer. "Thank you for your compliment. But I refuse to become a ghost." Feng Yu shook his head and replied. Tanjiro and others breathed a sigh of relief, and their worries were relieved. "It's a pity that all of you Demon Slayer Corps members are so stubborn. What's ridiculous is that you don't understand the reality at all. With your short lifespan and fragile body, what are you using to confront ghosts? Just rely on your breathwork. Even the person who is the source of your breathing method died within the human lifespan. The once favored person of the gods died of old age. It's ridiculous, such a powerful person." Kokoshibu thought that he already knew Feng Yu's answer and continued. "You humans can indeed improve your strength by relying on the breathing method, but while it brings you strength, it also accelerates you on the road to death faster. And ghosts can perfectly improve your strength, and their unlimited lifespan allows us to have more time to hone your strength. Surrender to me and become one of our ghosts." Kokoshibu looked at Feng Yu like a superior looking at a subordinate and extended a hand to invite Feng Yu. Feng Yu still shook his head. "Needless to say, I will not become a crippled creature like you, and who says humans can't be compared to ghosts. You are powerful and we humans may not be invincible. We humans have emotions and precious memories. But after you become a ghost, do you still have emotions? Do you still remember the face of the person who impressed you most? Besides, do ghosts have to be free?" Feng Yu said while looking at Kokoshibu. Kokoshibu was silent for a while and said, "In that case, then please die." Kokoshibu slowly pulled out the demon blade from his waist and saw a row of eyes on the demon blade. The scarlet color made everyone present tremble. Just by pulling out the knife, the pressure becomes stronger. Tanjiro murmured behind him. Feng Yu also pulled out the Onakiri, and at the same time, the blade of the sword instantly turned blood red, and the shadow of the god of death began to gather behind him. Seeing this, Kokoshibu couldn't help but nodded and looked at Feng Yu with even more approval. He could see that Feng Yu was very young at this time, but his strength had reached such a level, which showed that he was a true genius. "Xingqiu Lang, I leave the one next to you," Feng Yu said with a solemn expression. Anjiro saw that Kokoshibu's target was Feng Yu, and he did not refuse, so he nodded. Ha, this sense of oppression, this monster of strength, remember I am Hashibira Inasuk. You will be killed by me. The battlefield between us is not here, let's go Mr. Kokoshibu. And you let's support Xingjiro. Xingjiro pulled out the Nichirin sword and flames suddenly burst out. With the blowing of the wind, they were like sparks of fire flickering in the darkness. Feng Yu sighed. Feeling the fighting movement not far behind him, Feng Yu knew that the battle between Xingqiu Lang and the others and Yiwo Zuo had begun. After the explanation, Feng Yu invited Kokoshibu to leave, leaving only Yiwazo, Xingqiu Lang and others to confront each other. Inasuk shouted. Then his body was like a cannonball rushing towards Anjiro. Heard this. Gaga, the master asked me to ambush and attack ghosts here as a Cloud Lao 6. Although I don't know what Lao 6 is, I feel a sense of pleasure in my heart for some reason. Then today, let me see the strength of the Shanxian ghost. A loud noise echoed throughout the dark forest. Above the clouds, did this idiot Yewazuo tell you? Bangs! Tanjiro and others also drew their swords. Kokoshibu said, the fire flames of Anjiro's Nichirin sword ignited from the blade, and it instantly met Yuazo's fist. How do you know my names? Anjiro laughed. The wind blew gently, and everyone's feathers were fluttering. He walked in front, and Kokoshibu followed quietly behind him. Xingjiro, once you are hurt, you must take this healing pill. Feng Yu said. Kokoshibu's momentum suddenly changed. The huge golden figure is constantly circling. Blue runes suddenly appeared under Yiwazuo's feet, and a huge pointer pointed at Xingqiu Lang, which seemed to indicate that Xingqiu Lang was the most powerful. Feng Yu didn't speak, just glanced at Yiwazuo, then turned around and took out a small bag of healing pills from the system space and put it in Xingqiu Lang's hands. Ha, you are a winding ghost. Tanjiro and others gathered around Yiwazo, and everyone pulled out their Nichirin swords. Only Zenitsu had already fainted from fright and changed into another form. Yiwazo lowered his head and said nothing, but his body was already ready for attack. Breath of Fire 1 type Shiranui. The sounds of fighting on Xingjilang's side continued to sound, and at the same time, the scene of flames shooting into the sky could be seen. Okay, our battlefield is right here. Feng Yu stopped, slowly turned his head and said to Kokoshibu, are you so confident that you can deal with me alone? Although I admit that you are a genius, over the past few hundred years, countless geniuses like you have been too confident in themselves. If you choose me, you will end up dead. I ask you again, are you willing to become a ghost? I admire you very much. I can promise you that as long as you become a ghost, you can become the strongest person under me. Kokoshibu said, but the ghost blade in his hand has begun to turn red. The eyes on the blade are shaking, and the blood vessels are wrapping around the entire blade as if they are alive. How can you know the result if you haven't tried it? And do you really think that's all my strength is? Feng Yu put on the white fox mask, and in an instant, the white fox mask began to fit his face, gradually changing back to the look of the god of death. The huge shadow of death standing on Feng Yu also became clearer and more solid. Strange stuff. Kokoshibu saw Feng Yu's changes and couldn't help but understand. Feeling the changes in Feng Yu's momentum and the slight trembling in his heart, he understood what kind of effects the mask had. Did your Demon Slayer core make this mask? Kokoshibu asked. If the Demon Slayer core can mass-produce something that can have an effect on him, it will be difficult for the ghost camp. Feng Yu didn't speak, but the aura on his body changed again and two markings began to appear and entwine. Zez, I didn't expect you to have even turned on Zezu. You can see through the world in Zezu, what a genius, hahaha. But your life will burn faster. You should feel it at this moment. Life is constantly burning. Although the strength that stripes bring you has greatly increased like the transparent world, there is a price to pay, and this price is vitality. You will die soon. Are you sure you won't agree to me? Become a ghost. Kokoshibu laughed, his 6 blood-red eyes revealing a sense of excitement. He was too eager to fight the strong. Ever since he turned into a ghost and his stupid brother died, apart from Wu Mei, there has been no strong person in this world. It can impress him, or it can be said that the strong are lonely after all. And he felt extremely lonely in the endless years. At this moment, seeing Feng Yu not only mastering the transparent world, but also becoming a striped swordsman, that sense of threat made him even more excited. At this moment, Feng Yu, who was fully fired up, reached the peak of his strength, and his eyes became cold. The shadow of the god of death behind him held a blood-red blade, and just like Feng Yu's eyes, he looked at it coldly. Kokoshibu, then come on, let me feel the long-lost pleasure of battle. Kokoshibu laughed wildly, and his aura suddenly rose to the sky, which was comparable to Feng Yu's aura. Against each other, the strong energy fluctuations caused vibrations in the air. The surrounding trees began to fall outward like a mountain. Breath of the Moon 3 types hateful moon erosion. Kokoshibu quickly waved the demon blade in his hand, and several crescent-shaped curved blades were generated at the blade. He then performed a continuous slash, releasing 2 crescent-shaped blade winds, and at the same time many crescent-shaped blades of different sizes were generated around it. An irresistible force attacks Feng Yu. Feng Yu's face does not change color. Breath of Light 11 form light wings continuous slash. Countless pale yellow light blades instantly met Kokoshibu's attack. Bang! Powerful energy waves bloom. A big crater instantly exploded where the 2 light blades collided. The wind swept the earth. Both of them can see each other's condition and are unscathed. Not bad, very good. Kokoshibu agreed. I'm going to get serious next time. Cracks began to appear on Kokoshibu's demon blade, and at the same time the rows of eyes were filled with blood. Go to hell. Breath of Water shape of 11 calm and calm. Blue wave suddenly appeared with Feng Yu as the center. In an instant, Kokoshibu felt that the two of them were separated by a world. His attack was offset and he fell into the calm water, sinking into the sea. Breath of the Moon 5 types Moon Soul Disaster Vortex. I saw the streaks of blood begin to merge into Onakiri's blade, and the dark blood-red blade began to glow with blood. Weird means. Kokoshibu reacted and swung hard. The powerful force pushed Feng Yu back several meters. At the same time, he quickly retreated and distanced himself from Feng Yu. Both of them opened the transparent world. Kokoshibu became a ghost. The stripes can be said to be a decoration, but it can also be said to be an open state. Although Feng Yu is a human, the benefits brought to him by his immortal body are like the ghost brought the same thing to Kokoshibu. Both of them can be said to be striped swordsmen and strong men who can see through the world. The broken area was repaired instantly, and at the same time the blade began to change, and blood-red branches began to appear. Bang! Seeing that the demon blade was about to be cut off, Kokoshibu shouted, and at the same time the blood in his hand began to be transmitted to the demon blade. Evolve! But Kokoshibu's tall body was immediately crushed by the powerful force. Zyla! Kokoshibu looked at Feng Yu, who had a relaxed expression with solemn eyes. At the same time, he saw that the Onakiri in Feng Yu's hand seemed to be like his own ghost blade, absorbing his own blood and letting out a cry of joy. Kokoshibu's body began to spin rapidly, and a huge swirling blade wind was generated around him. Feng Yu's Onakiri was blocked by Kokoshibu's Oni blade. Not good. Feng Yu felt a powerful force resisting his own ghost. Crack! Does your knife have special effects? Kokoshibu's figure instantly appeared in front of Feng Yu, performing staggered rapid slashes at him. Multiple blade winds struck Feng Yu, accompanied by countless full moon blades. This knife is sucking my blood. Feng Yu glanced, and the shadow of the death god behind him suddenly had red eyes, and the blood-red blade in his hand swung towards Kokoshibu. Bite! As Kokoshibu shouted, the ghost blade in his hand suddenly seemed to come to life, and the blood of Kokoshibu was sucked crazily. You can see all the movements clearly. Feng Yu shouted, and the power in his hand increased instantly. It's just that Kokoshibu is the strongest person in this world after all, so he quickly reacted defensively. Breath of the Moon 6 types Lone Moon in the long night uninterrupted. Breath of Water 12 forms earth-shaking waves. Feng Yu found the right moment and instantly used the strongest attack move of Breath of Water. The calm water surface began to roll, and a huge wave as high as the sky came towards Kokoshibu after Onakiri sucked Kokoshibu's blood. The shadow of death behind Feng Yu became more solid. If it was still blurry before, now it can be seen clearly. I know you like it, so I'll suck more later. Feng Yu said while stroking the Onakiri in his hand. Buzz. Onakiri's blade began to tremble, as if in response to Feng Yu. The sword has a spirit. I didn't expect that your Sun Lun's sword would be so mysterious. I want to know more and more about you. When Kokoshibu saw the interaction between Feng Yu and Onakiri, a greedy look suddenly appeared in his eyes, staring at Feng Yu. In his eyes, Feng Yu's methods in front of him were really weird and astonishing, with the mask, the shadow of the god of death, and the Onakiri at this moment. Kokoshibu believes that as long as he swallows Feng Yu, he may be able to get everything he has. He saw in Feng Yu the hope of improving his strength. This alone is enough for him to try his best to kill Feng Yu. Everything about you will become mine. Kokoshibu pointed at Feng Yu with the evolved ghost blade and said, Then come and kill me if you can, Kokoshibu. As the saying goes, you can't lose with momentum, so Feng Yu directly faced him. Breath of the Moon shape of 7 mirror of disaster Yuying. Holding the ghost blade in a fan shape, He swung 5 giant shock waves that stretched across the ground and attacked Feng Yu. At the same time as the giant shockwave advanced, countless small arc-shaped shock waves also followed. Rumble. A powerful shock wave roars in. Breath of Light 12 patterns auxiliary light full jade box light change flash shadow. Anakiri instantly emits a light yellow fluorescence, and at the same time, Fenga's flashes in front of Kokoshibu at the moment of the shock wave. So fast! Kokoshibu exclaimed, but soon Feng Yu's sword moves changed again. Breath of Light 10 forms light storm. Feng Yu quickly waved the knife in his hand, and an extremely fast huge light blade storm appeared in front of Kokoshibu, sucking him in instantly. Kokoshibu, who was in the light blade storm, felt the distance pain coming from his body, as if it was going to tear him apart, and in this storm, the powerful healing power of ghosts was actually suppressed. Feng Yu looked at Kokoshibu in the storm without letting down his guard for a moment, because he knew that he could not kill Kokoshibu easily. Really? In a transparent world? Feng Yu saw Kokoshibu's body starting to move. The breath of the moon Shishi's shape ferocious transformation, the sky is full of slender moon. Kokoshibu waved the demon blade, and countless huge crescent-shaped blades swept away the light blade storm, while countless giant round moon blades swept away in all directions. Bangs! Violent explosion waves spread, and Feng Yu resisted the attack coming towards him. Gently wiping off the scars on his cheek, Feng Yu smiled and said, "As expected of Mr. Kokoshibu, I can't hurt your roots at all. Boy, you are the first human to hurt me in these hundreds of years. You succeeded in irritating me." At this time, Kokoshibu was covered in blood and looked extremely embarrassed. Tear. Kokoshibu ripped off the tattered clothes on his body, revealing his flawless body, with round and plump abdominal muscles full of explosive power. As Kokoshibu's heart continues to beat, the muscles seem to be growing stronger. Other side. The battlefield between Yuezuo, Xingqiulang and others was also unusually fierce. All the surrounding trees were cut in half by sharp blades, with smooth cuts and large pits all over the ground. The forest was engulfed in flames, and the thick black smoke looked so huge under the moonlight, as if it was about to swallow the entire sky. Yuezuo still has the same posture of waist and horse, taking up an attacking posture, while opposite him is Xingqiulang, who looks slightly tired, as well as Zenitsu and Inasuke lying on the ground behind Enjiro, vomiting blood. Only Tanjiro was holding on with his face covered in blood, holding the Nichirin sword in both hands. "This guy is too scary. We can't deal with this strength." Tanjiro looked at the expressionless Yuoza and said knowingly. He recalled that if it hadn't been for Xingqiulang and the sudden burst of light from the sky several times, he might have been beaten into a hornet's nest by Yuozuo. Tanjiro. "Take Zenitsu and the others out of here. This ghost is not something you can deal with." Xingqiulang said with a solemn expression, "Mr. Yanju." What else does Tanjiro want to say? But Yuozuo in the distance instantly launched an offensive towards him. "Take them away quickly, Kamado boy." Anjiro shouted, "Damn ghost, you actually attack a weak person." Roar! Breath of Flame 4 type Flame Vortex. Then he rushed out again and fought with Xingqiulang. Yanhu doubled in size instantly, and Xingqiu's blade successfully cut off Yuezuo's arm. After taking the healing pill given by Feng Yu before, the injury is almost healed. Tanjiro pinched Zenitsu with one hand and pinched Zenitsu with the other. Inasuke couldn't help but look at the fight between the two of them and couldn't help but exclaimed. The Yuo seat flew backwards and crashed onto the boulder behind. Xingqiulang knew that his attack was coming again. Yuozuo stretched out his newly grown arm and then looked at Xingqiu expressionlessly. At the same time, the severed arm also grew back. But Yuozuo didn't react at all, he just lowered his head, and blue snowflake runes suddenly appeared under his feet. Blue and fire lights kept flashing in the dark night. Wherever they flashed, there would be loud noises, followed by the earth cracking, trees extinguishing, and fires everywhere. Vomit. Anjiro spit out a mouthful of blood. Both of them were shocked by the other's impact and took a few steps back. Tanjiro shouted but got no response. The deafening sound echoed throughout the night. So fast, so strong. Bangs! The flames of the blade swept across and instantly transformed into a fierce tiger. As Xingqiulang rushed out, he roared up with the power of the king of beasts and faced Yuezuo's fist. Anjiro cursed. "It's all because I'm too weak to help Mr. Anjiro." Yanhu let out a roar. The vortex of flames instantly appeared with the swing of the Nichirin sword, blocking Yuozuo's fist. Bang. Tanjiro couldn't see what they were doing. He could only endure the severe pain in his body and transport Zenitsu and the two away from the battlefield. The dust and smoke dispersed. "It is our responsibility as the strong to protect the weak. I will never allow ghosts like you to lose faith in the strong." Yuozuo's figure stood up again. Mr. Anjuro, wait for me to come back. Seeing Xingqiu Lang's fighting spirit soaring into the sky, Yuezuo's expression seemed to have changed a little. But soon, a black mist enveloped him, and he returned to his original state. Breath of fire shape of Wu Fire Tiger. Tanjiro and Zenitsu quickly left the battlefield and came to a clearing. They put them down and told Nezuko to take care of them. Nezuko, you must take good care of them. I will help Mr. Purgatory, Tanjiro said to Nezuko. But Nezuko shook her head, holding his clothes with both hands, and wouldn't let him leave with tears in her eyes. Good boy, Nezuko, it's my responsibility to kill the ghost. I can't leave Mr. Purgatory to deal with that terrible ghost alone. I know you are worried about my safety, but I promise you I will come back safely. Just wait for me here, okay? Tanjiro touched Nezuko's head and said softly. Nezuko stared at him closely, with tears in her eyes sliding down her cheeks. At the same time, the sounds of fighting behind her continued, and as the battle progressed, the darkness and flames shot into the sky. Xing Juling and Yuozao, Feng Yu and Kokoshibu 2 battlefields. Tanjiro can feel the hardship. This is the true strength of Zhu, how powerful senior brother Feng Yu must be. It was obvious that the battle on Feng Yu's side was more intense, and the roaring energy fluctuations made him feel faintly uneasy. It even seemed to him that if he went up he would be crushed directly. Tanjiro also felt that pray that Fuha can defeat Kokoshibu and come to help Anjuru in his battle. Nezuko, I can't wait any longer. Just wait here for me to come back. Tanjiro knew he couldn't stay any longer. He smelled the hurt smell of Anjuro. Seeing Tanjiro's persistence, Nezuko burst into tears and put the healing pill in his arms into his hand. Nezuko. Tanjiro takes the healing pill. Thank you, Nezuko, but you have to leave some as a guarantee. Tanjiro took out 3 healing pills and gave them back to Nezuko. In this way, Tanjiro picked up the Nichirin sword on the side and rushed to the battlefield on Anjuro's side. The cold wind seemed to be seeing off Tanjiro, and Nezuko watched him leave with tears in her eyes. Oni-chan, you must come back. Nezuko thought to himself. When Tanjiro rushed back to the battlefield, he saw Yuozao launching extremely dense and violent punches at Xing Juru's chest. Anjuro was waving the Nichirin sword to resist his attack, while his body was constantly retreating. Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro shouted, then picked up the Nichirin sword and rushed forward instantly, wanting to help him share the attack from Yuaz. Full episode Breath of Water 12 forms Big Wave. The sound of crashing, wagging water waves sounded. Before Xingqiu had time to think, he saw a huge wave rising into the sky and landing on Yuezuo. Bang! The 3 of them were instantly repelled by the energy of the explosion and flew backwards. Cameraman boy, why are you back again? Didn't I ask you to retreat? Anjuro shouted. Mr. Purgatory, I want to help you. Tanjiro replied, you should leave quickly. This ghost is not something you can deal with yet. Hurry up and launch a rescue mission to the headquarters. Anjuro shouted with a frown. Rescue has been launched, I'm here to help you, trust me. Tanjiro said firmly. Seemingly moved by his eyes, Anjuro didn't say anything more and just started laughing. Ha ha ha, it turns out that this is the strength of the ghost on the string. I can finally feel it today. It seems that the strength of the ghost is really too strong. Anjuro laughed and stood up immediately, the feather fabric on his body fluttering and swaying in the breeze. Cameraman boy, since you have made your decision, then come with me to kill this ghost. Anjuro said to Tanjiro, yes, Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro also stood up quickly, adjusted his breathing, and was ready to attack. But Yuazo in the distance was really staring at Tanjiro with a painful expression on his face. Bang bang bang. Yuazuo suddenly hit the ground crazily. Cracks like spider threads began to spread as his fist fell. At the same time, a big hole was made under his feet and his entire body was sinking. Thick smoke billows. Xinjuro and Tanjiro were puzzled by Yuazo's behavior and looked at him with frowns. There's something wrong with this ghost ... It seems to be controlled. Xingqiulang looked at Yuazuo and murmured, this kid, that move just now doesn't seem to be a traditional water-breathing move. Could it be a new move deduced, and the ghost just happened to know this move and it aroused his consciousness? Anjijuro suddenly understood and said to Tanjiro beside him, Cameraman boy, continue to use the same move against this ghost. I suspect that this ghost may be under control, and the move you just used can awaken his own consciousness. Control it. Tanjiro couldn't help but look at Yuazuo when he heard Xingjiulang's words. Suddenly, a smell of extreme sadness and pain came from Yuazuo's body. This pain. Tanjiro was shocked. At this moment I calmed down and felt it carefully. Sure enough, I could smell the pain in Yuazuo's heart. Mr. Purgatory, let's attack him now. Tanjiro shouted. Anjuro nodded, then crossed his waist and lowered slightly, holding the Nichirin sword tightly with both hands and took a deep breath. Breath of fire shape of 9 mystery purgatory. Boom! Anjuro rushed out like a meteor, and at the same time his whole body was surrounded by flames. Everything in his path was burned away, leaving only a scorching trail behind him. Feeling the heat coming from his skin, Tanjiro also started to act. Full episode Breath of Water 12 forms big wave. The flames and huge waves instantly attacked Yuazuo, rushing forward with an irresistible power, one fire and one water, moving from both ends, and they were about to kill Yuazuo. Yuazuo was still hitting the ground in pain, ignoring the attacks of the two. Boom. The ground was shaking, Shuyan Breathing's strongest moves collided with each other, and the powerful energy directly cut off Yuazuo's head. The scarlet blood formed a perfect arc in the air. Grrrrrrrrrr. Yuazuo's head rolled to the side, but his body was still standing. But the original action of hitting the ground stopped. No, Kamado boys, leave quickly. Anjuro noticed something was wrong and yelled at Tanjiro, but it was too late. The body of Yuazuo, who had lost his head, immediately launched a fierce punch at the two of them. Bang, bang. Bangs. Fortunately, Xingqiru reacted quickly and resisted Yuazuo's attack, but Tanjiro's condition was not so good. He was sent flying directly by a punch and knocked down against a tree trunk. Vomit. Tanjiro covered his chest and spit out a mouthful of blood. His nose, eyes, and ears were bleeding, and the bones in his body seemed to have been broken. The ribs and internal organs were severely damaged. Tanjiro tremblingly took out a healing pill from his arms and put it into his mouth, then lay on the ground helplessly. The injury is too serious. The effect of the healing pill can't keep up. I'm afraid it will take a while. Tanjiro gasped and tried to stand up, but it was no use. Xingqiulang was still resisting the attacks of the headless Yuazuo. He was horrified to find that the attack speed and strength of the headless Yuazuo had increased by 1 level. Before, he could resist without injury, but now he couldn't. The headless Yuazuo's fists kept falling on him, and his injuries became more and more serious. Damn it, what's going on with this ghost? Why is it still alive after its head was chopped off? Anjuro was puzzled. His movements became slower and slower, and blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth. Although he used the breath of inflammation to stop the ruptured blood vessels inside his body, new wounds kept appearing, and there was no time to recover. Breath of Fire 4 types Uzumaki of Prosperous Flame. The swirling flames began to wrap around his body as his knife was used to resist the headless Yuazuo's punch. But the headless Yuazuo was not afraid. He kicked Xingqiu fiercely from bottom to top, and at the same time his body quickly jumped over and landed on the ground. Then he quickly rushed up and kicked several times violently, like a flash explosion. Bang bang bangs. The sound of explosions spread, thick smoke surrounded the two people, and from a distance they could only see faint firelight and the sounds of fighting, just a little while. When the fire went out, Xingqiulang's body flew out. Xingqiulang flew upside down and landed on the ground like a kite with its string broken. The smoke disperses. At this time, the headless Yuazuo had grown its head again, but the new head was different from before. It could still be seen that it looked normal before, but now it has completely turned into a monster. The eyes are red, the face is covered with pitch-black scales, and there is a blood-red horn on the head that emits a faint red light in the darkness. A pair of bloody eyes stared at Xingqiulang, and from time to time he opened his mouth full of fangs, and drops of saliva fell on the ground, emitting sizzling white smoke. It was obvious that it was highly corrosive, and at the same time there was a smell in his mouth. A terrifying roar. His aura was extremely violent. If it was calm over a stagnant pool before, now it is as violent as a volcano erupting. Tanjiro looked at his scanning eyes and felt his whole body sink, as if there was a huge mountain pressing on his heart. Tanjiro smelled his scent, only to feel that the previous scent of torture and sadness had been lost, replaced by chaos, violence, and killing. Just then, a voice woke Tanjiro up. "Hey boy, are you from Nakagawa Fengyu's lineage?" Tanjiro turned around and found that it was the head of Yuazuo that had been chopped off before, staring at him while talking. "How so?" Tanjiro was shocked. He didn't expect that Yuazuo lost his head and grew one again, but the previous one had not dissipated. This overturned his understanding. "Boy, don't panic, that body is already controlled by someone else. Now I can say that it and I are two separate entities unrelated to each other. It's just that that guy took away all my power. Fortunately, you separated my head from that body in time, otherwise my consciousness would have been swallowed up." Yuazuo said, "Boy, that guy's power is not even comparable to that of me in my heyday. You have to be careful. By the way, didn't Nakagawa Fengyu come with you?" Yuazuo asked doubtfully. Tanjiro hesitated for a while, thinking about whether what the head in front of him said was true and worried that it was a conspiracy. But then he thought about it. The monster was already so powerful, even he and Anjiro couldn't fight it, let alone it's a conspiracy. Senior brother Feng Yu is going to deal with that six-eyed ghost. Tanjiro said, 6 eyes, Kokoshibu. With that guy's strength, he should be able to handle it, but it's no wonder he doesn't come here to help. Yewazuo murmured, Hey boy over there, what's your names? Yewazuo looked at Tanjiro and said, Kamado Tanjiro. Tanjiro said slightly, Boy, if you trust me, you must do as I say to completely kill that monster. That monster inherited everything from me, which means that he also possesses the supreme realm and has broken through the boundary between life and death. Even if your knife cuts off his head, it can't kill him. But it's also the best time. The monster's consciousness is unclear. He has no active consciousness. There is only one command from that existence, which is to kill everyone on the scene. There is currently only one way to kill him completely. That is the moment you work together to cut off his head again, I return to my position and seize the initiative of the body. I no longer want to live in this world and cause more killings. After I gain control, I will destroy myself, waiting for the baptism of the sun. In this way, I can embrace Juxu again. There was sadness in Yewazuo's eyes, looking at the sky as if looking at his lover with a happy smile on his face. Then why weren't you controlling the body when your head was still in that body? Tanjiro asked. At that time I had lost all my strength and my consciousness was being swallowed by that monster. He had control over my body. Because your move woke me up and at the same time separated me from him, allowing my consciousness to return. That's why I am talking to you now. Boy, whether you believe it or not, there is only one way to kill him now. Make your own decision, either he dies or we are all swallowed by him. Yewazuo said indifferently, Tanjiro, believe him. Just when Tanjiro hesitated, Feng Yu's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro shouted. But there was no response. Tanjiro, his words are worthy of belief. I can't escape now, so I have to rely on you to solve the problem. Remember, you must. Before Feng Yu could finish speaking, his voice disappeared and no matter how Tanjiro called, there was no response. It must be something. Tanjiro murmured. Then he looked at Yewazuo and said, Since senior brother Feng Yu believes in you, then I believe in you too. Other side, Feng Yu is constantly resisting the crazy attacks from Kokoshibu. You seemed distracted just now. Kokoshibu said. God. Feng Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, and just now he had a flaw in the mental transmission with Tanjiro, which was noticed by Kokoshibu and successfully injured Feng Yu. Boy, if you are distracted during the duel with me, it will be disrespectful to me. A strong person should act like a strong person and respect every opponent. You have successfully d me off. Kokoshibu said angrily. When he found out that Feng Yu was distracted while fighting with him, he felt extremely ashamed. In Feng Yu, he saw the shadow buried deep in his heart, his younger brother Jiguo Yuani, the man favored by heaven and earth. He is also the person he hates and envies the most. He used to be so distracted when he faced his younger brother, didn't regard him as a real opponent. And with the battle with Feng Yu, Kokoshibu also discovered that Feng Yu's talent is really on par with his younger brother. At a young age, he already had the same strength as him and was slightly stronger, which made Kokoshibu think that Feng Yu might be someone like Sukuni, God's beloved. Feng Yu didn't know what Kokoshibu was thinking, so he calmly took out a healing pill and put it into his mouth. The wounds are also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kokoshibu saw that the damage he had caused to him healed so quickly. A flash of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes, followed by fear. The figure belonging to Jiguo Yuani gradually began to overlap Feng Yu's body. This guy is a monster more terrifying than Yuani. Kokoshibu couldn't help but take a few steps back. In Feng Yu's body, he finally felt the shadow of fear towards Yuani deep in his memory again. No, we must kill him, absolutely. The potential in this boy is too strong, even more than Yuani. With the same markings and the same transparent world, Yuani will still have moments of weakness, but this boy can't see it at all. And the key is that you are too young. Under the clear vision of the world, Kokoshibu could see that the bones on Feng Yu's body were very young, not even adults yet. We can't let him become the next Yuani. He must die. Tanjiro's sighed. After Xingjulang was knocked away, another healing pill was taken, and his injuries gradually healed and he stood up again. It's just that he looked a little embarrassed at this moment. The feather cloth draped on his body had been cut with a deep cut, and the dazzling firelight illuminated his face. Strips of blood had dried up on his cheeks, and the team uniform inside had also been broken in the battle just now, revealing his powerful skin, but it was covered in blood and soil. There was no timid look in Anjuro's eyes, but they were still burning like a rising flame. Then he rushed forward and struggled with Yuezu's body. Bang. Xingjulang's attacks were slashed with endless flames one after another, but they were all blocked. I saw two new hands sprouting from the waist of Yuezu's body, attacking Xingjulang crazily. Rumble. The violent fighting ripples filled the sky with mud smoke, wrapping the two of them inside. Tanjiro could only watch anxiously. Hahata, as a pillar, I must kill you here, even if it means burning my life away. Anjuro shouted. The attack of the knife in his hand has been strengthened again, but it is difficult for one knife to defeat 6 punches. The speed and strength of the monster Yuezu are also constantly increasing. No, boy, this monster is using your pillar to hone itself, and is accelerating its adaptation to body control in this way. Yuezu yelled hurriedly when he saw this. Tanjiro woke up with a start, but the sky was filled with mud smoke, like a terrifying tornado whirlpool, making it difficult for him to see what was going on inside. Anjuro's injuries are getting more and more serious, but his attacks are also getting stronger and faster. An invisible power gradually rose up in him. In the eyes of the monster Yuezu, Xingqiulang's whole body exuded a light yellow gas, which continued to strengthen with his attacks. At this time, you can already see the light yellow momentum rising straight into the sky. This ghost is still getting stronger, regenerating very quickly, this sense of oppression and such a strong ghost energy. This is Shangxian. Even a controlled Shangxian. Xingjiro was observing the movements and body changes of the monster Yuezu while attacking. He could feel the ghost aura in front of him growing stronger, but at the same time, he also felt that there seemed to be a force surging in his body. That guy is breaking through to the highest realm, that powerful fighting spirit. This is martial arts. I wish I could have met him earlier. Yuezu looked at Xingqiulang on the battlefield with a kind of like-minded look in his eyes. Mr. Purgatory, this monster is adapting to that body through fighting. Tanjiro picked up the knife and rushed forward, tried to attack the monster Yuezu, only. The snowflake needles on the soles of the monster's feet instantly turned in Tanjiro's direction, and the hands on his waist attacked him directly with unrivaled power. Bang! Tanjiro used his knife to resist the attack, but in the face of the powerful force his body still flew backwards. Tanjiro got up with difficulty, but heard Anjiro shouting, "Don't come over here. You're waiting there." Tanjiro immediately put away his offensive stance. Weak die. The monster Yuezu opened its fangs and made a squeaking sound. Destruction kill destruction style. The monster Yuezu shouted, and at the same time he made fists with 6 hands and attacked Xingqiulang. Not good. Breath of fire shape of sea whirlpool of Shengyan. The flames instantly covered his blade and swept through his body. Bang! The violent explosion knocked him away. Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro shouted. The monster Yuezu's body instantly appeared in front of Tanjiro. So fast. Tanjiro's eyes widened, and he stared blankly at the monster Yuezu in front of him. His huge fist seemed to have been slowed down and was about to fall on Tanjiro's face. Breath of fire shape of 9 purgatory. Flames instantly ignited in the darkness, and a tall figure rushed in front of Tanjiro with blazing flames. Bang! Anjiro's feet instantly sank, and Tanjiro's back was flattened out into a triangular plane. The powerful attack force directly wiped everything out. Roar. Seeing that the attack was blocked, the monster Yuezu roared. The fists were attacking like rain at that moment. Tanjiro felt the insignificance of life, which was the breath of death. If it weren't for Anjiro, he would have been beaten to a pulp. Go quickly, get out of here. Xingqiulang shouted at him, and then the corners of his mouth continued to bleed. Breath of fire shape of sea whirlpool of Shengyan. The flame vortex repels the monster Yuezu. How could this happen? Mr. Purgatory. Destruction kill final style blue eyes chaotic afterglow. Anjuro's answer came from behind Tanjiro, but there was an extremely weak sound in his voice. Seeing that the needle was about to fall on them, Anjuro grabbed Tanjiro and stood in front of him to help him resist the attack of the needle. 1 blue and 1 yellow struck the monster Yuezu's neck in an instant as they did before. Breath of water 12 forms earth-shaking waves. Quack sunlight and flames. It's just that granulation soon began to squirm at the broken gap. Under the light of the fire, his figure became so tall. Roar. Boom boom boom. Breath of fire shape of 9 purgatory. Mr. Purgatory, right now let's chop off his head together. The monster Yuezu let out a scream, and his body broke and began to turn into ashes. Tanjiro shouted, "Good." A powerful energy gathering in the sky instantly fell on the monster Yuazuo. The monster Yuazuo roared, but his arms that had not yet recovered made him unable to fight back. "Feel the separation in your neck." Only then did Tanjiro realize how seriously Anjuro was injured. Mr. Purgatory. He held the knife in both hands, but only the bones were left in his left hand. The flesh and blood had long since disappeared, and the blood was dripping on the ground like running water. The compass needles were shot out in all directions instantly. The power of each compass needle was as powerful as a punch he punched, and the speed was extremely fast. "Now, boy." Yuazuo on the side saw that the monster Yuazuo's self-healing ability was restricted and shouted directly at him. Roar. Explosions continued, and Tanjiro fell to the ground, looking at Anjiru's back in front of him in shock. Tanjiro stood up immediately when he shouted. But soon, compass needles began to appear around the monster Yuazuo. It's just that drops of blood fell on Tanjiro's body. The monster Yuazuo immediately started to panic. He even forgot to use his foot attack and could only shake wildly, trying to throw the two of them away. Tanjiro panicked. He did not expect Anjiro's body to be so seriously injured. You must know that the hand is the second life for a swordsman. Without the hand, it means that the person is disabled. But he didn't say a word, and there was no expression of pain on his face, only the eternal flame in his eyes. "Mr. Purgatory." Anchiru's eyes showed no change in expression, they were still so simple, and his body exuded a reassuring light. Cameraman boy, the reason why the Demon Slayer core is a pillar is not just relying on strength. The most important thing is to have a strong heart and be able to become a big tree and give shelter to the weaker compatriots underneath. Fearing life and death, only burning everything we have to shoulder the responsibility we should bear, this is the pillar of our Demon Slayer core. If the Lord is the main trunk, then our pillars are the branches, and the team members below are smaller branches. The others are green leaves, this is a complete tree. Boy Kamado, you have great potential. I believe you will be able to surpass us and lead the entire Demon Slayer core to victory. Remember, don't forget the original intention of joining the Demon Slayer core. Xingjulang shouted, and then the flames on the blade suddenly surged, gradually turning into a huge fire dragon and instantly wrapped around the monster Yuazo. Full concentration breath of fire shape of 9 purgatory. Crack! Tanjiro's eyes widened. A huge fire dragon swallowed the monster Yuazuo, and the powerful energy directly bounced him away. "Mr. Purgatory." Tanjiro stood firm and shouted, but the flames soaring into the sky enveloped the two of them, making it impossible to see clearly what the situation was like. Roar! A roar came out and the flames dispersed. The head of the monster Yuazuo fell to the ground, while Xingqiu Lang was half kneeling with his back facing away, motionless. The space suddenly seemed to be frozen and quiet. "Now!" Yuazuo's head shouted, and then many hands and feet sprouted from his head, and he jumped up, returning to his position and landing on the incision of his neck. Tentacles of flesh and blood began to connect. But there was a black mist blocking him. "Hey boy, don't be stunned, that guy's power is too strong, I can't help it now. You attack this body and consume its energy." Yuazo felt the resistance of the fusion, and shouted anxiously towards Tanjiro in the distance. On the other side, the head of the monster Yuazu also reacted, and it also grew small hands and feet again and ran towards the body. "Boy, don't be in a daze. When it takes over your body, all of us will die here." "Hurry up!" Yuazu shouted. Tanjiro gritted his teeth and rushed out in an instant, constantly destroying Yuazu's body while resisting the approach of the monster Yuazu's head. Full concentration breath of water type 11 calm. The realm of blue water instantly enveloped the head and body of the monster Yuazuo, make it difficult for him to move. It's just that the power of the monster Yuazu's head is also extremely terrifying. The black mist turns into tentacles of flesh and blood, struggling crazily. Kacha. Tanjiro can feel a powerful force that is about to destroy the water realm. And this time, a long-lost voice sounded. "Gaga Tanjiro, let me help you." Ziohei's voice reached Tanjiro's ears, but he felt a little tired. Then a white light fell from the sky and enveloped the head of the monster Yuazuo. Roar! The attack with sunlight effect made the monster Yuazuo feel the fear of death, and at the same time his skin continued to melt, revealing the burnt flesh and blood inside. Clouds of white smoke are emitted from the head, and the self-healing ability is restricted. When the monster Yuazuo's head felt the loss of body strength, he knew that his body was being gradually replaced. The blood-red eyes of his eyes were staring at the body. The body that was being fused by Yuazuo suddenly saw a black mist rising up, and at the same time the paused body began to tremble. No boy, that guy is going to fight to the death. He has sublimated all the strange power of this body in order to fight for the last time. Get away from me, I'm out of control. This monster's only will now is to kill you. Yuazio shouted, blue snowflake runes appear. The huge needle pointed at Tanjiro, and Yuazio's body launched a fierce attack directly towards Tanjiro. Bang bang bangs. Perhaps because of the interference of Yuozio, the body's speed was much slower, but Tanjiro was still beaten back repeatedly, and the powerful force also directly broke the water domain. The head of the monster Yuazo, which lost control of the water domain, began to wither slowly and finally turned into ashes. Yuazio's body was instantly knocked away by a powerful force, and at the same time his body was burned with blood-red flames. Boom boom boom. Could it be that this girl is also a ghost who has escaped control? Tanjiro was bleeding with a look of despair in his eyes. Yuazio shouted in surprise. Yuazio shouted. He was not dominated by anger and lost his mind like in the original work, but he completely controlled the power of ghost transformation. Exuding a powerful aura, he stood in front of Tanjiro. Countless fists immediately hit another place. At this time, Nezuko was completely transformed into a ghostly adult woman, with complete ghost horns growing on her forehead and willow patterns all over her body. Yuaza looked at Nezuko in surprise. Bang. Coming towards him with a fist that wiped out all life, a black figure with blood-red flames kicked towards Yuozuo. Tanjiro shed tears. Only at this moment did he realize how weak his strength was. He was so powerless in front of the powerful U-string. Bang. Immediately, Yuozuo's body slowly stood up, and the blood-red flames on his body were immediately covered and extinguished by the black mist. This flame can actually restrain the black mist. Too strong. Mr. Purgatory. No, the attack power and speed are beyond my ability to resist. Well done. Thinking back to his arm that turned into bones, Tanjiro felt his heart aching. Damn it, this is my body, get out of here. Tanjiro shouted. The blood had stained his clothes red and his face was mixed with blood and dirt. Nezuko. Before he could feel sad again, Yuazio shouted. Boy, get out of the way. Tanjiro's injuries became more and more serious, and Yuazao's fists kept falling on him, each punch carrying terrifying power. Purgatory Anjuro was still half kneeling and motionless, as if he had lost his breath. Tanjiro was kicked away, and then Yuazio's body jumped up in an instant, seeing that the power of Yuazio's fists had gathered to an unstoppable level. If it falls on me, I will definitely die. Tanjiro fell to the ground, got up with difficulty, and looked at the deep pit that was made in horror. No, this is a ghost and it's still helping that kid. Only then did Yuazai realize that Nezuko exuded the aura of a ghost. Nezuko. Tanjiro rushed to Nezuko and asked concernedly. At this time, Nezuko completely transformed into a ghost and turned into a 17-year-old appearance, which made Tanjiro extremely surprised in his eyes. In the previous battle at Spider Mountain, she was only half ghost. Looking at the willow leaf-like lines on Nezuko's body and the ghost horns growing out of her head, Tanjiro was filled with sadness. If Nezuko were still human, she would be ready to get married if she looked like this. Nezuko ignored Tanjiro's concern and just stared at Yuazo, who had stood up again in the distance. Boy, is this your family? Yuazo asked. Yes, this is my sister Nezuko. Tanjiro replied, it's interesting. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, you actually have a sister who became a ghost by your side. It seems that your path is not easy. Hahaha Nakagawa Fengyu, but I really have you. Yuazuo looked at Tanjiro and the two with great satisfaction. Boy, the blood-red flame just now was caused by your sister's vampire technique. Let her come here a few more times. That flame has the power to weaken the black mist. As long as it comes a few more times, I think I can completely take back this body. Yuazuo said vampire magic. Tanjiro murmured. But before Tanjiro could speak, Nezuko was swept up by her unique blood ghost technique, explosive flames, and rushed forward, wrestling with Yuazo's body. It's just that Nezuko still lacks fighting skills after all. Although her foundation and potential have been developed to the extreme, the monster Yuazo has inherited the fighting skills and awareness of the original Yuazo, and she cannot resist it at all. But within a short while, Nezuko fell into a disadvantage. Countless needles gathered on Yuazuo's body and then shot out in all directions with the power to destroy everything. Nezuko was covered in explosive flames, but she was still injured by countless needles and fell to the ground. Nezuko. Seeing that Yuazo's fist was about to fall on Nezuko, Tanjiro seemed to hear his father's voice in his ears. Tanjiro, you must protect your family and inherit the music and dance of the god of fire. Looking at the thin man in my memory, dancing the fire Kagura ritual dance that ordinary people cannot dance on the white snow. A special melody emerged from Tanjiro's body. At this moment, Tanjiro seemed to understand clearly. The second move that he had been unable to figure out in Butterfly House was now as clear as an idea. At this moment, his breath was transformed into the breath of the sun, and the blade began to emit blood-red flames. This is... Yuazo couldn't help but exclaimed as he looked at Tanjiro, who felt faintly palpitating in his heart. Nezuko. Tanjiro shouted, complete episode's God of Fire Kagura by Luoshin. His knife was like the sun, cutting into Yuazu's body in one vertical motion. Tanjiro looked at Nezuko, who was lying on the ground, and the ground beneath him was stained red. The anger in his heart turned into strength, and the blood-red flames emitted by the Nichirin sword in his hand became more intense. What an amazing power! Human beings are really strange creatures. They seem so weak and have so many shortcomings, but why can they become so powerful? Nakagawa Fengyu, the yellow-haired man, and this boy. Humanity is full of infinite possibilities. Yuazuo squinted at Tanjiro in front of him and thought to himself. The power of the black mist has weakened. In an instant, black mist erupted from Yuazuo's body, resisting the flames of Tanjiro's blade. The black mist made a sizzling sound as soon as it touched the flames. These brothers and sisters are simply the nemesis of the black mist, the breathing method and the vampire technique. Then I can't hold back. It's just not enough ... It needs to be a little weaker. Yuazuo fell silent. In fact, he hadn't exhausted all his strength. When he felt the devouring of his consciousness, he secretly accumulated strength for the final resistance. However, Wu Mei's blood curse was too strong, which directly caused him to fall into a deep sleep. But that power was still preserved by him. It's just that the power of the black mist is too strong now. He can't guarantee that the power he has saved can overwhelm the power of the black mist and gain control of the body. He is waiting for the most suitable opportunity. Boy, your flames can also weaken the power of the black mist. Yuazuo shouted, but 4 arms suddenly sprouted from behind the body, and they all clenched their fists and struck at Tanjiro. The God of Fire Kagura 4-type Phantom Sun Rainbow. Tanjiro quickly pulled out the Nichirin sword that was slashed into Yuazuo's body, and then his body began to twist and spin at high speed, dancing like the God of Fire, leaving an afterimage in the air and dodged the attack. God of Fire Kagura 3-type Scorching Sun Red Mirror. The left and right symmetrical infinity orbital slash was swung out, slashing towards Yuazuo with terrifying power. Bang, bang. Bang. I will never allow another one of you to appear in this world. The beautiful woman far away in Infinite City opened her eyes, her face was ferocious. Her veins were bulging, and the objects around her were smashed to pieces with her palm. Muzan stared at Tanjiro knowingly. So what's the reason for you to come here in person? Hearing Wuhan's voice, Yuazuo was stunned, but he quickly came back to his senses. Yuazuo, are you really going to betray me? Yuazuo shouted in horror, soon. Yuazuo sneered. No, there must be something wrong, this power cannot surge for no reason, I must have overlooked it. I didn't expect that you, my lord, would appear in this broken body in person. I should have thought that you would tamper with my body. Naruto on the side looked at Muzan quietly, holding her pipa and not knowing what she was thinking. Impossible, why is there still power? That boy, that hair, scars, earrings, Yuni. The fists of the body attacked Tanjiro frantically. Yuazuo's body began to grow eyes and a mouth. Haha, let me guess what makes you come here in person, is it the girl or the boy in front of you? Blood-red flames spread. Tanjiro had no time to dodge, so he could only grit his teeth and retreat quickly. It's exactly what it looked like before when it was just the monster's head. Wu Qi cursed angrily. All the arms that were resisting were cut off by Tanjiro, and then he slashed the chest of Yuazuo's body with a knife. And at this time, Yuazuo felt that the black mist was constantly being weakened, and was about to reach the critical point he expected. It's just that the sudden change occurred. Yuazuo smiled. Wu Mei didn't say anything and just started to control Yuazuo's body to attack Tanjiro crazily. An angry voice sounded. A voice that frightened Yuazuo sounded in his mind. The black mist surged again in an instant. Roar. Shut up. Yuazuo. Wuhan's consciousness controlled Yuazuo's body and attacked Tanjiro crazily as he was dodging. What's going on? Why does it feel like this ghost's movements are like a different person? And what's going on with this extremely strong ghost energy? Tanjiro becomes more frightened the more he fights. But when he thought of the situation between his sister and Anjuru at this time, Tanjiro also started to fight with Kagura, the god of fire, and Muzan. Why do you stop me again and again, human beings? How can a lowly and inferior creature like a human be compared to a noble ghost? Yuani, you are dead. This world does not need any trace of your existence anymore. I will never allow it. Wu Mei in Infinite City shouted angrily. While his body was still shaking, his mouth was still breathing heavily. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his face was pale. This was the first time Narunu saw Muzan like this, and she wanted to ask what was going on, but experience told her that she must not hit the gun at this moment, otherwise the end would be tragic. I can only watch Wu Mei's crazy roar quietly. No, the power of this body will soon be exhausted, then we still can't kill this boy. Kokoshibu, what on earth are you doing? Are you like those trash you can't even make a pillar? Can't it be solved? Muzan begins to communicate with Kokoshibu's consciousness. Hearing Muzan's voice, Kokoshibu just paused for a moment, then ignored it and continued to fight Feng Yu. Damn it, no one responded to me. Wu Kai said angrily. Watching Tanjiro perform the fire god Kagura, Muzan's heart was itching with hatred, and at the same time, he began to think about whether he should wait another few decades to kill Tanjiro in front of him. The power of the Black Mist is constantly declining, and Tanjiro has been desperately dodging from the beginning to now counterattacking. The opportunity has come. Tanjiro was surprised to see Wu Mei's flaw and reacted instantly. The god of fire Kagura 4-type Phantom Sun Rainbow. Tanjiro turned around quickly, turned into an afterimage and rushed in front of Wu Mei. God of fire Kagura 1-form round dance. Blood-red flames instantly filled Wu Mei's sight. Yuanese. Wu Qi seemed to see Zheng Yuanyi slashing at him with a knife. No, you're already dead, you're already dead. Wu Qioi shouted, and at the same time his consciousness disappeared instantly, and he returned to the Infinite City. Wu Mei's eyes widened as if he had lost his mind, breathing heavily and stayed in place. Tanjiro sighed. After Wu Mei lost consciousness, the order to kill Tanjiro was restarted, but his power was extremely weak. When Tanjiro's knife cut into Yuazuo's body. Roar! The pain of the flames caused Yuazuo's body to scream in agony. Now. The head of Yuazuo shouted. Boy, you get out of the way, that's it. Yuazuo yelled at Tanjiro. Immediately, the entire head began to overlap again, but this time the connection was very fast, and the granulations squirmed and intertwined continuously. The body is still struggling, trying to swallow up Yuazuo's consciousness and completely merge into one. Disgusting guy, get out of my body. Yuazuo shouted, and then blue runes appeared all over his body. In Yuazuo's eyes, blue-clothed Juxu held his hands like a dancing fairy. Kamaji, let's work hard together. Juxu said softly. Seeing this, Yuazuo drained all his strength and used it all to snatch the body. This is my body, my territory. Yuazuo shouted. Compass needles appeared from all over the body, but they were not aimed at Tanjiro but at his own body. Go to hell. Yuazuo shouted, and then countless needles fell on his body. Bang bang bangs. A violent explosion sounded, and the entire area turned into blue energy explosion fluctuations. Tanjiro jumped far away, struggling to resist the howling wind from the front with his hands. What a terrible attack. This is the strongest attack of that ghost. It feels even scarier than before. Tanjiro secretly said. When the explosion stopped and the smoke dispersed, the moonlight shone on the earth through the dark clouds in the sky. My body is finally back. Yuazuo stretched his limbs, and his strong muscles suddenly made a crackling sound. Tanjiro held Nezuko, whose sister's wound had healed, and looked at Yuazuo in the distance in shock. This guy. The terrifying pressure frightened Tanjiro. He was afraid that Yuazuo would suddenly rebel, so he held the Nichirin sword tightly in his hand. Nezuko looked at Tanjiro with an innocent expression. Jai boy, are you so afraid of me? Yuazuo stared at the distance in a daze. Then his body lowered slightly, his feet sank instantly, and he jumped up, heading towards where Feng Yu and Kokoshibu were like a cannonball. Xing Jiru's face was all stained with dried blood from his forehead. He just closed his eyes quietly like he was asleep. He's gone. That's the direction of senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro shed tears and felt extremely guilty. The two cuffs had long since disappeared, leaving only a strand of clothing that was originally strong, gently swaying in the wind. Yuazuo sneered and waved his hand indifferently. Kamado boy, you are trying to choke me to death. Did you get injured when you blocked an attack for me? Anjiro, who was almost lifeless, suddenly felt movement in Tanjiro's arms. Mr. Purgatory. It's just that the tears are like a 1,000-mile dike breaking in an anthill. Once there is a gap, I can no longer hold back. No, this guy is really evil. Can I defeat Kokoshibu in this state? Nezuko walked over slowly, hugged them both silently, and gently patted Tanjiro's back to comfort him. Tanjiro immediately became extremely vigilant after hearing this. Tanjiro hugged Anjiro tightly, gritting his teeth to hold back the grief in his heart and not let himself cry. How could this happen? How could this happen? But at this moment, the big brother with a righteous face and loud voice became quiet. The moonlight was very bright, but it made Tanjiro feel extremely desolate. Recalling every moment of getting along with Anjiro, it was like a big brother who brought them warmth and security. I don't know what happened to senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro looked at Yuazo, who jumped up in surprise. Feeling the power coming from his body, Yuazu looked towards the direction where Feng Yu and Kokoshibu were fighting. Xingjulang's body was bright red, all his blood mixed into the soil. Having swallowed the power of the black mist, Yuazu is now more powerful than before. At this time, Zohum, hahaha, okay kid, I have no interest in you or even the slightest interest in this world. A sound of falling to the ground brought Tanjiro back to his senses. Tanjiro hurriedly ran over and hugged Anjiro. At this time. At the same time, there are bloody holes on the shoulders as big as thumbs. Yuazo stared at Tanjiro eagerly. Tanjiro made a painful cry of grief. Ah, Mr. Purgatory. Xingjiru's weak voice came out from Tanjiro's arms and he suddenly let go slowly. Mr. Purgatory, it's great that you're okay. Tanjiro wiped the tears from his face and eyes and shouted in surprise. However, Xingjulang only opened his eyes slightly, his whole body was extremely weak, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth as he spoke. I thought I would die here, but I never thought that Mr. Feng Yu saved my life. When my arms were completely broken, I took a healing pill. It was that healing pill that kept me alive until now. Anjiro looked at the healing pill that fell to the ground not far away with weak eyes. Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro felt extremely uncomfortable looking at his appearance at this moment. If it weren't for him, he would have died long ago. Tanjiro picked up the healing pill and wiped it with the only clean clothes on his body, then feed it to Anjiro. But Xingjulang shook his head and refused to take it. Kamado boy, I have become a useless person at this moment. Such life-saving elixirs should be reserved for those in need. My life has been saved. I only need to wait for the arrival of medical staff. Then just cultivate yourself. Xingjulang's broken sleeves were floating in the air, but the fire in his eyes continued to burn. No, Mr. Purgatory, please take it. Although you have lost both arms, your injuries are so serious at this moment. I will never allow any accidents to happen to you. The Demon Slayer Corps cannot afford to lose a pillar. Tanjiro said with tears. You became like this to help me resist the attacks of ghosts. If it weren't for me being too weak, you wouldn't have become like this. It's all because of me, it's my fault. Cameraman boys, you are wronged. You still don't understand what a pillar is and what it means to be strong. Anjiro looked at Tanjiro and said, the strong protects the weak, this is the way of the strong. You have to remember that every member of the Demon Slayer Corps can stand alone. From the time we joined the organization, we have been prepared to sacrifice, so even if I die today, it will only make our Demon Slayer Corps stronger and our goals clearer. Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro looked at him, clenched his fists, then gritted his teeth and stuffed a healing pill directly into Anjiro's mouth. Anjiro lost his arms and his whole body was extremely weak, but he couldn't break away from Tanjiro's movements, so he could only let him feed the healing pill to him. Mr. Purgatory, please forgive my rude behavior. Tanjiro shouted. After taking the healing pill, Xingjulang became much more energetic and was no longer as weak as before. Kamado boy, you are too emotional. You will be the biggest obstacle in a life and death duel. Anjiro looked at Tanjiro and said. Tanjiro remained silent and lowered his head. He had heard what Anjiro said once before and had also heard Feng Yu say it before. He also knew his own character and showed kindness to both people and ghosts. I just don't want to see anyone die and get hurt anymore. Tanjiro lowered his head, tears in his eyes dripping down his cheeks and falling to the ground. Nezuko, who turned into a mini version, ran over and hugged Tanjiro, who was crying. Everyone. Tanjiro looked at Nezuko, as if he saw his dead family behind her, praising and waving goodbye to him with a smile on his face. On the other side, the battle between Kokoshibu and Feng Yu has reached its peak. Hahaha, have fun, Kokoshibu, come again. Feng Yu shouted after repelling Kokoshibu with a single blow of his sword. Kokoshibu didn't speak, but those 6 blood-red eyes revealed incomparable anger. Then the whole person rushed forward again. Clang! The moment the blades collided, fire erupted, and a powerful momentum rose into the sky. The surrounding wind and clouds rolled around, and powerful air currents rushed towards the surroundings. The blade of the Onakiri exudes blood-red and light yellow light, and tiny blood threads are sucked into the Onakiri from the evolved demon blade. This knife is really troublesome. Kokoshibu looked at being familiar with the vampire blade. Feng Yu had a smile on his face, and at the same time, the shadow of the god of death behind him became more solid, and the mental interference was getting stronger and stronger. It can be said that fighting Kokoshibu was like an experienced monster, becoming stronger and stronger. And he could feel the joy coming from the onakiri in his hand and the desire to continue devouring it. Feng Yu couldn't help but smile slightly when he saw Kokoshibu being pinned down by him. But this smile gave Kokoshibu a bad feeling in his heart. Breath of Light type Roman 2 glory to the world. Feng Yu swung it hard and opened the ghost blade, and then a strong light burst out from Onakiri's blade, instantly like the sun in the dark night, illuminating the entire forest, and even the light penetrated the clouds in the sky. Kokoshibu was caught off guard by the strong light that hit his eyes, and at the same time his whole body felt the burning sensation of being hit by the sun. Although this move successfully hit Kokoshibu, the damage was not enough. Even if I close my eyes, I can still see the world clearly. Then the ghost blade in his hand began to swing rapidly towards the sky. This moment. He even wondered if Wu Qi was stabbing him in the back. The pressure on Kokoshibu increases dramatically, Yi Wuzhou said calmly. Fists and blades collide. Kokoshibu raised the ghost blade in his hand and pointed it at Feng Yu, but he did not dare to step forward and attack him. Feng Yu felt that the aura of Yi Wuzhou had increased a lot, and he also guessed the power Yi Wuzhou gained after devouring other consciousness bodies. Kokoshibu said angrily. Originally Feng Yu was too close to be beaten, but now comes Yi Wuzhou whose strength has skyrocketed. Countless crisscrossing blade winds attacked in the direction of Yi Wuzhou, while countless round moon blades followed closely behind, rising into the sky with an unstoppable momentum. Boy, you are so despicable, you actually used such despicable methods. But have you forgotten that I have opened up the transparent world just like you? I know I just want to see one of the top brass Kokoshibu in such a mess. Blood-red wounds were smoking on the surface of his skin, and blood was flowing from the corners of his closed eyes. Then the whole body shook, and a thick black mist enveloped the whole body. The skin burned by the light recovered in an instant and returned to the same state as before. Yi Wuzhou turned over and jumped and landed next to Feng Yu. Well, long time no see, Yi Wuzhou. When Yi Wuzhou saw the blade, he reacted quickly and punched directly towards the blade. You. Kokoshibu shouts, destruction killed destruction style. As a result, Yi Wuzhou has become even more powerful now. A powerful force in the sky fell in the direction of Kokoshibu at an extremely fast speed. Breath of the moon Jiu shape falling moon-connected faces. Without him, after fighting with Feng Yu, he found that Feng Yu could defeat him completely. He became more courageous with melee blood-sucking and mental interference, while he became weaker and weaker due to blood-sucking. His long-distance attacks were the same with the same moves. Feng Yu can always make corresponding sword postures to offset his own sword energy. Long time no see, Nakagawa Feng Yu. A violent explosion sounded, resounding through the sky. Kokoshibu feels like he has a headache all over. The light dissipated, and Kokoshibu had 6 eyes closed, and his whole body exuded a burning smell. Why should Yi Wuzhou's consciousness be retained in the first place instead of being completely destroyed and turned into a puppet? At this time, Feng Yu didn't take it seriously and smiled. Although the pressure has increased dramatically, Kokoshibu still has the same cold expression. You are so brave to have the Demon Slayer core pillars stay with the string ghosts. Kokoshibu said, staring at the two of them. Yi Wuzhou couldn't help laughing. Your Excellency Kokoshibu, are you scared? This is the first time I have seen you show such an expression in hundreds of years. Your Excellency Kokoshibu. The smile on Yi Wuzhou's face became even bigger when he saw Kokoshibu, and he especially emphasized the tone of the words Mr. Kokoshibu. Nakagawa Feng Yu, I can only help you this time. Let's leave him here together before the sun comes up today, but let's enjoy the battle first. Yi Wuzhou said to Feng Yu next to him. Feng Yu nodded, but then thought of something again and couldn't help but ask. Have you really decided? Yi Wuzhou smiled and looked aside. She has been waiting for me for a long time, and it's time for me to accompany her, not to mention that there is nothing left in this world that I miss. Feng Yu was silent for a while and then said, Since you have decided, then I respect your choice. Let this battle be enjoyed to the fullest. Feng Yu's aura suddenly rose to the sky. Yi Wuzhou nodded, and then he burst out with an aura that was not weaker than Feng Yu. Kokoshibu Dono, I'm sorry. I promised him that I would help him once, and I also want to experience how big the gap in strength between you and me is now. A compass needle appeared under Yi Wuzhou's feet and pointed at Kokoshibu instantly. Damn it. Kokoshibu couldn't help but take a step back. and at the same time began to inject blood into the demon blade in his hand to resist attacks from Fengyu and Yiwazo at any time. Yiwazio shouted and then he rushed forward and fought fiercely with Kokoshibu. Rumble. Ghost Blade fists collide with each other. At this time Yiwazo's strength has greatly increased. He is actually not at a disadvantage against Kokoshibu. Ha 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 happy. Kokoshibu, is that all you can do? Yiwazio laughed wildly, the speed of his fists became faster, and his power gradually increased. Fengyu knew that Yiwo Zhao was enjoying fighting at this moment. Rather than fighting, it was more like seeking death or killing Kokoshibu. Powerful power erupted between the two of them. Although Yiwazo's strength had greatly increased, Kokoshibu was not a vegetarian either. The blades were blown by the wind, and countless full moon blades enveloped the two of them like a storm. The wounds on Yiwazio's body kept appearing, but he didn't have a trace of fear. He wants to fight to support fighting and to exchange injuries for injuries. The desperate fighting style really frightened Kokoshibu. You are planning to give up your lives. Kokoshibu exclaimed. Yiwazio remained silent. The wild smile on his face became even louder, and he continued to attack Kokoshibu. Idiot, you are simply stupid. You have reached the state you have been dreaming of all your life, and now you want to give up. Kokoshibu cursed angrily. In fact, he has always admired Yiwazio very much in his heart, otherwise he would not have defeated him in several position-changing challenges without devouring him, just to train him to become stronger. What he saw was what Yiwazio had in common with him, that is becoming stronger, become stronger. The concept of martial arts was brought to its extreme in the former Yiwazio. Ha 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 Kokoshibu, you don't understand, you will never understand. I have found what I want and the person I miss. This world is no longer worthy of me. The person I love is still waiting for me to pass. Find her. Yiwazio laughed, what's on your mind? Kokoshibu looked at Yiwazo and fell into deep thought, and his belief seemed to be affected at this moment. The memory that once belonged to human beings has fluctuated. Yuanaes, what is it that I want in my heart? Kokoshibu knew it well, and the movements in his hands couldn't help but reveal a flaw. Chance. Yiwazo saw Kokoshibu's absence and caught him instantly. Destruction Kill Final Style Green-Silver Chaotic Afterglow. Countless compass needles were summoned to his side in an instant. With a thought, each compass needle was like a tracking missile heading towards Kokoshibu. Breath of the Moon 5 Types Moon Soul Disaster Vortex. A huge swirling blade wind suddenly appeared around Kokoshibu, avoiding the attack from Yiwazo. Countless moon blades shine as he slides along the track. But the Yiwazio at this moment is not the same as before. Luo Zhen's attack speed has more than doubled, especially when Kokoshibu is distracted. The needle instantly penetrated Kokoshibu's body, and a violent explosion occurred at the same time. The huge energy reaction makes it difficult to see what's going on inside. But both Yiwazio and Fengyu understand that this will not kill Kokoshibu at all, and at most, it will cause him to consume his energy and suffer minor injuries. Sure enough, the energy fluctuations have not disappeared yet. Two swirling giant full moon wheel-shaped sword energy attacked Yiwazio with the potential to crush everything. The sword energy was also accompanied by countless full moon blades. Breath of the Moon shape of collecting face-piercing / Liu Yue. Kokoshibu's voice rang in their ears. Breath of Light 8 Forms Destroy. Fengyu held the sword with both hands and began to raise huge energy. Countless dazzling white lights emitted from Onakiri's blade. As Fengyu waved his arms, a giant energy light blade collided with Kokoshibu's full moon blade. Bang. At the moment of collision, violent energy began to explode. Tanjiro, who was far away on another mountaintop, felt the ground shaking and a strong hurricane blew from Fengyu. The remaining trees were swaying under the strong wind. This is. Tanjiro looked in the direction of Fengyu in horror. Is this still the power that humans can achieve? Not only Tanjiro, but also Anjiro next to him, frowning and looking into the distance. The fire light dissipated, revealing the appearance of Kokoshibu at this time. The purple snake print kimono on his upper body had been torn apart by the violent explosion, revealing his muscular figure. The tall body makes people feel a strong sense of oppression at first glance. The scarlet wound was still bleeding, which showed how much damage the body had suffered. Pieces of meat fell to the ground. Even the ghost blade in his hand has become a few pieces, but Kokoshibu didn't even look at it. He was shocked, and a black mist enveloped his whole body, and those wounds immediately recovered as before. Holding the scarlet ghost blade in his hand, he stared at Fengyu and Yiwazio closely. Oops, it seems that Mr. Kokoshibu is angry. Yiwazio smiled. To be honest, seeing Kokoshibu's appearance, Yiwazio no longer planned to challenge him solo. I've had enough fun, so let's send him off here. Yuo Zuo said to Feng Yu. When Kokashibu saw that Feng Yu and the two had reached an agreement, he felt bad and had the idea of escape. Infinite City. Muzan felt Kokashibu's call, but his face was full of anger. Trash, they are all rubbish. You can't even kill a single pillar in Tantang Shanxian, so what's the use of you? No matter how much power you are given, you still have to run away like now. Wu Mei's eyes were radiating scarlet light. There's also the Yiwazuo thing that eats everything inside and out. The more Wu Qiuai thought about it, the angrier he became, and the terrifying oppression swept through the entire Infinite City. Naru Nu stayed aside quietly, hugging the lute tightly in her arms and moved her body back a little. But how did that guy's strength improve so quickly? He's still so young at this age. He probably only became a pillar in the past 2 years. Seeing Feng Yu's appearance through Kokashibu's vision, Wu Kai fell into deep thought. To reach this level in such a short period of time, he is another genius comparable to Yunyi. Damn it, why are the Demon Slayer Corps like invincible grasshoppers, trying to hinder me one after another? Thinking back to Tanjiro using the fire Kagura, Muzan felt extremely scared. Are you really going to hide again this time? But it's been hundreds or thousands of years. Why? Why did you give me such a big blow when you turned me into a ghost? Weakness. The sun. Ghost. It is supposed to be a perfect creature, with unlimited lifespan and infinite power. It is immortal, has powerful self-healing ability, and has various vampire skills. Where are the traces of the blue hibiscus flower? Trash, they are all a bunch of trash. Wu Qiuai roared crazily. However, Kokashibu cannot be anywhere, we still have to bring him back. Muzan looked at Naru Nu on the side. Naruto immediately understood what he meant, nodded, and began to pluck the strings with her fingers. Clang! Infinite City began to change, moving rapidly in the infinite space. Muzan began to send his thoughts to Kokashibu. Wait. Kokashibu's head was a bit big, and he only responded with 2 words to his distress signal. He couldn't help but curse Wuhan in his heart. Maybe there was something wrong with his head. Yiwazuo and Feng Yu were both about the same strength as him, and one of them could do that, let alone 2 of them. Beat him one by one. Kokashibu sighed, really sighing that the ghost is not easy to live in. Forget it, let you 2 help me reach a higher realm. Kokashibu spoke. Immediately his whole body was ready for attack, and the ghost blade was re-evolved, with a ghostly aura and endless bloodlight. The breath of the moon Shisei's shape ferocious transformation, the sky is full of slender moon. Countless huge crescent-shaped blade winds were emitted as Kokashibu waved the ghost blade in his hand, accompanied by countless giant full moon blades. The smoke dispersed. After all, the last time he ran away in such embarrassment was because he hated his closest brother, Enishi Tsukuni. Kokashibu felt the movement behind him and couldn't help but curse secretly. It won't be what I thought. Destruction Kill Final Style Green-Silver Chaotic Afterglow. Breath of the moon shape of picking up the land Moonbow Lonely Moon. There is only a big hole left where the needle was struck, alone and illuminated by the moonlight. Feng Yu murmured other side, and Yiwazo controlled countless needles to attack Kokashibu. At the same time, I secretly vowed to kill Feng Yu in the future. The sword moves changed again, and several giant blades of wind fell from the sky and shattered the earth. At the same time, countless round moon blades fell and attacked the 2 of them. Countless fluorescent lights slowly turned towards Feng Yu's ashes, constantly floating around him as if they were elves, scrambling to speak words that only 2 people could understand. But Yiwazuo just saw countless lights gathering around Feng Yu, and then Feng Yu chased in one direction and guessed that it was because of his breathing method. Breath of Light 3 Patterns Guidance of Light. When the fluorescence dissipated, Feng Yu also got the information he wanted and quickly chased after him. Damn, I caught up so quickly. Feng Yu was shocked inwardly, and Yiwazuo was also shocked, as if he couldn't believe what he saw before him. The once undefeated myth was now running away in front of him. Kokashibu was running away quickly in one direction. His speed was extremely fast, just like a touch of blood, and he jumped 100 meters away in a snap. Breath of Water shape of Shi Calm and Calm. He quickly chased after him, defense, speed, attack, etc. various improvements. Over there. Feng Yu and Yiwazo followed closely behind, and they could vaguely see Kokashibu running ahead. Because the 3 of them were all engaged in world-opening combat, they had no aura of their own and could not sense the aura of the other party at all. The blue field covers the 2 of them to resist blade attacks from in front of them and from the sky. Thinking of Kokashibu using 2 big moves in a row, I couldn't help but feel a tremor in my heart. Feng Yu didn't know where Kokashibu was escaping, so he could only tell the direction through light. But at this moment, we can only work hard to reach the designated place agreed with Wuhan. Damn it, did you really run away? In the realm of water breathing, the attack from Kokoshibu will disappear into nothingness as soon as it touches the barrier and melts into the water. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The breathing method of the Demon Slayer core is really evil, not only giving weak humans the power to compare with ghosts, but also possessing various special abilities. Feng Yu's expression did not change, he just stared at the violent explosion in front of him. Under the dark night, three figures shuttled quickly through the forest. Every time they took a step, the powerful force caused the soil under their feet to fly. Strong winds also roared past, and the momentum of the three people in red, yellow, and blue was like rays of light at extremely high speeds. Breath of light shape of 7 mystery flash. Feng Yu's speed instantly increased to another level, reaching the extreme speed and gradually catching up with Kokoshibu at the speed of light. Damn it. Kokoshibu cursed secretly. Breath of the moon geo-shape falling moon-connected faces. Kokoshibu stopped reflexively, swung the evolved ghost blade, and made a series of intricate and interactive invisible slashes in the air. Countless intersecting blade winds enveloped Feng Yu, and at the same time, countless full moon blades were produced to temporarily block Feng Yu's attack. Pace. When Kokoshibu saw this, he quickly ran in one direction. Yuazuo couldn't keep up with the two of them and could only see their backs. Breath of Light 10 forms Light Storm. Countless light blade storms were released from Feng Yu's Anakiri and collided with Kokoshibu's blade wind. In just an instant, countless blade winds were disintegrated by the light blade storm. Without any hindrance, Feng Yu no longer cared about Yuozuo behind him and chased directly in the direction where Kokoshibu escaped. Other side. Tanjiro and others finally waited for the Demon Slayer core members and Yin members to clean up the mess. They're here, come on. The members of the Demon Slayer core who arrived found Tanjiro and the others, calling to the hidden members and the medical staff of Butterfly House in the distance. Lord Yanju, how could this happen? The members of the Demon Slayer Corps who had said goodbye to Anjiro at the Muzan train station were stunned when they saw Anjiro's current appearance. He didn't expect Anjiro to be so seriously injured. His arms were missing, his body was covered in blood, and even his iconic Hayori was damaged. Looking back on the day before, he was still so full of energy and gave people a sense of security, but now he could only nestle in Tanjiro's arms, weakly waiting for rescue. Demon Slayer Corps members cried, in their eyes. Although Xingjulang is Yanju, he has no heirs and treats them as if they are his juniors without any harshness. He is like a big brother, giving them the greatest help when they are in trouble. Lord Yanju, come and treat Lord Yanju. All the members ran to Anjiro's side in tears and formed a protective circle, with unbearable and sad faces on their faces. Zenitsu and Inasuke also stood beside them. After the medical staff from Butterfly House arrived, they carefully helped lift the injured Anjiro onto the stretcher, and then watched them leave. At the same time, some of the previously rescued passengers were receiving treatment in an orderly manner with the help of human guards and medical staff. Looking at the infinite train rushing out of the track on the hilltop in the distance, everyone was filled with emotion. The front of the car was cut off with a knife and crashed onto a hill, while the body of the car was directly smashed into pieces next to the tunnel. The thick smoke in the sky blocked out the sun, and countless trees were swallowed up by the flames, swallowing up the entire forest. Tomioka Jiu slowly walked up to Tanjiro and asked, "Where is Feng Yu?" "Senior brother Feng Yu is still fighting ghosts," Tanjiro said. Tomioka Yashiyuki frowned and followed the direction pointed by Tanjiro, but he didn't sense any sound of fighting. You must know that at this moment, with the help of Feng Yu, he has completely controlled the transparent world. As long as he wants to know the information, the world will give the answer. You guys heal your wounds first. Tomioka Jiu put down his words and ran directly towards the place where Feng Yu fought with Kokoshibu. Recalling the power that was not in the human category, Tanjiro began to feel faintly worried. "I hope nothing will happen." Tanjiro looked at the white fish on the horizon in the distance and murmured. Feng Yu is still chasing Kokoshibu, but both of them are about the same strength, plus Kokoshibu stops from time to time to use Feng Yu's breath of the moon. There was always a distance between the two of them. "Kokoshibu, you are such a coward. Not only did you lose to your brother, you also lost to me. Look, do you still have the spirit of a strong man now? You coward. You will never be as good as your brother, Tsukoku Anishi." Unable to catch Kokoshibu, Feng Yu felt annoyed and couldn't help but taunted, trying to make Kokoshibu stop his escape and fight to the death with him. "This guy." When Kokoshibu listened to Feng Yu's words, he heard that they were sarcastic words. Although he was extremely angry in order to save his life, he still suppressed his anger and never stopped for a moment. Almost. It's almost there. The sky has turned white and the sun is about to appear. It is within the range of the location designated by Wuhan, and it is also close at hand. Kokoshibu, it's almost dawn. Where else are you going? Feng Yu shouted. Kokoshibu didn't respond and continued running. Sudden clang. The sound of the pipa rang in the ears of the two of them, and Feng Yu stopped immediately. In his perception, a powerful and twisted space force instantly enveloped the two of them. No, this is Naruto's vampire technique, Infinite City. Feng Yu was startled, but the powerful pulling force kept trying to bring him to a certain space. Infinite City. At this time, Kokoshibu has successfully entered Infinite City under the control of Naruto. Looking at the familiar environment, Kokoshibu breathed a sigh of relief. This power is too incomprehensible, no way. I can't be sucked into the Infinite City. If I can't maintain the full power, all the ghosts will be waiting for me. Breath of Light Land type light and shadow accompanying. 8 clones of light are differentiated. The 8 clones instantly separated and entered the Infinite City. Here, everyone kill him for me. Wu Mei felt Feng Yu's aura and shouted immediately. The ghosts below instantly prepared to attack. I saw that as soon as the 8 clones came in, it was a big move. Boom, boom, boom. As expected, the ghosts responded very quickly. When Naru reacted immediately, Feng Yu's attack was transferred to other places before Feng Yu's attack could land on the ghost. Seeing the gunfire dying in Muzan City and sawdust flying all over the sky, the originally clean and tidy Muzan City turned into this. The corners of Naruhito's mouth twitched slightly. After releasing the attack, Feng Yu's clone also turned into nothingness. Bang. Trash, it's all trash. Wuhan scolded. The originally devastated Infinite City suffered another heavy blow. In reality, Feng Yu also successfully escaped from the pull of Wireless City and walked far away. It's so dangerous. Sure enough, there are winding ghosts inside. If I hadn't released my mental perception at any time, I would have been tricked. The memory of the clone came, and Feng Yu couldn't help but feel scared. Silently pulling people into the Infinite City, where they can also control space. Feng Yu said it was really unsolvable. As long as he was pulled in, his freedom would be controlled. The space fluctuation disappeared, and Feng Yu knew that Kokoshibu had successfully escaped this time. He could only shake his head and sigh. In the Infinite City, all the ghosts knelt in front of Muzan. Only Kokoshibu and Dauma stood there. One had an expressionless face and was shirtless, while the other had a harmless smile on his face and held a handful in his hand. Golden Lotus Fan. Trash, trash, you are all a bunch of trash. Wu Quan looked at them and cursed angrily, with blue veins popping up on his face. The white fish on the horizon is getting brighter and brighter, but Feng Yu is not happy. He quietly looked at the Yiwo seat in front of him and could only sigh inwardly. Have you really made your decision? Feng Yu asked, still unwilling to give up. Yiwo Zhuo nodded, then looked to the side. Jiangsu has been waiting for me for a long time, it's time for me to go. Yiwo Zhuo said dotingly. The breeze gently blew their hair and beams of sunlight began to shine on their faces. I haven't felt the warmth of the sun for a long time. I am a sinner. I did not keep my promise to my father and lover, and I failed to protect the master's most important Suliu boxing technique, which is used to protect rather than kill. I can no longer repay my sins in this life, so let me commit suicide and make amends to everyone. A smile appeared on Yuo's face. Even though his body was constantly turning into ashes, he could not feel the pain. In a daze, he saw his master and Jianzhu supporting each other and looking at himself with a satisfied smile. He saw his master nodding to him, and Juxu said with tears in his eyes, "Husband, welcome back." This moment, Yiwoza returned to the appearance of Kamaji before he was alive. He could no longer suppress the sadness in his heart. He hugged his lover tightly, whom he had not been able to protect during his lifetime, and cried loudly. Feng Yu looked at them, his eyes slightly astringent as if there was sand in them. Goodbye, Kamaji. Feng Yu waved to them, and finally watched them turn into pieces and disappear. Feng Yu lamented that perhaps the best ending for Yiwo Zhuo would be for his soul to reunite with Jiazhu and go to hell together with her to atone for his sins. Feng Yu sat on a boulder nearby, closed his eyes, and let the sunlight scatter on his body. Quack, master, I'm coming. A gust of wind blew by, and Zio Hai's voice sounded in his ears. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zio Hai and Tomioka Jiu, who came over. You seem to be in a bad mood. Tomioka Jiu looked at him and said. Feng Yu smiled slightly, said nothing, and asked Zio Hai to take the two of them back to Butterfly House to check Xingxu Lang's injury. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. A black crow flew in front of Ayashiki Yayaya and informed him of the battle situation and casualties. That kid Anjuro survived. The winding ghost has his arms broken. That child must be very uncomfortable, but this may be the best ending for him. What happened to the child? The burden is too heavy. Now I don't have to be so tired. Yubayashiki Yayaya sighed and said, but the tears couldn't stop falling. The white eyes and scars on his face couldn't hide the sadness in his heart. Thank you. Nakagawa Fengyu, you brought Enjiro back. Yubayashiki Yazai murmured, soon. The news that Exing Jiro met the Demon Slayer corpse and lost his arms was spread to every member of the Demon Slayer Corps through the crow. That's right, even purgatory. In the Samajiri Mountains, Kachu Shinobu with a mint-colored feathered face stood on the top of a tree looking sad, but then his face changed again and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But the smile was not as amiable as usual. On the contrary, it's with a hint of madness. Sister, I succeeded. I can avenge you soon. Kachu Shinobu smiled, but tears fell down his cheeks. Purple Kachu lines appeared on her white wrists. This is power, and I seem to feel the existence of another realm. Is that the transparent world that Mr. Feng Yu said? What? The news that Anjiro lost his arms and was seriously injured was like a layer of cloud shrouding everyone's mind. Can the top ghost not even be able to defeat Purgatory? I won't believe it. Namo Amitabhus. I will definitely annihilate all ghosts. I will accomplish what is impossible in Purgatory. Not a single one of the more than 200 passengers on the train was injured. Anjiro and the others worked really hard. They are all amazing kids. It is because of them that our Demon Slayer Corps can pass it on from generation to generation. When you're done getting sorted out, help me and go visit Exing Jiro with you. Yubayashiki Yoya stood alone in the yard and raised his head, feeling the warmth from the sun. My lord, your bodies. Yubayashiki Hinai on the side said, it doesn't matter. The curse in my body is getting weaker and weaker now. It's still okay to take a walk and I should also visit Exing Jiro's child. Yubayashiki Yayaya said with a smile. Father, Yubayashiki Hina looked at him, but after all she didn't continue to dissuade him. After the marrow cleansing pill given by Feng Yu, Yubayashiki Yayaya's body has completely changed. The pain of being tortured by the curse has gradually weakened, and now he can live as a normal person. Away from the torment of the curse, Yubayashiki Yayaya's energy and blood have also recovered a lot, and his previously pale complexion has now returned to rosy. Other side. Anjiro was quickly sent to Butterfly House for treatment, and Tanjiro, the three of them, and Nezuko were also admitted to the same ward as Anjiro. After all the wounds were bandaged, the medical staff left the room and allowed them to rest. Mr. Purgatory, how do you feel now? Tanjiro's hands, half of his face and head were wrapped in white bandages, but he still couldn't help but ask. It's okay, I just lost my arms. Tanjiro, you did a great job this time. All the passengers in the car were successfully rescued. Anjiro shouted with a smile. Brother Purgatory, you really scared me to death. The whole train was full of ghosts. I thought I was going to die there. I will never take a train again. The bandages on Zenitsu's body were no less than those of Tanjiro. Thinking back to the scene at that time, Zenitsu felt scared. But Inosuke on the side looked at them quietly without speaking, seeming to be thinking about something. He is so powerful that he can't defeat that monster. Have we really been able to defeat him? Inosuke's spirit was a bit decadent, and his cute wild boar hood remained motionless, so that Tanjiro and others could not see the expression on his face. Idiot, idiot, why are you up again? Just lie down for me and don't disturb Master Yanju's rest. Kanzaki AI hugged the clean white sheets and gave Zenitsu and Tanjiro a dunk each. Ah, it hurts. Miss Kanzaki AI, don't be so violent. Let's lie down right now, lie down right now. Tanjiro and Zenitsu smiled awkwardly, then he lay down obediently on his bed. After Kanzaki AI walked away angrily, Zenitsu whispered to Tanjiro. Tanjiro, that woman is so fierce and scary. Haha, it's okay, Miss Zyoku cares about us too. Tanjiro smiled honestly. Inosuke looked at them silently. Kentaro. The fists in my hands clenched involuntarily. Baga, why do I have such an idea? Kentaro can do it, I can do it too, I am the best. The wild boar's hood blew out a stream of white air and lay down casually. Inosuke. Zenitsu and Tanjiro looked at Inosuke in confusion, wondering why he suddenly became like this. Outside the door, a small figure had his hands clasped in his hands and looked nervous, looking at the ward where Tanjiro and others were from time to time. There are only 3 people left, Fuyu, Yushiro and Tanamori Tori. On the side, Tori, Tanamori and Yushiro did not dare to say anything or show other expressions but followed Tamyo in bowing. Kanzaki AI shook his head and then left, leaving Nanako standing alone. The entire restroom was quiet, and Tanjiro and others gradually fell into dreamland. Feng Yu waved his hand, signaling for them to retreat. Tamyo looked excited and took the blood collection device tremblingly, fearing that it would break and fall to the ground. Master Feng Yu is so terrifying. Just looking at me made me feel like I was in hell. Then can I go in and see them? Nanako asked anxiously when she saw Kanzaki AI coming out. Kokoshibu's blood was successfully collected thanks to Anakiri's help, while Yiwazao's blood was collected before he committed suicide. Yushiru said disdainfully. As a useless stuff. Tanamori Tordi patted his chest and couldn't help but feel scared. Sister Zaya Okui, brother Inasuk, how are they doing? You are busy with your own business, don't worry about me, I will take a rest. Tamyo hurried into the basement. Yushiru and the two heard this and left quickly, fearing that Feng Yu would stop them. Nanako asked, "This is the blood of Shanxian 3 and Shanxian 1, I think this is enough to meet your needs." Tamyo bowed respectfully to Feng Yu. "Long time no see, Master Feng Yu." Feng Yu took out 2 blood collection tubes from the system space, both of which were filled with scarlet blood. One tube belonged to Kokoshibu and the other belonged to Yiwozai. Feng Yu nodded and sat down in the room. "Yushiru, please serve Mr. Feng Yu well. I'm going to sample this blood for research as soon as possible." The flowers are in full bloom, and colorful kachu flies among the flowers, and from time to time there are crisp bird calls. That's not possible for the time being, let them rest for a day or two first. But Xingzhulang's eyes widened and he looked at the beam, not knowing what he was thinking. The faint aroma of tea comes to your nostrils. Take a sip and the unique taste blooms in your taste buds. The originally depressed mood suddenly relaxes. Feng Yu asked Zio Hai to carry Tomioka Jiu back to Butterfly House while he came to Tamyo's side. Kanzaki AI said with a puffed face. Tamyo smiled slightly and began to make tea for him, mild noon hour. "Nothing happened at all, just a slight injury, just rest and you'll be fine." "Thank you very much, Master Feng Yu. I didn't expect you to even get Shang Xianya's blood. I believe that this time we will be able to develop a poison that can kill Wu Mei." Tanamori Torei ignored Yushiru's taunts. After all, he was used to it. In his heart, Yushiru was just like him, bullying the weak and afraid of the strong, so he would only bully him. "I didn't dare to kill him anyway, so I just turned a deaf ear to his words. This guy is getting so annoying day by day. I really want him to leave Miss Tamyo so that I will be the only one left." Tanamori Torei looked at Yushiru and said knowingly, "It's a pity that I can't beat him, otherwise I'll teach him how to be a ghost. I don't know if Tamyo is hungry or if this research will take a long time, or if he will stay up late to work again." Tanamori Torei couldn't help but start to feel sorry for Tamyo, and at the same time cursed in his heart that he couldn't help Tamyo. "You be asterisk 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 D, do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Feeling Tanamori Torei's gaze, Yushiru cursed ferociously. "No, no, brother Yushiru, I'm going to prepare dinner for Miss Tamyo first." Then he quickly moved away from Yushiru. Looking at Tanamori Torei's leaving figure and thinking of Feng Yu, Yushiru couldn't help but grit his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. "I hate anyone who interrupts my time with you so much. Why do these annoying guys come to disturb my and Miss Tamyo's lives every day? Hateful." In the house, Feng Yu was thinking about how to deal with Naru's vampire technique, Infinite City. Naruko's Infinite City skills are too unsolvable. Unless she is killed, the entire Infinite City is her world. She can control space, change positions at will, and quietly pull her into Infinite City. What? If during the battle each one was pulled in alone, and then the ghosts swarmed up, wouldn't it be barbecue? No, we have to find a way to restrain Naruko's vampire technique. I remember that in the original work, Yushiru's vampire technique seemed to play a very big role. Through the vision that penetrates the world, I saw Yushiru secretly cursing himself at this moment, and couldn't help but feel speechless. Sweet dogs are not allowed in the house. However, sweet dogs also have the role of sweet dogs. I remember that after Tamyo was devoured and killed by Muzan, this guy exploded. He turned hatred into strength and controlled Naruko at an important turning point, and then everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps was eliminated. Pulled out of Infinite City. Tamyo, your temptation is so powerful, even Tanamori Torei has become a sweet dog. If you are really killed by Wuhan later, what kind of power will these two people burst out? At this moment, Torei Tanamori was preparing dinner and toiletries for Tamyo with a smile on his face. Seeing the happiness on his face, Feng Yu didn't know what to say. Tamyo-sama looks so beautiful today, she will be even more beautiful tomorrow. I can't let Miss Tamyo do it, I have to prepare everything. I don't know if Miss Tamyo will feel a little happy when she sees the dinner I carefully prepared for her. I look forward to seeing Miss Tamyo smile. It looks like you're getting up. I really hope I can see Miss Tamyo every day and live with her every day. Let's wait until night falls. A golden crow passed through the confusion set by Tamyo and came to the sky above the courtyard. No, something broke in. Yushiru sensed it immediately and rushed out immediately, looking around cautiously. Tanamori Torji also stood beside him, covered in black mist, ready for battle. During this period of time with Tamyo, he also learned about the situation of Tamyo and Tamyo, which was to avoid being pursued by Wu Mei. Although Yushiru usually makes things difficult for him in every possible way, for Tamyo's safety, the two of them stand on the same front. Okay, you don't have to be so vigilant, this is my partner, don't worry. Feng Yu walked up to them, patted them both on the shoulders and said. But Feng Yu didn't know that his slap directly frightened both of them. Tanamori Tore's face was pale and his whole body was shaking. Yes, yes, Lord Feng Yu. The same is true for Yushiru. There is no alert and ferocious expression on his face, but instead he looks like a tiger pulling out its teeth, almost crawling to the ground. Gaga Master Zio Hai is here to pick you up. Zio Hai hovered in the sky and shouted. Then his whole body trembled, and his body began to grow in size. With the flapping of the little black wings, strong airflow hit his face. Feng Yu jumped up and jumped on Zio Hai's body. Tamyo, who was studying blood in the basement, also received Feng Yu's message at this moment. Miss Tamyo, I'm leaving first. If there is any good progress, remember to inform me. Tamyo in the underground research room stopped holding the beakers and instruments in his hands, and smiled slightly while bending over in the direction Feng Yu left. May your military fortune be prosperous. Watching Feng Yu's figure leave the courtyard, Tanamori Tore and Yushiru breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Yushiru, Master Feng Yu is really terrible. Tanamori Tore said with lingering fear. Yushiru didn't speak, he could only clench his fists angrily. The cold sweat on his forehead and the soaked clothes on his back showed how scared he was just now. The seasonal temperature at this time was already a bit cool and the airflow whizzed past my ears. I feel like time is getting tighter. Other side, Infinite City. All of them kneeled down in front of Wu Mei. The strong sense of oppression made them dare not say a word even if they were on the string. Even Dalma, who usually didn't care about Wuhan's playful smile, put away his golden lotus fan. Yuo Zuo and Yu Hu are both dead. For hundreds of years, the Shanxian ghosts have never experienced casualties or replacements. But in less than half a year, 2 Shanxian ghosts died, and there is still no news about the blue bibai flower that you have been searching for hundreds of thousands of years. Wuxian looked at them expressionlessly and said, I have always believed that ghosts are the ones that can crush the Demon Slayer core, and the winding string is the pillar that can easily kill the Demon Slayer core, but recently I have changed my mind. Kokoshibu, do you think so? A young man who is not yet an adult can make you run away in a dignified manner. Kokoshibu, should I say that the boy is too strong or that you have regressed? Muzan stared at Kokoshibu, his scarlet eyes shining with light and countless veins bulging out. Kokoshibu didn't speak, just lowered his head quietly. And you, all of you are trash. From now on, do your best to find the flower of the other side. No matter what the cost, you must find it for me. If you can't find it, then you are no longer worthy of being a top stringer. Wubai cursed. Then he continued. Due to the deaths of Yuo Zhao and Yu Hu, from today onwards, Narum will become the top 3, and Juyutaro and Falheim will become the new top 5. The position of Winding Six is vacant for now. After saying that, 2 tentacles of flesh and blood flew out in an instant and scratched the eyeballs of Naru Nu, Juyutaro and Fengjai. The new ranking numbers were engraved on their eyeballs, and then the tentacles grew sharp needles and pierced their necks. After a while of squirming, the 3 of them fell to the ground in pain at the same time. Groups of black mist emerged on their bodies, and their momentum continued to rise. The sky turned fish-white, and beams of gentle sunlight shone on Feng Yu's face sleeping on Zio Hai's back. The fair goose-egg-like face looked so beautiful in the sunshine. It's dawn. Feng Yu slowly opened his eyes. After flying all night, he got closer and closer to the Zhaowu mountain, and he could vaguely see another mountain in the distance. Master Mount Soggy is coming soon, Zio Hai said slightly tiredly. In order to make Feng Yu sleep more comfortably that night, Zio Hai controlled his flying speed very well and smoothly, which also caused his whole body to feel extremely tired. Well, thank you for your hard work, Feng Yu said to Zio Hai. After arriving at Sajiri Mountain, Kachu Shinobu walked towards her with a gentle smile on her face. Welcome back, Mr. Feng Yu. Kachu Shinobu looked at him and said, Have you successfully turned on the markings? Feng Yu nodded and asked immediately. Well, thanks to Mr. Feng Yu, now I have activated the stripes, and I can feel the existence of the other realm you mentioned before. Kachu Shinobu pulled up her sleeves, revealing her fair and delicate wrist, and a dancing purple Kachu suddenly appeared. Lifelike, after just turning it on for a while, Kachu Shinobu felt like his body was in a trance. You haven't completely mastered the activation of stripes yet, you still need to practice more. Feng Yu said. Kachu Shinobu nodded and looked at Feng Yu with a smile. I heard that you encountered Shanxian this time. Kachu Shinobu said with the smile disappearing from his face. Well, winding 1 and winding 3. Feng Yu replied. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that even Purgatory couldn't beat the upper string. Feng Yujun, can you tell me that I can handle Shanxian at this moment? Kachu Shinobu looked at Feng Yu with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Feng Yu was silent. He knew that what Kachu Shinobu wanted to know was not whether he could kill Yujo, but whether he could kill Dauma. When you truly master the stripes, you will have the power to kill the winding ghost. Feng Yu said. I see. Hearing Feng Yu's disapproval of his own strength at this moment, Kachu Shinobu's eyes couldn't help but dim a lot. He lowered his head and grasped the skirt of his clothes tightly with his fingers. After a while, Kachu Shinobu raised his head and put a smile on his face again. I will continue to work hard, Kachu Shinobu said, and then turned around and left, going to the realm of familiar stripes in the woods behind the mountain. Watching Kachu Shinobu leave, Feng Yu watched for a while and then walked straight into the wooden house. It'll be nice to be back. Lintaki Zuo was relieved to see Feng Yu come back safe and sound for the last time. It seems that you have encountered a very powerful ghost this time, otherwise Xingjiro's kid wouldn't have lost his arms. Said Kintaki Sakonji. That kid's strength is ranked at the top even in the Demon Slayer core pillar level, but he still can only lose when he encounters the top string. Alas, the Purgatory family has a long history. If it weren't for them, today's Demon Slayer core would not be able to reorganize. His father Makajiro lost his fighting spirit due to his wife's affairs in his early years. Now he drinks to relieve his sorrows every day. His younger brother Senjuro he has the potential to become a swordsman, but now he can only retire and die. The Purgatory family is probably about to decline. Nintaki Sakonji sighed. It seems that he feels sympathy for Enjiro, but also seems to be disappointed for Makajiro. In the early years, Kintaki Sakonji, Makajiro, and Zenitsu's grandfather, Naruhashi Kiwashima Jigoro, were comrades in arms, and they were both pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. But now they have retired one by one to serve as the trainers of the Demon Slayer Corps. It's just that the predecessor, Enbashi Makajiro, lost his fighting spirit, which caused a gap in the swordsmen of the Purgatory family. There were fewer and fewer swordsmen of the Breath of Flame. Nintaki Sakonji couldn't help but sigh that time passed so fast. Feng Yu looked at the man with the red Tengu mask on his face and recalled that it had been almost 2 years since they first met. Unknowingly in Feng Yu's heart, Lintaki Zuo had subtly become his family member, possessing the fetters of family ties. Occupy the most warmth in this twisted world. Don't worry, everyone has his own life. Maybe losing his arms and saving his life is the best ending for Xingjiru. Feng Yu said. Linlong Zuo was silent for the first time and he looked at Feng Yu blankly. The flames continued to burn in front of the two people. The sky is getting darker. I'm back. The wooden door was pushed open. Makes-you walked in with a tired face. Feng Yu nodded. Brother Feng Yu, you are finally back. Makes-you looks excited. If you don't come back, I'll be worried about what will happen to you. Grandpa Lintaki and Sister Shinobu seem to be in a bad mood these past 2 days. I thought it was you who had an accident. Makes-you's eyes were red, and then she circled around Feng Yu carefully. It's strange that they are not injured. Then why do Grandpa Lintaki and Sister Shinobu look like that? In this side of Butterfly House, after a day of recuperation, Nanako came to their room to visit them. Inasuke, Tanjiro, and Zenitsunya, it's great that you are okay. I heard the news that someone was injured. I am really worried about you. Nanako said, relieved to see them. Haha, Nanako, thank you for your concern. Tanjiro said, Mr. Inasuke, are you thirsty? Do you want some water? Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? If you feel uncomfortable in any way, please tell me. Nanako asked concernedly as she sat beside Inasuke's bed. It's so annoying, go away. Inasuke's boar-hooded nose spurted out a stream of heat and said impatiently, I care about you, but you don't appreciate it. Bang! Inasuke was punched in the stomach and his body fell to the ground, and the air became silent for a moment. Ah, I'm so sorry, Mr. Inasuke, I tried too hard. Nanako quickly went to help Inasuke. Other side, Zenitsu poked Tanjiro with his finger. Tanjiro, why do girls like Inasuke but not me? Zenitsu said with tears as she watched Nanako gently pick up Inasuke and put him on the bed and cover him with a quilt thoughtfully. Tanjiro was stunned. He felt like this was the first time he met Nanako. She was like a shy little girl before, but she had such powerful power just now. Just one punch knocked Inosuke down. Tanjiro swallowed, feeling his throat dry. But when did Nanako become so powerful? The look just now was so terrifying, it seemed like she could kill someone. Zenitsu said shakily, huh. Brother Zenitsu, what did you say? Nanako looked at Zenitsu with a smile. I didn't say anything. Zenitsu was frightened by Nanako and hurriedly hid behind Tanjiro. Everyone's movements were noticed by Xingqiu Lang on the side, and he couldn't help but smile on his face. This is the happiest life. After Nanako left, the room suddenly became quiet. Inosuke lay on the bed blankly, looking at the ceiling and kept mumbling. That woman, why? Why did she become stronger again? Damn it, she became so strong in just 3 days. Feeling the dull pain coming from his abdomen, Inosuke couldn't help but clenched his fists. Inosuke, are you okay? Tanjiro leaned over and asked. Tanjiro, what can he do? Girls are pursuing him and he may not be happy. Damn it, why is this guy already liked? I don't have a girlfriend yet. Zenitsu shouted. Shut up, you soft-footed shrimp, I'm not. Wait, what did you just say, you like me? Inosuke was about to get angry, but he quickly reacted and stopped his fist hanging in the air. Tanjiro, look, there are people who like this guy with such a bad temper, why don't I? Zenitsu cried while hiding behind Tanjiro. Tell me again, what do you like about me? Inosuke suppressed his anger and cursed. It's Nanako, she's so kind to you, can't you feel it? Zenitsu said, rolling his eyes. What is like, tell me quickly, soft-footed shrimp. Inosuke grabbed Zenitsu's collar and stared at Zenitsu fiercely. Zenitsu was shocked when he stared at him and said tremblingly, it's just the love between men and women, just like your father and mother, they love each other. I will give birth to you only if I like you. But I don't have a father or a mother, I only have a mother. Inosuke said as he recalled the wild boar mother who had nursed him. Are you lying to me? Inosuke's boar hood spurted a stream of heat onto Zenitsu's face. Let me go quickly, I can't explain to you, I like what I just said. I didn't lie to you. Zenitsu slapped Inosuke's hand away and quickly hid behind Tanjiro. Okay, Inosuke, don't embarrass Zenitsu. Tanjiro persuaded at this time. I don't want to like it, I want to become stronger, the strongest in the world. Whether they are women or men, I will beat them down one by one. And that woman, I must take revenge and fight her back. Take off her P***C. Let her see how powerful I am, ha ha ha. Inosuke stood on the bed with his hands on his hips and yelled, Cameraman boy, come here. At this time, Purgatory Xingqiu Lang on the side spoke. Hey, Mr. Purgatory, what's the matter? Tanjiro and the other three immediately became quiet and moved closer to Anjuro's bedside. I'm so happy for you to see the bond between the three of you. Anjuro smiled. I remembered one thing from my dream. You can go to the Purgatory house where I was born. There are the notes left by the flame pillars of the past generations. My father used to read those notes a lot because I didn't read them. I've been there before, so I don't know the content. As for the clues you mentioned about Kagura, the god of fire, there may be records in the notes. Notes, do you want me to go to your house with you? Tanjiro asked. Yes, maybe the clue you want about the god of fire Kagura is there. If you really want to know, you can come back to my home with me. Anjuro said, also, Kamado boy, your sister Nezuko, I agree that she is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I saw blood on the train, trying to protect mankind, risking her life to fight evil spirits and protecting mankind. She, no matter what others say, she is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. She must keep her chest open and live and become stronger, protect more weak humans. Tanjiro's eyes widened and tears kept flowing down. Mr. Purgatory, thank you for recognizing my sister. At this moment, Tanjiro seemed to have been redeemed in his heart, and his original inferiority complex against the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who were fighting with him as a ghost sister was released. No matter how weak and useless I am, no matter how hard I hit you, I will burn your hearts. Grit your teeth and move forward. Keep getting stronger, keep moving forward, protect your sister and protect all humans who are weaker than you. As a strong man, it is natural to be a shield for the younger generation. Therefore, since I am the pillar, no one will make the same choice. I cannot let the younger generation lose it, even if it means sacrificing my life. So don't feel guilty because I lost my arms. Kamado boy, pig-headed boy, and yellow boy, you must continue to work hard. I believe that in the near future you will become the pillar supporting the Demon Slayer Corps. I believe in you from the bottom of my heart. Tanjiro was already in tears, while Inosuke and Zenitsu were trembling. Just like my mother said to me, the responsibility of the born strong is to protect the weak. You cannot use the talents given by God to harm others or enrich your own pockets. Your talents are very powerful. I believe in you. If you can do it well, it will be better than what I can do. Mr. Purgatory, Tanjiro shouted, lying next to the bed and crying loudly. When we were fighting against that ghost, it was Mr. Purgatory who tried his best to protect our safety. Zenitsu choked up and said, such a powerful Mr. Purgatory. He lost his arms and became an ordinary person in order to protect us. Why would the winding ghost go there? God is really unfair. It's all my fault. Senior brother Fengyu has obviously taught me everything and given me the strength to defeat 12 Kazuki, but I didn't make good use of it. It's all my fault. It's been a long time. Progress, but failed to achieve the tasks assigned by senior brother Fengyu. Can I really become as powerful as Mr. Purgatory and senior brother Fengyu? Tanjiro cried. It's okay, Kamado boy, you still have a long way to go. As long as you don't give up, you can reach this point. Anjiro comforted him. The same goes for you. Strong people become stronger step by step. No one reaches the sky in one step. In this process, we will encounter many things, but as long as we don't give up on ourselves and stick to our original purpose of becoming stronger, then you can always be strong. It's so noisy. Why are you crying? Since he said we can do it, we will definitely do it. Inosuke shouted. Ha ha ha, yes, you just need to have the confidence of a pig-headed boy. Anjiro laughed. In them he saw his past self. He had also asked himself countless times whether he could become as powerful as his father. But when he thought of what his mother said, even if he studied alone the Book of Breath of Fire, without anyone's guidance, gradually reached the strength to be able to fight against the winding ghost. For the three little ones, Zenjiro is very much looking forward to their future, not only their potential but more importantly, the bond between them. Especially Tanjiro, maybe if he hadn't exploded later, everyone present would have been killed by the monster Yuazo. After some teachings from Anjiro, the eyes of Tanjiro and the others became much firmer. Each and every one of them was full of energy and confidence. When their injuries were almost healed, they started exercising again. Tanjiro continued to practice the moves of Kagura, the god of fire, while Zenitsu and Inosuke focused on breathing techniques, basic training, and physical fitness. At the same time, after Feng Yu learned that they had started training, he exchanged some marrow cleaning pills from the system and handed them to Zio Hai to deliver to them. Under the influence of the marrow cleansing pill, their strength has become stronger, and their training programs have become more and more strict. Ahaha, stinky woman, I will not lose to you. Inosuke looked at Nanako and laughed provocatively. Wow, Mr. Inosuke is really handsome, but I'm not weaker than you. Nanako turned around and snickered. B asterisk 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 D, B asterisk 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 D, how dare you laugh at me, I'm going to beat you. When Inosuke saw Nanako snickering, he thought he was looking down on him. Then when he thought about the scene where Nanako punched him down a few days ago, he suddenly became furious. Zenitsu, on the other hand, worked hard with the encouragement of many girls and did not even feel a trace of fatigue. Seeing the scenes of his juniors training hard one by one, Zenjiro, who was sitting at the door, couldn't help but show an expression of relief on his face. But there was a sadness in his expression. This is how I used to be. Kamado boy, I'm looking forward to what your future will be like. Xingjulang secretly said. Watching Anjiro on the side is Kanzaki AI. Master Yanju, is it because the sun is too dazzling? Why do I feel that your eyes are a little red? Kanzaki AI asked worriedly. Hahaha, Miss Zayokyu, you don't have to guard me here. I just lost my hands but I can't stand up. Xingjulang stood up, and his tall chest immediately gave people a sense of incomparable security. It's just that the two sleeves and skirts are fluttering in the wind, showing a little bit of coolness. Lord Yanju, thank you for your hard work. Kanzaki AI sighed in his heart, secretly cursing God for being unfair to Anjiro. My lord has arrived, my lord has arrived. Outside the courtyard, I saw Naoshiki Yayaya, supported by Shiranui and his brother, walking step by step towards Anjiro. Suddenly, everyone present was half kneeling. One by one you look at me and I look at you, with a blank look on your face. Who is that? Shut up, that's our lord, don't be rude to him. And Anjiro also half kneeled towards Yubuya Shikiyaza. See my lord. Everyone get up. Yubayashiki Yazai said. Looking at Yubuya Shikiyaya, who walked into the room behind Anjiro step by step, Anjiro couldn't help but ask. My lord, why are you here and your bodies? It's okay, I just wanted to see you. Yubayashiki Yaya said softly. Come and sit here beside me, don't be too far away from me. His voice was like nectar in the desert, making Anjiro's mood gradually calm down. Anjiro sat respectfully in front of Yubayashiki Yaya. Zenjiro, thanks to you on this Muzan train, the passengers on the entire train were not harmed at all. Thank you very much. Yubayashiki Yeaya said with a smile. My lord, it is only natural that the strong protect the weak, even if it means sacrificing my life. Anjiro said, you kid, thank you for your hard work, it must be very painful to have your hands broken. Yubayashiki Yeaya's eyes were reddish and trembling. He stretched out his hands and touched Anjiro's face based on his voice. It's been a long time since I've seen you. You were just like children back then, but now you've reached this age. My lord also failed a lot, I didn't take good care of you. From the moment you joined the Demon Slayer Corps, you recognized me as your lord and obeyed my orders. However, I have been in pain and watched you rush to the battlefield one by one to fight with the demons. I'm very sorry, my child Anjiro. Yubuya Shiki Yeaya smiled, but tears flowed from his eyes. This also led to her rapid progress, and she was about to complete the training of concentrated breathing and normal breathing. And I will watch in the near future, under your leadership, defeat Wuhan, kill all the evil ghosts in the world and return a pure land to the world. Nanako gritted her teeth and stared in the direction Inasuk left. Kamemon boy, now that my injuries have healed, I will return to my family. Are you willing to follow me? At that time, I will give you the notes left by my father for your review. Maybe there are records in them about the clue to the god of fire Kagura you mentioned. Hey Inasuk, how could you treat Nanako like this? That was the master of our Demon Slayer Corps just now. If it weren't for Nanako, you would have been beaten. Although he has mastered the first 4 moves of God of Fire Kagura, he has no clue about the subsequent ones. Then he stood up, dusted off his clothes, and continued training. Purgatory and Jiro called Tanjiro in front of him. Nanako's eyes were slightly red and her voice was choked. Zenitsu ran over and helped her up and said concernedly. And Jiro said, Tanjiro looked excited. I do, Mr. Purgatory. After saying goodbye to everyone, Tanjiro also followed Anjiro on his journey to the Purgatory family. Anjiro said, in the next few days. A few days later again. If we can really get clues about the god of fire Kagura from the notes of Purgatory Anjiro's father, it might be very helpful to him. People outside the yard have been waiting for Ayashiki Yeaya to leave before they dare to start exercising again. Seeing Inasuk walking away without a care, Zenitsu couldn't help but shout. Inasuk broke away from Nanako, who was holding him down. Zenitsu looked at Nanako and felt very sad. So my lord, there is no need to be sad for me. Nanako was shaken free by his sudden force, and her whole body fell backwards and sat on the ground. Although I have lost my arms now, my will eventually be inherited by someone, and the descendants of our Demon Slayer Corps will also be able to become comparable to me or even surpass me. Forget it, it's okay. Nanako will not pester Inasuk during training like before, but will train hard on her own. During this time, I'll impress him. I'm so annoyed, let me go. My lord, I have no regrets. I am very satisfied to be able to protect others, and I feel very honored to be a swordsman in your hands. Nanako, are you okay? Gods, why can't I meet a girl like Nanako who likes me? Under the leadership of Exingya, Tanjiro and the two soon arrived at Exing Juleng's home. Not yet. From a distance, you can see an extremely wealthy courtyard house. In front of the door, there is a young man sweeping the dead leaves with a broom over and over again. Brother. Senjuro saw Anjiro and Tanjiro shouting excitedly in the distance. Well, it's Senjuro. Anjiro smiled and nodded. Hello, my name is Kamado Tanjiro. Tanjiro waved hello. The two of them walked forward slowly, but then a gust of wind blew by. The broom in Kainjiro's hand fell to the ground, and the smile on his face changed from surprise to sadness. The skirts of Zenjiro's arms were constantly fluttering in the air with the wind. Brother, your hands. Senjiro's eyes were slightly red. But Anjiro said with a smile, it's okay. Why even such a powerful brother? Senjiro looked at Anjiro's fluttering clothes and his mind went blank. That. What else did Tanjiro want to say suddenly? Stop it, he asked for this all on his own. He went to be a swordsman even though he had no talent. That's why his arms were cut off and he became a cripple. It's so boring. Zenjiro, you stupid son, human talents are determined from birth. There are only a handful of talented people and the rest are waste, dust and trash without any value. Recalling the scene where Senjiro was practicing the breath of fire in the courtyard during this period, he continued. That's the case with Anjiro and it's the same with you, Senjiro. You obviously don't have any abilities, but you still want to become a swordsman and fight ghosts. You're lucky if you can save a life. Kainjiro. You can't be like Anjiro, look at how ridiculous he looks now. Anjiro's father, Purgatory Makajiro, had a slightly red face. He held a can of wine in his hand and would take a sip from time to time. His tone was unkind and his eyes were full of ridicule. Anjuro didn't speak, and the expression on his face didn't change. He didn't seem to pay attention to Makajuro's words at all, but Senjuro lowered his head and tears flowed down his cheeks. Father, etc. Tanjiro couldn't stand listening anymore, so he stood directly in front of the two people, glared at Makajuro and cursed. What you said is really too much. Please don't say these words. Who do you think you are? Get out of here and don't enter our house. Makajuro cursed, I'm from the Demon Slayer Corps. As soon as Tanjiro finished speaking, Makajuro's expression changed instantly, and the wine in his hand fell to the ground. The wine jar was broken into pieces and the wine spilled on the ground, spreading bit by bit. I see, you are the user of Breath of the Sun, that's right. Makajuro pointed at Tanjiro while trembling. Hearing Hinazuki's breathing, Anjuro became interested and kept staring at Makajuro. Sun breath, what are you talking about? Tanjiro is confused, the words just fell. Makajuro rushed over and pinned Tanjiro to the ground with a backhand. So fast, this is not the skill of an amateur. Feeling Makajuro's speed and strength, Tanjiro knew that this man on top of him was not an easy person. Father, please stop. Kyan Juleng ran over and stopped him quickly. That's enough, father, you don't need to take care of my affairs. Please let go of my juniors. Angriness appeared on Anjuro's face and he shouted sternly. Masakiro refused to listen and continued to press Tanjiro hard. Tanjiro was suppressed by him and couldn't breathe. One of his hands was restrained and he couldn't use it. Father, please let him go quickly, he is suffocating. Senjuro said anxiously. Shut up, it's so noisy. Makajuro slapped Senjuro aside at this time. Tanjiro also seized the opportunity. Just stop it, you be *****D. Tanjiro shouted, turned around and kicked Makajuro. But many years of combat experience allowed him to quickly defend himself. The powerful force only caused Makajuro to take a few steps back. What on earth have you been doing since just now? Insulting your own son and beating him, what on earth are you doing? Tanjiro asked sharply, you must look down on us. How could I be so arrogant? Do you know how much I hate my own weakness now? I can only watch my sister turn into a ghost, but I can't do anything about it. I can only watch Mr. Purgatory stand in front of me, but I can't do anything. You this. Damn old man's. A gentle voice sounded in his ears. The first breath, the earliest breath, the most powerful magical skill. Then all breaths are derived from the breath of the sun. All breaths are just following the breath of the sun, imitating the breath of the sun. The inferior breath, it's nothing but fire, water, wind, and even all the breath in this world. As Makajuro said, it was written in the book. Tanjiro guessed the god of fire Kagura he was talking about. Kyan Juleng looked at the two of them, but he didn't know how to persuade them. Don't speak ill of Mr. Purgatory. No, Senjuro shouted, but it was too late. Tanjiro rushed forward. Makajuro shouted. Xingshu Lang's expression was also slightly moved, and there seemed to be a trace of intolerance in his eyes. Tanjiro shouted, his body speed increased, and the fist in his hand fell directly on Makajuro's face, knocking him to the ground. Why are there people like you in the world who degenerate, insult, and beat their own children? You are not worthy of being the father of Mr. Purgatory. He was easily dodged by Makajuro, but Tanjiro's current strength is not weak, and can even be said to be comparable to that of the Demon Slayer Corps. Because you are the user of Breath of the Sun, I recognize that pair of earrings. It is written in the book. Makajuro shouted. Don't think that just because you are a user of sun breath, you can be so arrogant, you brat. If the god of fire Kagura is really the breath of the sun, the most powerful magical skill, why can't I let Nezuko turn back into a human? Why can't I protect Mr. Purgatory? Why can't I let the world is a better place? Tanjiro clenched his fists and rushed forward. Tanjiro said, no, father, he used to be a pillar. I defeated by this kid. As expected, the user of Breath of the Sun is powerful, or am I getting old? The sun shines on the face, the sky is blue, and the soft white clouds slowly move under the influence of the wind. Rinhuo. At this time, it's okay, you're always great. Senjuro saw Makajuro knocked to the ground by Tanjiro's punch. His eyes widened and he was shocked. He didn't expect that Tanjiro could hurt his father. Tanjiro looked in disbelief. Why do you think so? I don't know what you're talking about. You are looking for trouble. You hit me with one move and the punches hit the flesh and the corners of their mouths were bleeding. But Tanjiro was angry and shouted. Makajuro said, pointing to the flower earrings on Tanjiro's ears. The two of them fought back and forth. Father. What is he talking about? Our family has been burning charcoal to sustain life for generations. We also have genealogy, the breath of the sun. Kagura, the god of fires. After being knocked to the ground by Tanjiro, Makajiro finally stopped making trouble. Maybe he felt that he was defeated by a child of the same age as his own, and he couldn't live up to his reputation, or maybe he recalled something, locked himself in the room, and continued to drink. But the eyes revealed a tenderness that was not seen before. "I'm very sorry, I messed up things, I'm really sorry for hurting your father, is he okay?" Tanjiro apologized while sitting cross-legged on the ground with his head lowered. "This is tea, please use it slowly." Senjuro warmly made a cup of tea with rich tea aroma for Tanjiro and Anjuro respectively. "Well, thank you." "Thank you." Anjuro nodded. Tanjiro raised his head and looked at the two of them depressedly. "I think it should be fine, he is drinking in the room right now." "Ah, brothers, let me help you." At this time, Senjuro realized that his brother had no arms at this time and could not hold the teacup at all. He quickly picked up the teacup, blew on it gently, and then handed it to Zinjuro's mouth. And Shaoro was not hesitant and drank it all in one go. "Delicious, thank you very much." Anjuro said. "Brother." Seeing Anjuro like this, Senjuro felt extremely hurt in his heart. "I must work harder and become stronger, avenge my brother." Kyanjuro secretly swore in his heart. "Why does your father scold you like this?" Tanjiro asked confused. "It's a long story, my father became like this after our mother passed away, I guess he also missed his mother." Senjuro lowered his head and whispered. "That's it." Tanjiro whispered. "Actually, I should say thank you to you, I feel a lot of pain now. Even if he said bad things about my brother before, we couldn't refute him or do anything." There was a hint of calmness on Senjuro's face. "But how did my brother lose his arms, can you tell me?" Senjuro asked, then Tanjiro told the whole story while Anjiro closed his eyes and remained motionless. "That's it. Thank you very much for taking care of my brother and sending him home safely. Thank you very much." Senjuro thanks Tanjiro. No, please don't say that. On the contrary, I should thank Mr. Purgatory. If it weren't for my inability to help, Mr. Purgatory lost his arms to save me, and I would have died on the battlefield long ago." Tanjiro quickly stopped Senjuro from thanking him. "My dear brother, he has always been like this, taking care of the weak and always standing at the front." Senjuro said, then looked at Anjiro. "Kyanjiro, take out father's notes and books and let Kamado boy check them." And judging from the look on his face just now, it's obvious that he has recognized that Tanjiro is related to something, and that's why he became so excited. Anjuro said yes. Senjuro stood up and left. "Thank you very much for your hard work." "Thank you, Tanjiro." After a while, Senjuro then handed Tanjiro a book with a red cover and a bunch of scattered notes. "I have an impression of the books and notebooks that my father often read. These should be them." Senjuro said, "Thank you so much." After Tanjiro took it, he opened it and took a look, immediately shocked. "This? What's wrong?" Senjuro came over to take a look in confusion, and saw that the expression inside was the same as Tanjiro's. "How could it become like this?" Xingjulang frowned and said, "What's wrong?" "Brother, look, I can't read all the books and notes. Obviously it has always been well preserved, and I saw it some time ago. It was still good at that time, how could it be now? Could it be that father destroyed it?" Senjuro covered his mouth, and Jiro took a look and found that it was just as the two said. The entire book and notes were destroyed, and the handwriting could not be read clearly. "It seems that it was my father's doing." Anjiro sighed. "Now that the Breath of Fire books have been destroyed, I am afraid that it will be difficult for anyone to inherit the Breath of Fire in this world. This is a big blow to Anjiro, who has loved inheritance all his life. Sorry, Kamado boy. My senior brother Nakagawa Fengyu. If Lord Fengyu hadn't given me the opportunity, I might just be here feeling helpless and sad for my brother." "Fengyu-kun," Anjiro said. Tanjiro said, "Furthermore, I know a person who may have clues to the god of fire Kagura. Mystery. However, I will continue to work hard. I will definitely master all the moves of the god of fire Kagura." Anjiro murmured, "Although I learned to concentrate on breathing early and my body has improved, it is not enough to easily cast the god of fire Kagura, and I lack combat experience." Anjiro said. Tanjiro nodded, he thought so too. From the beginning to now he had never seen through Fengyu, and he was vaguely aware that Fengyu seemed to be very familiar with everyone, even the ability of ghosts. Anjiro asked, "That's it. Although I already know the remaining moves of the god of fire Kagura, I haven't been able to master them. What I really want to know this time is the origin of the god of fire Kagura, and whether I can give him I'm inspired. It's okay, Mr. Purgatory, I know what I should do. and that is to continue training and practice the moves of the god of fire Kagura. What Tanjiro can think of is that Feng Yu must have clues about the god of fire Kagura. It doesn't matter, it's not your fault, please don't mind it like this. You came all the way here, but you didn't find any information about the god of fire Kagura. Or what my father said about the breath of the sun. Tanjiro recalled that Feng Yu once told him that he must focus on the god of fire Kagura, and that when he was in Spider Mountain, he also deliberately waited for him to use the god of fire Kagura before coming to save him. Well, Nakagawa Feng Yu's current strength is estimated to have reached the strongest level in our Demon Slayer Corps. He has only joined the Demon Slayer Corps for less than 2 years and already has such strength, and the various pills of the Demon Slayer Corps he also provided the medicine. He is very powerful, so powerful that he doesn't look like a normal person. Who? Maybe he really knows. After all, in the eyes of us Zhu, he is a very mysterious person. Senjuro clenched his fists and said secretly, Senjuro said while looking at the two of them, I think when my body and breathing skills become stronger, I will be able to master the remaining moves of Kagura, the god of fire. Tanjiro said thanks a lot. Kai and Juleng listened to the conversation between the two of them and couldn't help but agree in his heart. Tanjiro said, when performing the god of fire Kagura in a state of full concentration of breathing, the body will not be able to move as desired. This is my problem. The body cannot keep up with the moves. Full concentration of breathing improves physical fitness, but this is not enough. The body must be fully I have adapted to the god of fire Kagura and I have mastered the moves. Tanjiro said and Jiro said. So please don't be sorry about any of this. After checking that there was no chance, Tanjiro also sighed inwardly. However, although he did not get any clues about the god of fire Kagura, he made friends with Senjuro, the younger brother of Enjiro. Before leaving, the two have become good friends, and Senjuro even asked Tanjiro to say goodbye. That is to thank Feng Yu for his help, allowing him to become what he is now and giving him a chance to change his life. Tanjiro, please also tell Mr. Feng Yu that because of my family matters, I can't come to thank you in person for the time being. Senjuro came to Tanjiro and said cautiously, well, I will tell senior brother Feng Yu, but how do you know senior brother Feng Yu? Tanjiro was confused. Because last time Mr. Feng Yu came home with his brother, it was that time that he gave me help that I will never be able to repay in my life. Forgive me for not being able to say it. Senjuro said, so that's it. It doesn't matter, I will tell senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro smiled. Then he said goodbye to the two of them and started on the way back to Butterfly House. Sunset. The dim sunlight shone on the faces of the three people. There were no special emotions, only the comfort of the soul that they endured silently. I will definitely become a person like my brother. He used to protect me, and now I will protect him. Tanjiro, Mr. Feng Yu, thank you. It is you who gave me the opportunity and courage to change my destiny. Senjuro couldn't help clenching his fists as he looked at Tanjiro, who was gradually going away. Senjuro, you seem to have mastered the breathing of fire. Anjiro looked at Senjuro and said, this time. Kyanjiro suddenly felt guilty and wanted to hide it again, but his mouth was very honest. Yes. Yes, Mr. Feng Yu gave me some pills last time, and then my body has the potential to become a swordsman. During this time, I have been studying the flames you left behind. Breathe the experience and practice it yourself. Brother, will you blame me? Kyanjiro lowered his head and said with a guilty conscience. So that's it. It seems that what Mr. Feng Yu gave you was a marrow-cleansing pill, and it was of high quality. If that's the case, then I will teach you the breath of fire in the future. You have to work hard. Xingjulang laughed, his eyes emitting a strange light, which seemed to be mixed with a glimmer of hope. Brothers, don't you blame me. Kyanjiro looked at Anjiro laughing and was extremely confused. Anjiro shook his head. I respect your choice. I have always seen your efforts and unwillingness. Now that you have the opportunity to realize your dream, how could I object? And now I can no longer pick up I have the Nichirin sword, so you can use this sword to kill more ghosts instead of me and protect more weak compatriots. Anjiro signaled Senjuro to pull out the Nichirin sword from his waist. Kyan Juleng paused for a moment and then burst into tears. Brother. Senjuro gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and carefully took Anjiro's Nichirin sword in his hand. Anjiro's Nichirin sword has a black body with a red sword pattern on the side, and Demon Slayer is engraved on the side of the blade. The handle of the Nichirin sword is white, the scabbard is gray and white, and the blade is in the shape of a flame. This is my brother's Nichirin sword. Senjuro could feel the warmth of the breath of fire remaining on the entire knife. Pull it out, this knife will belong to you from now on. Anjiro smiled happily. Kyan Shaoru nodded, then took a deep breath, unsheathed his sharp blade. The dim sunset light shines on the blade, like balls of flames burning on it. And Jiro watched Senjuro pull out the Nichirin sword. He knew in his heart that his era also ended at this moment. In the days to come, it would be his younger brother Senjuro who would grow up with his friends, kill ghosts. Anjiro felt empty in his heart, but he was happy for Senjuro. As if feeling Anjiro's inner emotions, the Nichirin sword actually trembled a little at this moment. A light yellow sword aura and the fighting aura on Xingqiu Lang's body were intertwined with each other. Old man, Senjuro will be your new master from now on. Anjiro looked at the Nichirin sword and smiled. Then the sword energy and fighting energy disappeared and there was no movement at all. Brother, what's going on? Senjuro looked at Anjiro in shock. It's okay, it has recognized you. You have to work hard in the future and don't let me and it down. The empty sleeves were fluttering in the wind, and Senjuro saw a trace of loneliness in him. The dim sun in the sky seems to be bidding farewell to the hero's loneliness. When one hero falls, another hero rises. Makashiro hid behind the door and looked at the two of them quietly, with a strange look in his eyes. Tanjiro. Tanjiro returned to Butterfly House and immediately stepped up his training with the god of fire Kagura. But this time, it was more about physical training. He had vaguely guessed that the breath of the sun mentioned by Makajiro was Kagura, the god of fire. But what he didn't understand was that his family had relied on selling carbon to survive for generations, so why would the breath of the sun be passed down as a legacy? He couldn't understand. According to Makajiro, sun breathing is the most powerful breathing method in the world and the source of all breathing methods. But there was no record at all in the Demon Slayer Corps, which made him feel vaguely uneasy. He wanted to get the truth of the matter, but there was no way. Originally, Tanjiro was surprised when he recognized his breathing method and the flower earrings on his body from Makajiro. But in the end, the surprise turned into disappointment. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's hone the basics of the body first to adapt to the moves of the god of fire, Kagura. Tanjiro's eyes became firmer. And the other side. Nanako has finally reached the final training stage of all concentrated breathing and regular training, blowing the gourd. Looking at the breath of a person as tall as herself, Nanako's face was filled with a trace of pride. There were people around. They are all here to witness the moment when Nanako completes her training. Nanako looked around, but she didn't see the boar head she wanted to see, and she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. That guy didn't even come. Next time I must make him look good. Nanako clenched her fists, then hugged the gourd with both hands and started blowing. Come on. Sister Nanako. Come on. Come on. Screams rang in her ears. I can't lose. Nanako thought to herself, then increased the intensity of the blowing. Bang. A violent explosion spread. Nanako fell to the ground. The big gourd in his hand has turned into pieces at this moment. I succeeded. Nanako smiled. Wow, Nanako is great. 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 The shouts of the three little ones in Butterfly House became even more passionate. Afterwards, Nanako left the scene surrounded by everyone, but when she left, she saw the familiar boar head. Inasuk looked at Nanako leaving, made a cut sound and left quickly. It seems that guy still cares about me. Nanako looked at the wild boar hooded figure and thought to herself. Inasuk returned to the training ground and found that there was no one there. Knowing that everyone had gone to congratulate Nanako on the successful conclusion of today's training. I won't lose. Inasuk's body muscles became stronger and even his height became taller. Hidden under the fair and delicate skin are muscles full of explosive power. This is strength, I am the strongest. Inasuk clenched his fists and shouted. Under the influence of the marrow cleansing pill sent by Fengyu, both he and Zenitsu have been greatly improved. Whether it is physical changes, strength, or speed, all aspects have been improved without any blind spots. Even his appearance became more beautiful. One day passes soon. Nanako finally packed her luggage and prepared to bid farewell to everyone and return to Samajiri Mountain to participate in the final trial. Woo-woo, Sister Nanako must come back to see us often. We will always miss you and wait for your return. Be sure to take good care of yourself. The three little ones from Butterfly House hugged Nanako and cried. Yeah, I will, sisters. Nanako nodded and smiled. After more than 2 months of getting along, Nanako felt extremely reluctant to let go. Growing up, she was only accompanied by her mother, followed by Fengyu, Ningtaki Sakanji, Mixu, and now everyone. Perhaps because she had a sense of autonomy and endured too much malice in the world, she could clearly feel the kindness of each of them and keep it firmly in her heart. Thank you everyone for taking care of me all the time. Nanako bowed deeply to everyone. At this time, the sky suddenly darkened. A strong hurricane is coming. Everyone looked up. The huge red-gold figure keeps hovering in the sky. Quack Zio Kazi, I'm here to take you home. Zio Hai laughed wildly. Then he slowly fell down and there was still a person standing on his back. Feng Yu, wearing dark gray clothes and a delicate face, walked over step by step like a banished immortal. Well done, it's time to go home. Feng Yu smiled and touched Nanako's head. Ah, Master Feng Yu. Master Feng Yu is so handsome. It's really a good match with Shinobu-sama. The three little ones in Butterfly House said with stars in their beady eyes. You are not allowed to arrange Fengyu-sama and Shinobu-sama. Kanzaki AI gave 3 of them a dunk each. Ah, Sister Kui is hitting someone, Sister Kui is hitting someone. The 3 little ones dispersed in an instant and ran away. I'm very sorry, Master Feng Yu. Kanzaki AI said with a sigh, it doesn't matter. Feng Yu smiled, then came to Tanjiro. I heard that you have gone to the Purgatory family, right? Have you found the answer you want? Feng Yu said. Senior brother Feng Yu, how do you know? You really know something about the god of fire Kagura? Please tell me. Tanjiro was a little excited. I can only say that the god of fire, Kagura, is the breath of the sun, the most powerful breathing method in the world and the source of all breathing methods. If you practice well, I hope you can bring him back to his original glory. I will tell you specific things when you return to Mount Samajiri, such as why your family has the inheritance of the god of fire, Kagura, and what happened to your father. Okay, I can't stay here for long, it's time for me to leave. Feng Yu said. But, as soon as the words came to his mouth, he saw Feng Yu jumping onto Zio Hai's back with Nanako. Senior brother Feng Yu is really a mysterious person. Tanjiro looked at Feng Yu and said secretly. But I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. Other side, Nanako stood on Zio Hai's back and waved goodbye to everyone, but her eyes were constantly searching underneath. Is that guy really not here? A trace of disappointment flashed in Nanako's eyes. What's wrong? Feng Yu noticed Nanako's emotional changes and asked suspiciously. Number nothing. Nanako's face turned red instantly and she lowered her head and did not dare to look at Feng Yu. It seems Zio Naoko is looking forward to something. Let me guess. Is it a person? Feng Yu tased. That's no way. Nanako covered her face and quickly avoided Feng Yu's sight. It seems that I guessed it right, but how old is Nanako? When she started falling in love, people in this little country are really mature enough. No wonder he is so short. Female college students are not allowed to stay. I miss you too, Sister Makes-you. Soon, said Kentaki Sakonji. I'm old and she is your apprentice, so I won't get involved too much anymore. Feng Yujun, do you think there is something wrong with this mask? Mixu and Nanako returned to their exclusive wooden house to rest early, while Feng Yu and the other 3 were sitting around the fire arranging Nanako's final trial. Let her wear this. It can be regarded as a gift from me to wish her a smooth journey and ward off evil spirits. Nima, I can't say this is a ghost-calling mask. Feng Yu said. The 2 of them returned to Samajiri Mountain. From a distance, he saw Taki Sakanji, Mihide, and Kachu Shinobu standing in front of the wooden house, waving to them. Looking at Nanako's appearance, I couldn't help but think of an old saying from my previous life. Sister Nanako, I miss you so much. No, Master Lintaki, now Nanako's strength has completely reached the point where she can easily pass the final trial. Her strength at this moment can even be said to be beyond that of many newcomers. After dinner, once you reach the top of the mountain, you haven't landed yet. Mixu ran over and hugged Nanako. Oh, you have to. What a good kid. He was able to fully concentrate on breathing in such a short period of time. Kachu Shinobu looked at the two people approaching each other and praised them. Feng Yu-kun, what's wrong with your expression? Although this is indeed very cruel to her, fighting to the death is the best way to improve her strength, and I can feel the hatred for ghosts in her heart. Feng Yu shook his head. After saying that, Rintaki Sakanji stood up and took out a white fox mask from the wooden cabinet behind him. No. I think Nanako is still too young now. We should wait for another 2 years until she grows up before taking part in the final trial. Feng Yu quickly denied it. After all, at this time, Ningtaki Sakanji was also looking at him with a strange look. Ningtaki Seigo remained silent for the first time and just sighed slightly. Kachu Shinobu on the side couldn't help laughing. This. Feng Yu lost his mask and couldn't calm down for a long time. Soon the next day arrived. Feng Yu called Nanako outside, and at the same time put the evil-attracting mask that Lin Takazu presented last night into Nanako's hands. Master, this is... Nanako was a little confused, but looking at this white fox mask, she liked it very much. She looks a bit like Zaya-abai. Nanako snickered. After saying this, Zaya-abai on the side also jumped out, and Dayao swung his tail and came close to Nanako. You want it too, Zaya-abai, Nanako said. Zaya-abai rolled up the mask with his tail, then put it in front of his eyes and looked around in a circle. Then, a tail rose into the sky with a faint light, transmitting weak energy towards the mask. This is... Feng Yu narrowed his eyes and then laughed. Zaya-abai, you grew a 5th tail and you didn't even tell me. Feng Yu took a look at Zaya-abai's attributes. Name Zaya-abai. Race White Fox. Divinity value 0.6. Owner Feng Yu. Kung Fu monster breathing technique supernatural. Awakening, telepathy, charm, body shape control, inviting gods, false eyes, blessing. Introduction. This was originally just an ordinary little white fox. After transformation, it has become qualified to become a god. Blessing, a legendary skill that only gods can possess, which can give someone a certain item to bless someone with protection and luck. Is it God's skill? Feng Yu looked at Zaya-abai and murmured. Then he walked over, picked up the mask that Zaya-abai had blessed and took a closer look, and found that it was covered with this strange energy fluctuation. Master, this tail suddenly grew out some time ago, even I didn't know it. It's just that a voice in my heart told me to do this just now. Then I did it naturally. Zaya-abai explained, that's it. Feng Yu murmured. But in my heart, I was extremely horrified by Zaya-abai's potential. This amazing transformation was really incomparable to Zaya-abai, or maybe Zaya-abai was just lazy every day. Otherwise, Zaya-abai's monster breathing method has reached the stage of perfection, but Zaya-abai is still at great heights. Although his strength has improved, he is completely inferior to Zaya-abai. Little Black, who was making out with other wild crows in the tree, suddenly shivered, and he who was so excited just now seemed to be discouraged. Sir, what's wrong with you? The female crow tilted her head and asked in confusion. Zaya-abai, Feng Yu didn't know how useful Zaya-abai's new skills were, but he didn't go into details anymore and put the mask on Nanako himself. Looking at the lifelike white fox mask on Nanako's face, he suddenly recalled himself. It was also like this that he went to Fujirai Mountain alone to participate in the final trial, wearing the white fox mask given to him by Hinataki-sa recently. Time is not forgiving. Even female college students are not allowed to stay. Feng Yu sighed, hey, this mask, why does it feel so comfortable on my face? Nanako exclaimed, what's wrong? Feng Yu asked. My face feels comfortable, and there is a special feeling surrounding my body. Nanako expressed her feelings. Feng Yu frowned and then opened the transparent world. It didn't matter what she saw, but she was startled at the first sight. Nanako's whole body was wrapped in light yellow fluorescence, and there was a yellow filament connecting the mask on her face and Zaya-abai's body. Look at Zaya-abai again. Behind him, the phantom of the huge thing lurked, with 9 tails rising into the sky, carrying an irresistible momentum as if it wanted to pierce the sky. At this time, the 9-tailed fox shadow behind Zaya-abai also felt Feng Yu's sight. The emotional eyes also looked at each other head-on. Feng Yu looked at it for a while, then silently exited the transparent world state. From the exchange of glances just now, he had already received the information from the shadow behind Xiaobai. With a slight smile on his lips, he touched Xiaobai and said, "You have to work hard." Xiaobai looked at Feng Yu in confusion, wondering why he said that. Soon, 2 days later, under the farewell of everyone, Nanako set foot on the road of Fujisan Mountain alone to participate in the assessment and final trial that all Demon Slayer Corps members must pass. Kachu Shinobu doesn't have much to worry about. After all, in her opinion, Nanako, who has mastered the full concentration of breathing and regularity, has no pressure at all on this novice trial. I really envy Mr. Feng Yu. Looking at Mixiu, who looked troubled, she murmured, "Brother Feng Yu, Sister Nanako will be fine." Mixiu asked worriedly, "It's okay, with her strength there is no need to worry at all. It's you, Nanako, who is younger than you, is already walking in front of you. You have to work hard." Feng Yu smiled and touched Meiziu's head and said, "Humph, I know I have always worked hard." Mixiu puffed up her cheeks and said, "Out of the corner of my eyes." Although Kintaki Sakanji was wearing a Tengu mask, he could still feel his concern for Nanako. "Hey master, I don't want to go Zio-hai, what's so exciting about killing ghosts? Why not go home and accompany my pretty girls?" Nanako clenched her fists and stepped up the steps step by step. Then he and Zio-hai disappeared into the sky. "Come to the square." Feng Yu didn't take it seriously, waved his hand and left. Feng Yu said to Zio-hai and Zio-bai beside him, "What catches the eye is the wisteria that blooms all year round, covering the mountains and plains as if you are immersed in a sea of flowers." Zio-bai smiled. "The master told us not to disturb Zio Naoko's trial. He just asked us to take action when her life is in danger. Do you understand?" As the familiar lines sounded, the final trial also began at this moment. There were more than 30 people in this trial, but most of them were men. Other side. Feng Yu's eyes were like arrows, and Zio-hai was immediately frightened, and he quickly changed his words. "I'll go, I like killing ghosts the most." Zio-hai smiled lewdly. Zio-hai let out a cry. Her legend also begins at this moment. Ningtaki Sakanji and Kachu Shinobu gave Feng Yu a meaningful look. Sunset, I told you not to do your business every day. Only Nanako is the youngest. She wears a white fox mask and carries a sun blade on her back. So she switched to carrying it on her back. And look around. Nanako followed the map instructions and came to Tengxi Mountain. Zio-bai, Zio-hai, do you two want to see how Nanako kills ghosts? Soon, I won't let you down. And the action must be done secretly so no one can discover it. I knows. My life is so miserable. Zio-bai rides on Zio-hei's back, hiding above the clouds, following Nanako. Zio-bai said to Zio-hei. Nanako's small figure kept moving forward under the sunset, her eyes showing perseverance. Because she was still too short at this time, putting the sun blade on her waist was a hindrance to her movement. In the darkness, a thin figure kept walking quickly, its green eyes shining brightly under the light yellow fluorescence. "Why are there no ghosts?" Nanako asked doubtfully. She had been separated from the large army and was walking alone in this dark forest just to look for the evil ghost. But she had been running for more than an hour, but she didn't even see a ghost. This made her feel a little disappointed. "Forget it, it seems we won't encounter ghosts tonight. Let's find a secluded place to rest first." Nanako also felt a little tired at this moment, looking for a place to rest, but at the same time she was also thinking about how to encounter ghosts. If the participants of this period knew what she was thinking, they might follow her lead. Others were trying to survive for 7 days in the final trial, but her purpose here was to kill ghosts. She had heard from Kachu Shinobu about Feng Yu's deeds when he first participated in the trial. Almost all the ghosts in the Vine Raid Mountain were slaughtered, causing his next trial to be postponed. Nanako also wants to follow Feng Yu's approach and kill more ghosts to make her actual combat ability stronger. Let those who participated in the trial at the same time as you stand in admiration. She remembered that an hour ago, when those people saw Nanako being so young, they all thought she was a drag and stayed away from her. "I'll prove it to you." Nanako secretly swore in her heart. Soon, Nanako saw a natural resting place on a big tree. There it is. Nanako quickly jumped onto the branch of the big tree, and lay on her back. The sky tonight is shrouded in dark clouds, and the whole world seems to be groggy. She took out some dry food and started eating. The chef's skills are the best. This beef jerky and pork jerky are so delicious. Nanako ate it with relish. Little did he know that Feng Yu had redeemed these foods from the system mall. On the sky, Zio-hai and Zio-bai looked at Nanako and Hashiko, who were eating food leisurely below, almost crying. Boss Xiaobai, I want to eat too. Xiao Hai said sadly. As Feng Yu's must-have mount for traveling, Xiao Hai often eats modern snacks fed by Feng Yu. Seeing Nanako eating so deliciously, the glutton in his belly is constantly clamoring. Oops, I forgot to bring snacks. Xiaobai said. If I had known it was a supervisory job, I should have taken out all the snacks. Xiaobai sighed inwardly. Apparently these two guys have become foodies and are completely obsessed with modern Huxia food. Under. After Nanako finished eating, she began to lie quietly on the tree and look at the sky, thinking a lot. Mother, I miss you so much. Nanako murmured, a gust of wind blows. Nanako felt a chill, her body curled up together, exuding an aura of loneliness. Just like that, she slowly fell asleep. I don't know how long it has been. A pair of greedy blood-red eyes stared at her in the darkness. Look, what I found, hee. A delicious little girl. I haven't eaten human flesh for a long time. I want to eat her up bit by bit. There was a rustling sound in the darkness. Nanako, who was sleeping soundly, also opened her eyes at this moment. Finally waiting for you. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and her fingers gently placed on the scabbard of the Nichirin sword beside her. At this time, a figure jumped out of the darkness. What's mine, it's all mine, little lamb, here I come. A foul-smelling evil spirit rushed towards Nanako. Its mouth is full of fangs and its body is covered with abscesses. How disgusting. Nanako quickly stood up and looked down at the ghost below. When the evil ghost saw this, he was suddenly startled and stopped quickly. But soon, the greed in his heart swallowed up all his reason. I'm going to eat you. The evil spirit shouted and then ran directly up the tree trunk. You disgusting thing, go to hell. The Nichirin sword was unsheathed, and the silver-white blade reflected her face. Full concentration breath of water 8 type tachypot. Nanako took a deep breath, circulated the breath of water, jumped down, and several dark blue water columns appeared from the tip of her knife. Quickly swipe across. Bangs! The giant tree and the evil spirit's body were cut in half directly from the middle by Nanako. Ah! The evil ghost was in pain, and his body fell straight to the ground. Scarlet blood spilled all over the floor. Nanako landed, but she did not relax her vigilance because she knew that the ghost in front of her was not dead yet. I saw that the body of the evil ghost that was cut in half began to squirm, and strips of bloody flesh sprouts began to connect to the other half. Soon, the evil ghost reassembled his body. Damn humans, damn humans. You actually hurt me like this, it's unforgivable, I must eat you bit by bit. The evil spirit stared at Nanako fiercely and said, come on if you cans. Breath of water 1 type water surface slash. Nanako didn't give the evil spirit a chance, and jumped out in an instant, with the blue ripples on the tip of the knife passing through the evil spirit's neck. Then put away the knife, how could I be so fast? The evil ghost looked at Nanako in disbelief, but it turned into ashes very quickly and disappeared completely before he finished speaking. And at this time, Nanako seemed to have collapsed and suddenly sat down on the ground. I finally killed a ghost, mother. Tears flowed from Nanako's eyes. Since the day her mother was killed by a ghost, she has never encountered a ghost again. Although Feng Yu has laid a good foundation for her, her nerves are still being strongly stimulated by the evil ghosts and bloody scenes. Now kill a ghost myself. It was as if her heart had been released. The long-suppressed emotions in my heart collapsed instantly. After all, she is still very young and has very little knowledge. There are only a few people in this small spiritual world. At the same time, he is also burdened with deep hatred. Xiao Hai and Xiao Bai in the sky also watched the entire process of killing ghosts. Although in Xiaobai's eyes, Nanako's movements were full of mistakes when she arrived, such as when a ghost was cut in half but she didn't finish the attack in time but waited for the ghost to recover before killing it. This can be said to be very fatal in a life-and-death fight, but we finally took the first step. The small cabbage is still very good. Xiaobai secretly said. Soon, Nanako gathered her emotions and started again heading towards a darker place. After killing the first ghost, her eyes became more determined. At that moment she grew up. The night fades and the light reaches the top. At this moment, the tense nerves of everyone participating in this trial were also relaxed at this moment. The sun is out, which means their situation is safe. A night of being on tenterhooks made their bodies and nerves extremely tired, except one person. That's Nanako. Although she met a ghost after killing one last night and never met him again, Nanako thought of a way to lure out those ghosts. That is to seduce with the smell of blood. Nanako discovered that the greed in the eyes of each of the 2 ghosts she met last night was extremely intense. At the same time, he was so thin that he even risked his life to get a piece of Nanako's flesh and blood. When night falls tonight, then you can use yourself as a guide to kill all these evil spirits hiding in the dark. Nanako made up her mind. Then he slowly fell asleep with the warm sunshine. Zio High and Zio Bai above the clouds also flew to another mountain to rest after the sun came up. After all, I had no sleep all night. It doesn't matter to Zio Bai, but Zio High has a harder time. After flying all night, my whole body was extremely tired. Eyelids drooped soon. One day passed during the day. Hazy night. The entire Tengxi mountain is extremely quiet. Drowsy. There is a whispering sound in the darkness all the time. Nanako was full of energy, holding the Nichirin knife and walking step by step deeper into the dense forest. Go deeper and deeper. Nanako felt more and more that the temperature in the air was constantly dropping. At the same time, there are still fresh blood and torn clothes on the roadside, she knows. Someone must have been killed, damn devil. Nanako cursed secretly. Then he quickened his pace and rushed forward. Because she heard a cry for help not far away, Nanako was very fast and her light blue kimono shuttled through the darkness like a stream of water. But soon, she stopped. There is a hint of excitement in his eyes. 1.2.3.10. It seems that you are setting traps by imitating calls for help to attract us trialists, and then defeat them one by one. Nanako said, looking at the 10 evil spirits in front of her. The Nichirin sword in your hand shines with a strange brilliance in the darkness. Jai Jai Jai, what a cute little girl, looks delicious. I didn't expect that the ghost hunter would let such a young girl in. Are you making things worse for us? Don't be careless, I don't think this little kid is that simple. What the hell, there are 10 of us and she only has one person. I can take her down by myself, I'm going to tear her head open. Her brains must be delicious, hatty hat. 9 of the 10 ghosts stared at Nanako with their eyes fixed on her. At the same time, the hajai from the corners of their mouths dripped to the ground with the remaining flesh and blood foam. Disgusting stuff, Nanako said. It can be seen that these ghosts used this trick to lure many well-intentioned testers, but none of them were killed by them, and they ended up entering the belly of these ghosts. Just looking at the tattered clothes under the ghosts' feet at this moment, one can tell that there must be many testers killed. Above the clouds, Boss Zaiabai Zaiakai seems to be in trouble. Do you want me to go down and kill them with a blast of sunshine? Zio Hai said. No, didn't you see that Zio Kazi didn't run away? Obviously she is sure that she can kill these ghosts. Let's take a look first. If it doesn't work, we can just go down and kill them without them noticing and save Zio Kai. Son. Ziobai shook his head and then lay on Zio Hei's back to rest. Okay, Tilda. Zio Hai suddenly lost interest and had to pay attention to Zio Naoko's situation again. Under. Nanako couldn't help but ask when she saw that the demons in front of her were already confident, and each of them began to discuss how to divide Nanako's body equally. Aren't you ghosts very territorial? Why would you put aside your grudges and work together? Jai Jai Jai, we are not fools. If we don't stick together in this hellish place, then we will be at your mercy. Besides, once. No, why does that mask on your body look so familiar? One of the ghosts exclaimed. What is your relationship with that person? The ghost looked at Nanako, then showed horror. Now that you're here, let's stay here. How so? This time Nanako's mask is not worn on the face, but on the head like Makomo in the original work. Then he quickly chased in the direction of the escaping evil spirit. The evil ghost's head fell to the ground. Looking at Nanako's thin body, he let out a cry of reluctance. The sword flashed. The sound falls. Nanako murmured while looking in the direction where the ghost just escaped. Turn around and look again. The ghosts whose heads she had chopped off had turned into ashes and disappeared. Nanako's voice kept echoing in their ears like the murmur of an evil spirit. All the ghosts' eyes lit up. All the ghosts want to escape, but how can Nanako let them do so? The evil spirit's body seems to be suspended. After digging holes for the dead trialists and burying them, Nanako said, I will avenge you. Since you are all here together, it saves me a lot of effort to deal with them one by one. It's a pity one of them ran away. A smile appeared on Nanako's lips. The frightened ghost just now began to retreat continuously, disappearing into the darkness behind him. A field of pale blue waves enveloped them. Wow, Zio Naoko is so powerful. She killed the ghost that rushed up in one go. She is worthy of being the master's apprentice. The huge waves rising into the sky directly drowned all the ghosts. Trash, if you're scared, get out of here and don't disturb me while I'm eating. One of the ghosts felt the threat to his life and screamed in terror. Full episode Breath of Water 12 forms big wave. I feel more and more comfortable. Sure enough, real fighting is the only way to improve your strength. There were streaks of blood on the ground. Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes and looked at Nanako with a satisfied look. Hey, 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 cute little girl, here I come. No, this kid is not simple, let's run. Then the blood bursts. At this moment, Nanako felt that she seemed to like this feeling. Killing evil spirits with her hands and watching them die in painful wails, she felt extremely comfortable in her heart. The 9 ghosts immediately attacked Nanako. Xiaohai said excitedly. Vines on the mountains. The evil ghost that had sneaked away before was quickly hiding deeper into the dense forest. Damn, that girl must be related to those 2 people. That mask is exactly the same. They are coming to clean this place again. I have to find a good place to hide quickly. Recalling that he had witnessed 2 trials in the Vine Attack Mountain. Each time a person wearing a fox mask came, the ghost camp would be cleansed. In his opinion, people with fox masks must not be messed with. They are so powerful that even if all the old, weak, sick, and disabled ghosts from the entire Tengsi Mountain attack together, the end result will be that they will be killed one by one. He would never forget that boy who used himself as a lure to slit his wrists to attract these extremely hungry ghosts to kill him. But in the end, they could not escape his knife. These ghosts were like prey in front of that young man. His eyes lit up when he saw them. Since then, the entire Vine Attack Mountain was slaughtered by him, and then there was a period of time when ghost hunters frantically captured evil ghosts to replenish the supply. He had asked the new ghosts, but they were all knocked unconscious and captured at the same time. Although there was a young man who killed very few ghosts last time, he was so powerful that even a group of ghosts who attacked him couldn't withstand a single blow. It's hard to persuade the ghosts who are dying. They must have been killed by now. I want to escape quickly. The evil ghost would look back from time to time, worrying whether Nanako would catch up. At this time, a young man appeared in front of the evil spirit. Ah, you damn ghost, you must die. When the young man saw the ghost, he rushed up with a knife and was about to attack him. The ghost glanced at him and easily dodged his attack. Damn it, go away, don't stop me. The evil spirit cursed. Then he turned around and continued running away. This ghost is so fast, and why doesn't he kill me? Is he afraid of me? Ha ha ha, I am so powerful. Don't run away, evil spirit, I will kill you today. The young man chased the evil spirit with a knife and shouted, You guy, you really, p****** d me off. When the evil spirit saw that he had let this boy go, he didn't realize it at all and even chased him, making such a big fuss. I don't know what happened to that girl. How about killing this boy and then eating him? As soon as the greedy thought came out, the evil ghost stopped immediately. Then he looked at the boy who was catching up with a weird smile. Since you brought it to your door yourself, I won't be polite. Then it turned into an afterimage and rushed in front of the young man instantly. So fast. The boy's eyes widened and he wanted to defend himself, but the severe pain in his chest made him unable to move. Look down. The devil's claws have penetrated his chest. How could this happen? This is completely different from what I thought. The young man's eyes widened, filled with fear, and then he died. Budge. The evil ghost pulled out his sharp claws and licked the stained blood with his tongue. Ah, what delicious food. The evil ghost's eyes glowed, then its mouth opened and it began to eat the corpse one by one. At this time, he had completely forgotten about escaping and started eating like crazy. The smell of blood permeates the entire forest. Countless figures in the darkness quickly ran towards the direction of the smell of blood. The evil ghost who was eating the corpse stopped and looked around in confusion. Get out, this is mine. The evil spirit yells then. In darkness, the evil ghost who came after smelling the smell walked out, his eyes filled with incomparable desire, and every corner of his mouth was dripping with laughter. Of course I have to share good things with everyone. One of the ghosts said greedily. They had been seduced by flesh and blood and lost their minds. They didn't care about the territorial consciousness of the evil spirits and swarmed up directly, gnawing at the young man's body crazily. Seeing them snatching his food despite his warning, he felt helpless. After all, there are too many ghosts rushing up, at least 8 or 9. He can't defeat many punches with only one hand, so he can only give up in despair. No, there are so many ghosts gathered here. The movement is so loud. I have a bad feeling. I have to run away quickly. At this time, the evil ghost regained his sanity and kept retreating, trying to escape. At this time, a figure jumped directly to the tree in front of him, blocking his direction. So they're all here. Nanako fell from the sky, looking at the evil ghost in front of her with a smile on her face, holding the Nichirin sword full of killing intent. How could you catch up so quickly? The evil spirit was shocked. He felt goosebumps all over his body. Sure enough, the fact that this girl is here means that those guys have been killed, and they were killed very easily. What? Nanako said impatiently, ta 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 ta. In their eyes. Okay, it's time for you to hit the road. It's all my fault for being greedy. What's going on? That's because of him. Nanako smiled and pointed at the evil ghost from before with her slender fingers. The rushing water began to appear from the tip of her knife, and the light blue field instantly covered each of them. What? The group of ghosts were extremely angry, and each one wanted to tear the previous ghost apart. Nanako knew his intention but didn't stop it, just looked at him quietly. Why do I feel like I can't move? The other ghosts also noticed the changes in their bodies and were shocked. 1 step, 2 steps, until a huge wave sweeps them over, Nanako said calmly. Damn it, it turns out it's UB *****D. Very good, they're all here, so I don't have to kill them one by one. I'm going to kill you. What did she say? She made me come here on purpose. She wanted to kill us in one fell swoop. Soon, full episode Breath of Water 12 forms big wave. There's there. Nanako walked toward them on huge waves. Nanako's footsteps sounded, and her figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The evil ghost regretted killing the young man and staying here, but it was too late to regret it at this moment. His body began to retreat gradually, thinking of retreating to the group of ghosts far behind him and running away in the chaos. But her words were like the devil's ravings to the evil ghost before. The evil ghost came to a group of ghosts and shouted, "There is a little girl there, brothers, go and eat her." I sprinkled a little powder on him. It seems that Sister Chi AI didn't lie to me. The effect is very good. It's mine, it's mine. When the ghosts heard this, they suddenly looked like wolves, with greedy light shining in their eyes. The life and death crisis warning kept reminding him to run away, but for some reason, his legs couldn't walk, as if they were filled with lead and were extremely heavy. All the ghosts' necks went cold, and then their eyes fell involuntarily. Before they could react, their heads were chopped off by Nanako. Her speed was so fast that these ghosts didn't even see her movements clearly, they just felt that she was walking calmly beside them as if she was strolling through the garden. I knew, I hate it so much. Why did I kill that boy? If I had known, I would have just kept running. The evil spirit looked at Nanako and said secretly, but there is no regret medicine in the world. No matter how unwilling your heart is, you can't resist the speed of your body turning into ashes. I just counted. There are probably almost 10 ghosts. Nanako recalled that she had not counted the number of ghosts just now, and she suddenly felt annoyed. Killed another group of ghosts. When did this little kid become so belligerent? Zio-Hai murmured. Zio-Bai didn't care and continued to rest with his eyes closed. After cleaning the battlefield, Nanako also felt a little bit mentally exhausted. She felt that she had changed, and she had become bloodthirsty for some reason. When killing these ghosts, she felt that her mental state would become very good, as if she had entered a certain state. But after finishing killing, you will feel very tired. Forget it, it's almost dawn anyway, let's find a place to rest first. Nanako looked at the white patch of light in the east and murmured. Then he quickly looked for a place to rest. Soon, the sun rose in the east, and Zio-Bai and Zio-Hei officially got off work. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to restore their mental state and relieve physical fatigue. This night is the second night of the trial. The casualties were also quite heavy. Several boys and girls wearing trial clothes looked at the bloody corpses on the ground and sighed slightly. This world is so cruel, and those who have no strength or bad luck will end up like this. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, your will be inherited by us, and we will kill all the ghosts in this world so you can rest in peace. Everyone was thinking silently in their hearts to pay homage to their dead companions. In this vine-covered mountain, too many boys and girls of the same age are buried every year. Each one of them undergoes arduous training in order to pass the trials and rush to the battlefield to kill ghosts. But he was eventually buried here. The next 2 days passed again. Nanako would hunt evil ghosts at night, but never again like the previous 2 days. The evil ghosts gathered together and annihilated them in one fell swoop. We can only hunt one by one. Even if she used her own blood to lure ghosts, she still couldn't find anyone to join the gang. Looking at the scars on her wrists, Nanako sighed. Where have all these ghosts gone? That's all. Every night you can see a thin figure walking through the darkness chasing ghosts. She doesn't team up with others, she only sees ghosts. This also spread her reputation during this trial, and some people even called Nanako the Night Killer. The ghosts are being purged one by one and time is passing by little. Soon. 7 days passed. When the notice was delivered, Nanako realized that she had passed the assessment. She felt a little disappointed, but soon aroused more excitement. Passing the trial also means that you can kill more and more powerful ghosts. Nanako can feel that the ghosts on Fujirai Mountain are generally a little weak, and killing them is quite boring. The trial is over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone came to the square. Nanako wears a white fox mask on her face, making her face unclear. This is what I chased after the ghost 2 days ago, the night killer. She is so strong. Yes, she looks much younger than us, but she is so powerful. Do you think, will she say that she is the adopted son of a certain pillar? The survivors looked at Nanako and whispered, with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Others sighed. Feng Yu and others also started to prepare a sumptuous celebration banquet today to welcome Nanako's return. It was already afternoon by the time Nanako was assigned her own raven and the tamasteel that is the material for making the Nichirin sword. That is, the orangutan scarlet ore. After a series of procedures, Nanako finally took off the mask on her face. Tilda. I have officially become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I don't know if Master and the others know about it. Nanako was extremely excited. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters here. A crow wearing a purple scarf flew in front of Ayashiki Yayaya. Well, 8 children passed this time. My children have increased again. I don't know what kind of Demon Slayer swordsman they will become in the future. I'm really looking forward to it. But I'm really helpless. It seems that the next trial has been postponed again. That child should be Feng Yu's adopted son. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. It's like the waves behind the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead, and he also inherited Feng Yu. His style cleansed away the ghosts on Tengxi Mountain. Go ahead and tell the children who have been working hard on missions during this period to come back and make some ghosts to increase the difficulty of the trial. The crow in front of him nodded and then flew away into the distance. After a while, countless crows began to fly in all directions, and Yubayashiki Yayaya's order was also transmitted to all members of the Demon Slayer Corps at this moment, including Feng Yu and others. Watching Zio Hai slowly speaking, Feng Yu fell into silence for a moment. Then there was helplessness. The number of ghosts on the Vine Mountain is not enough. We need to go out to catch ghosts and come back to replenish. Did Nanako kill too many? Sunset. A thin figure walked slowly forward in the dim light. Nanako is back, go pick her up. Feng Yu opened his closed eyes and said to Zio Hai and Zio Bai beside him. As early as 2 days ago, these two beasts came back early because they felt that Nanako's strength did not need protection at all, and the ghost on the Vine Attack Mountain was so weak that she could not even touch her clothes. Killed by hacking, watching Nanako kill ghosts is as boring as watching children fight. She knows the final outcome without even thinking about it, and they just fly back. When Zio Hai and Zio Bai brought Nanako back, Feng Yu couldn't help laughing. At this time she was all dirty, just like the way she looked when he first met her, with messy hair and face covered in dirt. But those green eyes are extremely prominent. Feng Yu could feel the changes in Nanako's heart, and she became more determined and confident. Feng Yu walked up to her and patted her shoulder with a smile and said with satisfaction, "You didn't disappoint me. Go clean up quickly, we have all prepared a celebration banquet for you today." Nanako nodded and went back to the room. After washing up, Nanako looked completely different from before. Looking at everyone sitting around a pot, Nanako was a little dazed. "Why are you standing there stupidly? Come here and try the delicious food your master has prepared for you." Feng Yu couldn't help but said when he saw Nanako standing. The soup stock in the pot kept rolling in the flames underneath, making a gurgling sound. Not only has Nanako never seen such delicious food, but even everyone present didn't know it. "For such a happy occasion, I must have a hot pot meal." Feng Yu laughed, then slowly poured the chopped meat and various vegetables into the pot. Various sauces are redeemed from the system store. Everyone sat together, watching Feng Yu's operation and couldn't help but salivate, because the taste is so delicious. Ziobai and Ziohei's eyes shone brightly, and they looked at the meat in the pot and their thorns dripped. After the meat in the pot was completely cooked, Feng Yu put a piece in everyone's bowls. "Dip some sauce and try it." Everyone swallowed, and then picked up the chopsticks that Feng Yu exchanged from the system space. Although they were confused about why these chopsticks were different from their traditional chopsticks, they still picked them up and put them in their mouths with ease. A moment. The taste buds were blooming, which made them feel an unprecedented pleasure. "5 ants!" everyone exclaimed. Then he looked at Feng Yu eagerly. Feng Yu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, we are all family members, just use chopsticks to eat whatever you want. If there is not enough meat, there will be more." Everyone nodded and then began to enjoy the food with bright eyes. The chopsticks used in Xiaori Kingdom are different from those in Daxia. They are slightly shorter, but they soon became familiar with them, Everyone's face turned red after eating, but this was a bitter experience for Zaya Ohai. Master, master, I want it too, I want it too. Zaya Ohai flapped his wings. He hated himself for not having a pair of hands to pick up the chopsticks. He doesn't have the blessing of mind power like Zaya Ohai, who can control the piece of meat he wants to eat into his own bowl. A group of people are enjoying themselves happily. At this moment, they are a family united together. Feng Yu looked at this scene and felt relieved in his heart. At the same time, I lamented why I didn't eat this fragrant hot pot earlier. Things are different and people are not the same. Let's stop everything. If I want to speak, I will shed tears first. Feng Yu recalled the scene in his previous life where he was sitting with his friends enjoying hot pot, as if it happened yesterday. He smiled helplessly, secretly thinking that he didn't know when he would be able to return to his own world. Other side. Infinite City. From now on, you will be on the land of strings, Black Fox. Wu Kai looked at the black fox in front of him who was wearing a black cloak. The whole body was filled with black mist, and his face could not be seen clearly. There was only a light blue eye engraved with the wind, and he said, Black Fox didn't speak, just nodded. Then please step back and remember not to forget the mission I gave you. Only after you complete the task I gave you can I give you what you want. Wuxian said. Subsequently, a pipa sound sounded. The space in Infinite City suddenly changed, and the black fox disappeared. What is the origin of this guy? Wu Qiui murmured. Recalling when I first met this black fox, I thought it would be some kind of creature, but I never thought it was just a ball of energy. From a ball of energy to a conscious creature today. This world is really becoming more and more incomprehensible to me. But it will be a lot more convenient to have that guy. Although the black fox is called Shanxian No. 6. It is not actually a ghost. It can move freely in the sun, which can make up for the ghost's shortcomings of being unable to go out during the day and find the legendary Higanbana for him. Thousands of years of searching have led Wuhan to suspect countless times that the legendary blue flower of the other side might only bloom during the day. But what on earth does this guy want to do with that white fox? Black Fox made a condition to Wu Kai, that is, capture Feng Yu's Xiaobai and hand it over to him, and then he can do anything for Wu Kai. Wuhan was puzzled, but inside he was very annoyed. After all, this was the first time someone had made a request to him. But when he thought about it carefully, whether it was the boy who used the breath of the sun or Feng Yu who crushed Kokoshibu, he felt fear, just like the fear that came from Enishi Tsukuni hundreds of years ago. He can't wait any longer and must find the cyan hibiscus flower as soon as possible to become the ultimate creature, at any cost. I'll keep you for now. The black fox was transported to the sun. Wearing a black cloak, it was constantly floating in the black mist. Its lower body was like a dark cloud without substance, and its entire body was floating in the air. Soon, wait for me. The black fox murmured, then a dark hand made of black mist raised slightly. Go, my friends, bring me what I want. The words just fell. His entire body directly turned into countless black mist and drifted in all directions, completely disappearing. Xiaobai, who was enjoying the delicious food, suddenly felt his heart tremble. He looked around suspiciously. Why does it feel a little weird? What's wrong, Xiaobai? Feng Yu noticed Xiaobai's strangeness and asked. Xiaobai shook his head and said, It's okay. After meal, it's like a second sun has appeared in this world. It seems that you have completely mastered the Breath of Light move. Then, let's try with me the final move of Breath of Light. Dawn. The entire mountain is illuminated. Not bad, not bad. Then come Breath of Light 13 Patterns Mystery Dawn. Sure enough, it's still too much. Feng Yu took Mei Ziu to an open space. Then stop it. The two knives touched each other. At this time, a dazzling white light bloomed from the collision of the two knives and a ball of light slowly rose. Then you start. Anakiri unsheathes. I've prepared brother Feng Yu. Clang. But Meixiu couldn't hold it any longer. The breathing of light circulates, and the breathing rates of the two gradually stabilize on the same line. When Feng Yu saw this, he quickly went up and fed her the healing pill. Meixiu said with firm eyes, say it. Feng Yu said, and then Meixiu began to show off the Breath of Light moves over and over again. Feng Yu said. Meixiu's skin was red and white like a cooked duck. It is the second dawn under dusk. Feng Yu and Meixiu's hands moved at the same frequency, and the two gradually approached. Looking at Meixiu waving the knife in her hand, her face showed some approval. Meixiu's red skin began to gradually return to normal, and Feng Yu discovered that the knife in her hand was also damaged. As the ball of light rises, a blazing heat was also spreading in the ball of light, but Feng Yu didn't feel anything. As soon as he finished speaking, the ball of light dissipated and Meixiu fell heavily to the ground. Soon. Brother Feng Yu, it's so hot, I can't hold it any longer. Are you ready? After taking the healing elixir, Meixiu felt as if she had gotten a bottle of nectar in a dry desert and drank it all in one gulp. It was extremely refreshing. She slowly opened her eyes and said apologetically, Brother Feng Yu, I'm sorry, I'm so useless. Fool, what are you talking about? It's great to have reached this point. At least our backup team has succeeded. As long as you do more physical exercise and breathing techniques later on, it will be fine. Feng Yu squatted down and touched her gently and said, I will definitely work hard. Meixiu shouted. A trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes. Other side. Since Narum sent the Black Fox out of Muzan City, Muzan has continued to deliver blood to her, and her strength has also been greatly improved. At this moment she was full of awe. Her hair covered half of her face, and fine lines spread all over her body like willow leaves. Very good, it seems that you have withstood my blood, so let's start taking action. Don't let me down. Wu Kai said coldly. Naruto nodded and then began to strum the strings. Clang. The space of Infinite City began to change, and the room grids began to rotate. At the same time, countless eyeballs began to separate on her body. Each eyeball was engraved with a big 3 characters, and then she was teleported one by one to unknown places. Place. Seeing this scene, Muzan looked at Naruto with approval in his eyes, but then he thought of something and his expression became ferocious again. That guy dared to make demands on me. When I become the ultimate creature, he will be devoured by me. Veins popped up on Wu Quan's face, and he became extremely angry when he thought of Black Fox making demands on him. Wait, this world is my world after all, and I am the only master. No one can disobey me, absolutely not. I will kill you all one by ones. And I am the most perfect creature in this world. There was an expression of wild laughter on Muzan's face, and Naruto just looked at him quietly. The eyeball clones on her body were still dividing and then teleporting. Half a month later, Meixiu also came to the stage of practicing concentrated breathing and Changjang. She was also sent to Butterfly House by Feng Yu. When she was leaving, Nanako's exclusive Nichirin sword was also delivered to her hands at this moment. The moment she held the Nichirin sword tightly, the blade turned into a dazzling blue. So beautiful. Nanako looked at the Nichirin sword that fit her perfectly and admired it. At this time, Nanako's crow flew to her and shouted, Zixinen, now give the order, go to the forest in the southwest, where a large number of travelers have disappeared, find the ghosts lurking in the forest and kill them. Nanako, please be sure careful. Hear the words. Nanako's green eyes flashed with excitement. We're going on a mission so soon. Feng Yu sighed. Then, like an old father, he ordered Nanako to run away when she saw the situation was not right, and stuffed a lot of healing pills, detoxification pills, and calming pills into her hands. Master, you don't need so much. The corners of Nanako's mouth twitched slightly. Is it a lot? I think it's okay. Do you want some more? Feng Yu looked at her with strange eyes and said, No, that's enough. Then Nanako quickly picked up the Nichirin sword on the side, went back to the room, packed her things, and embarked on the journey. Dusk sunset. Feng Yu stood at the door of the wooden house to say goodbye to Nanako. Time flies so fast. Then he said to Xiaobai on the side, Xiaobai, this is Nanako's first mission. Do you want to go and see her? As a master, he still couldn't bear to worry about her traveling alone. Nowadays, Xiaobai's strength can easily deal with any powerful string ghost unless he encounters one. Unknowingly, Xiaobai's strength has become comparable to that of Shanxian Gui. Except Xiaobai nodded and then quickly chased in the direction Nanako left. At this time, a cat meowed from inside the cabin. Meow tilde. The space fluctuated and Chachoan's figure slowly emerged. It still carries a small wooden box on its body. Feng Yu walked up to it and took out the note placed in the small wooden box. Master Feng Yu, thank you very much for the blood you sent last time. Now I have developed a poison that can deal with Wu Mei, and I may have discovered a possibility that ghosts can turn back into humans. Do you have time to come over and discuss the follow-up battle plan? As expected of Tamyo, the strongest support in the world, he has developed a powerful weapon against Muzan so quickly. Feng Yu smiled but soon ran into trouble. Feng Yu nodded and rushed straight into the room. She gently poured a cup of tea for Feng Yu, and the fragrance of tea floated in the air along with the hot air. Feng Yu arrived at Tamyo's residence earlier than Tanjiro. All Tanjiro could think about was the news that Nezuko could turn back into a human. He had no idea that there was a wisp of black mist deep in the forest that was quietly observing his every move. It is precisely because of this that Tamyo finally hated the Northwest and was devoured by Muzan, Feng Yu said, and then sat down in front of Tamyo. Sir, you are joking. This has no effect on humans, but it is fatal to ghosts with Wuhan cells. It only takes one drop to cause Wuhan cells to die instantly. Tamyo slowly opened her eyes. Wearing a kimono, she looked like a gentle and considerate wife. A whiff of sandalwood hits my nose. Along the way, it's so elegant. Tanjiro burst into tears with excitement, then quickly rushed into the room, picked up the wooden box, and set foot on the road to where Tamyo lived alone without saying goodbye to Inosuke and the others. Because he found that if he rushed to Tamyo's place now, he would have to walk by himself. Tamyo's eyes were slightly red, completely gone from the peaceful look just now. Go through the confusion. Lord Feng Yu, you are finally here. This is the poison I developed that can completely kill Wu Mei. Getting started. Tamyo took out a bottle of reagent from his arms and handed it to Feng Yu. He recalled that in the original work, Tamyo also developed a poison that killed Wuhan, but it didn't really kill him. It could only be said that he was weak. Sir, you are finally here. Miss Tamyo has been waiting for you inside for a long time. Able to turn back into a human, Nezuko. There is a chance of turning back into a human. It's nothing surprising. As long as you wait for the right time and put this potion into Wu Mei's body, you can completely kill Wu Mei. Zio Hai, who was driving quickly, suddenly sneezed. Yushiru and Torei Tanimori have been waiting for a long time, and they are extremely nervous at this time. After all, Tamyo's research has been such a success, they don't dare to be careless. Strange, do I have a cold? Feng Yu was silent. At the same time, Tanjiro, who was far away in Butterfly House, received Tamyo's letter. Tanimori Torei came over and said respectfully as if he had enough legs. Zio Hai murmured, suddenly I miss Zio Hai. Feng Yu looked carefully and found that he didn't see anything. Tamyo realized that he had lost his composure and quickly regained his calm appearance. Sorry, Master Feng Yu, I lost my temper. Tamyo said with a smile. It's okay, then how do you want to kill Wuhan? His whereabouts are not that easy to find, and with his character, it might be difficult for him to do it himself. Feng Yu said. Indeed, but there is one thing that he can definitely get at any cost, and that is the blue higan flower. For thousands of years, Kibutsuji has been looking for it. Legend has it that it can make Kibutsuji become a perfect creature and live completely under the sun. His obsession with the blue higan flower is very terrifying, if it means destroying the entire world. Tamyo said emotionally. But legends are legends after all. So far, Wu Pei has not found any clues about the blue hibiscus flower. As long as we let out the news that the blue bibai flower is in our hands, I believe that he will bring all the ghosts to snatch it. This way we will take the initiative. We have an ambush and are waiting for their arrival. Then we can completely kill Wu Mei. Killing Wuhan is not only the wish of my concubine, but also of all of you Demon Slayer Corps. This is an opportunity. 2 ghosts have already died. This is when Wuhan is at his weakest, plus this poison. Our chances are very good. Tamyo looked at Feng Yu, his eyes eager to get Feng Yu's affirmation. She also knew at this moment that Feng Yu's strength was definitely the strongest among the Demon Slayer Corps. As long as she got his support, and then discussed with the Demon Slayer Corps Lord Heihachi Yubayashiki, she believed that the Demon Slayer Corps' others will definitely not miss this opportunity. A blue higan flowers. Feng Yu secretly said. In the original work, the blue higan flower did not appear. It was just that Hantingu saw Nezuko defeating the sun before he died, which made him completely crazy. Muzan believes that as long as he swallows Nezuko, who has overcome the sun, he can evolve into a perfect creature, which also kicks off the final battle. Tamyo's words were not wrong at all. Wu Mei was indeed at his weakest at this moment, and it was also the best time to kill Wu Mei. However, there was a faint uneasiness in Feng Yu's heart, whether it's because the Infinite City's response plan hasn't been figured out yet or because of the power of the black mist on Wuhan's side. This brought Feng Yu an unstable situation. After all, one wrong step could result in the annihilation of the entire army. In the Infinite City, Naru Nu could be said to be an invincible existence. She could switch spaces at will and attacks would not fall on her at all. In addition, the strength of the new generation is still steadily improving and has not yet reached its final peak. Originally, Feng Yu was planning to give Tanjiro, Nanako, Mihide, and other new generations some time to improve. But at this moment, Tamyo, a poison capable of killing Wu Mei, was developed in advance, which he did not expect. Well, I agreed, but I can't make a decision for the Demon Slayer Corps on this matter. You still need to discuss the specific actions with our Lord in person. Feng Yu said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Fenga. I will inform Mr. Ayashiki Yeaya." Tamyo wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, feeling uncontrollable joy in his heart. "But why did you say in your letter that there is a way to turn ghosts into humans?" Feng Yu asked. "Sir Feng Yu, I have studied Nezuko's blood before and found that she has a special cytokine in her body, which can allow her to escape from Muki's control and restore her body without eating the essence of human flesh and blood. While studying the blood you brought to Shangshuan 1 and 3, I extracted the special factors from her blood and found that as long as some other drugs are added, it can kill the Wuhan cells. As long as it is diluted, it will retain its own human cells." Tamyo talked eloquently and explained the principles. Feng Yu was confused when he heard this. Perhaps only Kachu Shinobu could understand this professional knowledge. He was specialized in the art. He also admired Tamyo from the bottom of his heart. If he had been in his previous life, Baobuki would have been a famous expert. "Sir, do you understand?" Tamyo said, looking at Feng Yu. What can I say I didn't understand?" Feng Yu's face turned red. Tamyo covered his mouth and laughed. "Your Excellency is so humble." Another half day later. Wooden box shaking. "It's okay, just talk about yourselves and just pretend I don't exist," Feng Yu said on the side, knowing in his heart that Tanjiro was worried about the dangers of Nezuko's experiment. "Experiment?" Tanjiro said, "Well, I understand, bring those two children in." "Well, I believe that the experiment Miss Tamyo mentioned is probably not dangerous. After all, if it was dangerous, she wouldn't let Nezuko stay here." Tanjiro murmured, "I miss you too, Nezuko." Tanjiro finally took Nezuko to Tamyo's residence. The meaning is obvious. Nezuko doesn't want to leave Tanjiro. Hearing this, Tanjiro didn't say much. After all, the purpose of coming this time was Nezuko. "Nezuko, are you willing to stay with Tamyo for a while?" "Excuse me, Miss Tamyo, why is senior brother Feng Yu here too?" Subsequently, Tanjiro asked in surprise. Nezuko slowly crawled out, then came to Tamyo, hugged her and rubbed her affectionately in her arms. Then he pounced on Tanjiro. Then, "Nezuko, you have to listen to Miss Tamyo obediently. Brother and I will be separated from each other for a while. When it's over, I will definitely come to pick you up as soon as possible." After a while, Tamyo touched Nezuko gently and said, Tamyo spoke. "Well, brother, I don't want you to leave me. If you stay here, you can turn back into a human. You no longer have to hide in this small wooden box. After turning back into a human, you can walk freely under the sun. Run, restore the previous memories." Nezuko just looked at him without making any move. After coming over for a while, he nodded and agreed to stay. Feng Yu opened his eyes and said lazily, "Miss Tamyo, Tanjiro has arrived." Tanjiro looked at Nezuko with reddish eyes and distress. Tanjiro said, "I have made great progress in my research on turning Nezuko back into a human being. Next, I only need a little clinical trial and it won't hurt Nezuko." Yushiru walked in respectfully and said. Tamyo nodded, then placed two brand new teacups on the tea table and started pouring tea. Tanjiro walked in carrying a wooden box. Nezuko said nothing but looked at Tanjiro with innocent eyes. "Tanjiro, are you willing to keep your sister Nezuko with me for a while?" Seeing the approval of the Tanjiro brothers and sisters, Tamyo led everyone to the laboratory in order to reassure them. "It's been a long time since the last time I visited her laboratory. No matter how many times I come here, Feng Yu always takes on a new look." Tamyo walked to a glass instrument, inside which was a tube of light blue reagent soaked in an unknown liquid. "This is the potion that can turn Nezuko back into a human. Come here." Tamyo motioned for Tanjiro and the two to come forward. Then he gently raised Nezuko's wrist, and under everyone's gaze, a tube of blue liquid was injected into Nezuko's body. As the medicine entered, Nezuko's body also gradually changed. Feng Yu also opened the transparent world at this time, and he could clearly see the changes in blood flow in Nezuko's body, and the cells were gradually changing. Nezuko couldn't see any change on her face, and she looked at Tamyo innocently. After the reagent was finished, Tanjiro began to ask eagerly, "Nezuko, how do you feel? If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me." Nezuko shook her head and then fell directly into Tanjiro's arms and passed out. "Nezuko, Miss Tamyo, what is going on?" Tanjiro asked. "Don't worry, Nezuko is fine and she is transforming back into a human. She is sleeping now just because her body is changing." Feng Yu explained. "Master Feng Yu is right, Nezuko is turning back into a human being, but I'm not sure how long this coma lasts. The reason why I let Nezuko live with me for a period of time is to make her completely. I'll give you a surprise after I turn back into a human." Tamio said. Thank you very much, Miss Tamyo and senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro's eyes were full of tears and he hugged Nezuko tightly. Nezuko, when you wake up, you will return to normal, I swear. I will protect you this time. Nezuko was picked up by Tanjiro and placed on the bed, looking at her tenderly. Nezuko, this matter is considered finished. Then let's clean up this little tale that followed us. Feng Yu's face instantly turned cold. A tale? What tale? Tanjiro felt a little confused. Yushiro. Tamyo also noticed something was wrong and immediately shouted. Jai Jai Jai, we were discovered. A wisp of black gas was seen rising from the tip of Tanjiro's hair, and then gradually turned into the appearance of a black fox. I didn't expect, you actually developed a potion that turns ghosts into humans. I think if I tell this news to Wuhan, his expression will be very wonderful. The black fox smiled, but he was surrounded by black mist and had no facial features. The only thing visible was the light blue eye, wind-up ghost. It's just why this guy can say Wu Mei's name without being subject to the blood curse. Could it be that this guy has also escaped Wu Mei's control? Tamyo, as if facing a formidable enemy, silently took a step back, and his fingers began to slide around his wrist. Miss Tamyo. Yushiro, who came over, saw this and shouted quickly. Oh, don't be so nervous. I have no ill intentions. On the contrary, I want to make a deal with you, a deal that will completely kill Wu Mei. How about it? Are you willing? Black Fox said, oh, let's take a look. Feng Yu said expressionlessly. He could see through the transparent world that the Black Fox was just a clone and had no power. He could easily crush him if he wanted to. I will help you lure out Muzan and tell you the trajectory of Muzan's next actions. And I can also help you deal with Narum, who controls Infinite City. I think you may need this very much at the moment. After all, you are all ready to hunt that Wuhan guy. It's just a transaction, which will definitely require you to pay a little price. The Black Fox looked at Torii Tanemori, who was guarding Tamyo. Do you want him? That's it, I understand. Let me tell you why you have a familiar feeling on your body. It turns out that the source of power is exactly the same as his. In other words, you are born from the same roots. Feng Yu said. Everyone looked at Tanemori Torii. At this time his legs were trembling and he was extremely scared. Indeed, he has what I need. Black Fox interrupted Tanemori Torii and then said, Then do you want to make a deal with me? No, I refuse. Feng Yu said, Why don't you want to kill Wuhan? Black Fox said angrily, Instead of dealing with a guy who doesn't know the details, I'd rather deal with Wuhan who knows the details. Then he directly grabbed the Black Fox by the neck. Feeling that the clone was about to dissipate, Black Fox said angrily, You will regret it, I already know the coordinates. Soon, Wuhan and the others will come here and you will all die by then. Are you done? Disappear as soon as you're done. Feng Yu's fingers exerted a little force, and the clone of the black mist dissipated. Lord Feng Yu. I know what you mean, but that guy makes me feel even more uneasy than Wuhan. Although the conditions offered by that guy are very tempting, I'm more worried about him who doesn't know the details. Furthermore, I just had a plan to deal with Infinite City. The most important thing now is to evacuate quickly and try to get out of here when the Wuhan army arrives. Feng Yu said, I understand, Yushiro, pack up your useful things and get out of here. Other side, the clone's memory was transferred to Black Fox. His eyes were shining with light, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. Finally found that guy. Since you don't accept my deal, then go to hell. Other side, inside the luxurious Western-style courtyard. A woman with scarlet eyes was wearing a noble dress and holding a bottle of wine. Sudden, the black mist began to gather in front of her and slowly turned into the shape of a black fox. Mume-sama, I discovered the fugitive Tamyo, and that she has developed a potion to turn ghosts back into humans. Correct. The wine glass in Wuhan's hand broke instantly. He gently wiped the remaining wine in his hand and stood up slowly. An extremely powerful sense of oppression swept across the entire courtyard instantly. Then he pinched the black fox. Who allowed you to stand and talk to me? Wu Kai said coldly. Since you have taken refuge in me, you understand what it means to be inferior to a master or a servant. Next time I will kill you. Then he received the memory picture sent from Black Fox. Boom! After reading the memory of the Black Fox, Wu Kai's whole body was shaking with anger. Tamyo. Other side. At this moment, Feng Yu and others have packed up all the things they need to take away. Seems to feel something. The movements in Tamyo's hands paused. What's wrong, Miss Tamyo? Tanemori Torii asked quickly. Nothing, let's leave quickly. Wuhan is probably on the way here now. Tamyo said. Okay, Miss Tamio, I'll get these. Tanamori Tori took everything diligently. He couldn't show that he was of no use. When Haihu and Feng Yu proposed the deal just now, he was scared to death. After all, killing Wuhan was the wish of Miss Tamio and everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps. And he himself is an unknown little guy. If it were him who had the choice, he would probably have chosen to make a deal with Black Fox. Fortunately, Feng Yu did not agree to the deal in the end, but it left something in Tanamori Tore's heart. At this moment, he already knew that a terrible guy was eyeing him. Although the moment he saw the Black Fox, his body wanted to devour him. The instinctive desire is very strong, but he didn't dare. I just hope that Miss Tamio will be well if such a day comes. I will still choose to fulfill Miss Tamio's wish, even if it costs me my life. Tanamori Tore looked at Tamio's perfect profile and murmured in a gentle voice that he remembered. Infinite City. With a pipa sound. All the strings are gathered at this moment. All the ghosts also looked at the Black Fox. After all, this was the first time they met. Since the Black Fox became Shanxian Liu, these Shanxian ghosts had not received any notification and had not met before. They were also quite curious about this unfamiliar face. Hey, that dark guy over there, who are you? Hantingu asked, tilting his head. Black Fox. Black Fox just said lightly, Your Excellency Black Fox, are you looking down on me, a poor and weak person? Hantingu said with a timid expression. His entire body resembles that of a stooped old man. Coupled with his expression, it is difficult to imagine that he is a wind-up ghost. Mr. Hantingu has been underestimated. I don't know who is more powerful between the two of you. I'm really looking forward to it. Dalma said with a harmless smile on his face. At this moment, he was also interested in the Black Fox. After all, it was rare for the winding ghost to have new faces. Of course, he wanted to see Hantingu and Black Fox fight more, so that he could watch the show happily in this boring infinite city. Although he can't understand what happiness feels like. The other ghosts didn't speak, they just looked at the two ghosts quietly. At this time, a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the ghosts. There was a sound of people kneeling down in unison. Welcome to Master Wuhan. Hantingu shouted. Wu Mei didn't show any emotion, he just looked at the ghosts coldly. Now, all wind up, come with me and get rid of the fugitive Tamyo. The words just fell. The memories that the Black Fox had passed on to Wu Mei appeared in the minds of the ghosts. That's awesome, Miss Tamyo. Dalma said with a smile. But my lord, will it take just one Tamyo to make us all wind up and go into battle? Shut up. Wuxian is furious in an instant. When was it your turn to refute my order? Wu Qiui felt extremely unhappy looking at Dalma's harmless smile. If Dalma hadn't been strong enough and knew what kind of ghost Dalma was, he would have been eliminated long ago. Now, immediately, let me go out and capture the fugitive Tamyo. By the way, kill all those Demon Slayer Corps members. As soon as he finished speaking, Infinite City began to roll, and countless spaces began to rotate. If Feng Yu were here, he might be able to see the Infinite City moving rapidly underground at this moment through the transparent world. Other side, Feng Yu and others have all jumped on Zio Hai's back. Hazy night. Dark clouds. There seemed to be a layer of haze hanging over everyone's hearts. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Tanjiro held Nezuko in his arms and said guiltily. It's okay, Tanjiro, that guy's hiding ability is too strong, so we didn't even notice it. Tomioka Jiu stopped, looked around, and then pulled out the Nichirin sword. Shanxian Ginseng, eyeball. It's so interesting, a ghost I've never seen before. Tamyo said softly. They followed the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who returned from their missions one by one, recording the signs at the same time. Tomioka Jiu was just like Shinazugawa Sanya. After popping his eyeballs, he quickly rushed back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. There is still a long time to come. Anyway, we already know the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, so we have plenty of time to deal with them. Yushiru on the other side looked as if he wanted to eat Tanjiro. Although the sky is covered with dark clouds, in Torii Tanamori's eyes, it is sunny wherever Tamyo is. Yushiru cursed in his mind. Scarlet blood stained his hands and dripped from his fingers. Then with a slight exertion of his palm, Naru's clone's eyeball was instantly crushed. Not to mention. Then an idea struck. But the most important task at the moment is to kill Tamyo, a woman. Naruto did not tell Wu Mei the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters at this time. Naruto, who was far away in Infinite City, received the picture transmitted back from the eyeball clone, and her expression changed slightly. No, my lord is in danger. Tanamori Tori looked at Tamyo with a look of obsession, under darkness. At the same time. But soon, Shinazugawa Mimi reacted. hurriedly put away the Nichirin sword and hurried back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Found it. You're the one following me sneakily, aren't you, evil ghost? Um, I am so happy to be with Miss Tamyo on this starry night. It's all this guy's fault. It's all his fault. Other side, Shinazugawa said with a wild laugh. Shinazugawa, who was covered in scars, also discovered the eyeball following him. Then he smiled knowingly. After all, she also knew that this could be said to be the time when the strength of the Wuhan camp was at its lowest. If Wuhan got mad and went straight to the front and led them to their death, the gain would outweigh the loss. The eyeballs near the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters began to disappear into the air. There is a ghostly atmosphere. It seems this is just a clone. Countless eyeballs hidden in the darkness began to move. Feng Yu, who was standing on Xia Ohai's back, suddenly had a strange idea in his mind. Wuxian probably didn't expect me to fly away in the sky. Then he looked at the two golden things inside the system package. Dekyu's box, a one-time item with the ability to fix space, absolute purification. It can purify all negative effects on oneself and also affect others. An item, a skill. The system is really considerate. After more than half a year, it has finally been shipped again. The corners of Feng Yu's mouth twitched slightly. But it really hurts. 2,000 sword swings are just gone. Looking at the system panel with only about 400,000 sword swings left, I feel impoverished again. Other side. By the time Wu Qiui arrived, the building was already empty. Damn it, look for it. Find them for me. Even if you dig 3 feet deep, you will find them. As long as they are still running on the ground, they must be on their way. You all go out and look for them. If you can't find it, don't come to see me. Subsequently, Clang, the public hasn't reacted yet. All were teleported to the ground. Hey, Master Wuhan is angry. Dauma said with a smile. Then his eyes turned to the Black Fox. HMPH, this guy actually dares to test me, the disgusting thing, it's almost, wait until I devour that guy. Black Fox cursed in his heart and then turned into countless wisps of black mist and spread out, looking for traces of Feng Yu and others. Why did Black Fox just run away without even saying hello? What a rude guy. But his vampire technique is a bit strange. Dauma said with a smile. Sir Dauma, why doesn't that guy look like a ghost to me? He doesn't have that kind of blood induction. Indeed, I don't think it's a ghost, and I don't know where you found it. Fallen Jai also spoke at this time. Don't worry about him, just complete the task. Everyone, please separate. Kokashibu said coldly, and then his body disappeared instantly, and he didn't know where he went. However, the Black Fox was kept in mind by Kokashibu. He always felt that the aura of the Black Fox was vaguely familiar, but he couldn't remember it. Moreover, the Black Fox gave him a feeling of bloodline oppression that seemed to be at a higher level, even worse than Mukai. At the same time, for some reason, he felt a faint sense of fear in his heart when facing him. It's like the prey sees the hunter. The Black Fox is the hunter and he is the prey. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters here. Everyone at the pillar level rushed back, and all began to guard the only way to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. When passing the messages between the crows, they discovered that every member who went out to complete the task was followed by an eyeball clone. This made them worry that the headquarters would be discovered by ghosts. Fortunately, they were stationed on the only way back to the headquarters to intercept the members who had completed their mission. Sweep the eyeballs behind them. But what they didn't know was that Naru already knew the address of the headquarters and had told it to Muzan. The eyeball clone was taken back by Narum, and the Hashira no longer noticed that there was an eyeball following them, but they did not relax their vigilance, and instead came to Yubuya Shiki Yaezaya's house together. My lord, Shinazugawa would like to see you. So is Iguro. Tomioka Jiyu and Takatoru Muakairo didn't speak, but their thoughts were consistent with theirs. Soon, Yubayashiki Yazai slowly walked out with the support of Yubayashiki Hina. Seeing Yubayashiki Yazai coming out, everyone knelt down on one knee. My lord, every member who came back from going out today was followed by an eyeball. It may be the ghost's vampire technique. I suspect that our headquarters has been discovered by them. Please evacuate to a safe place as soon as possible. Shinazugawa said, each eyeball is engraved with the word parameter. I suspect this is the ghost of Shangxian Jai-san. My lord, please evacuate as soon as possible. Yehei Xiaobin also responded at this time. The ghost of the third string, the blood ghost technique that I have never seen before. It seems that Wukai's side has replenished the number of string ghosts. The original Shanxian Sani nest has been destroyed by itself, and Shanxian Wu was killed by Feng Yu. Yaya Yubayashiki lamented how easy it was for Muzan to create a sword demon. But at the same time, he was secretly saddened by the fact that Demon Slayer Corps requires a lot of manpower, material resources, and a long time to train a pillar-level person. I understand, then let's move to the second base. Soon, the headquarters began a rapid and secretive collective evacuation. How about giving Zio Hai a shot of absolute purification? On the side, Ningtaki Sakanji also stood next to Kachu Shinobu, looking at Feng Yu solemnly, as if waiting for his explanation. Don't be nervous, they are not controlled by Wuhan, they are like Nezuko. At the same time, they also hate Wuhan and even want to kill Wuhan more than us. At the same time, he also explained to the two of them that Tamyo had developed a poison that killed Muzan, and a potion that turned ghosts back into humans. Miss Kachu Shinobu, could you please explain your poison to me? Kachu Shinobu looked at the three ghosts of Tamyo in the room. The Nichirin sword in his hand had been drawn out, and he looked at them warily. Soon, it's amazing. That's all. Everyone also rushed back to Samajiri Mountain before dawn, so it can still be like this. After listening to Feng Yu's words, Kachu Shinobu also became interested, and his desire to exchange knowledge with Tamyo became stronger. The three ghosts of Tamyo were arranged in another wooden house as a temporary shelter. Feng Yu's eyes couldn't help but look at Zio Hai. That's what I mean, I also want to see how you develop the poison that can kill Wuhan. Feng Yujun, who are they? The three ghosts of Tamyo kind of live here. So that's it, then I'll listen to Mr. Feng Yu. But if they have any strange intentions, I will kill them immediately. Then the two entered the wooden house and started communicating. As leaders in the same field of knowledge, Kachu Shinobu and Tamyo naturally had a lot of topics to talk about. As the topics continued to deepen, the two exclaimed that each other's professional knowledge was strong. What's going on? Why do I feel like I have a bad premonition? Hearing Kachu Shinobu's words, Feng Yu felt relieved, which showed that she had accepted the existence of Tamyo three ghosts. Tamyo smiled softly. Master Fuyu, is this Miss Kachu Shinobu who is proficient in pharmacology and pathology that you mentioned to me before? What a beautiful girl. When three of us are together, we must be my teacher. Zio Hai felt a chill running down his spine. Feng Yu is preparing to build a temporary residence for Tamyo deep in the back mountain. One night passes. On the other hand, Feng Yu and the others were extremely relaxed with Zio Hai flying in the air. From time to time, everyone would enjoy the beautiful scenery of the country and the mountains at night. The sound of exchanges between the two people continued to be heard in the wooden house. Forget it, I'll try it on Zio Hai when I get back to Samajiri Mountain. Otherwise, if I try it here, something unexpected will happen. Feng Yu couldn't help but think of this sentence. Then Fenga told Kachu Shinobu and Nintaki Sakanji about the past of Tamyo and others. One day later, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was quickly moved to the second base, where everyone also saw the next protagonist after the death of Yashiki Yazai in the original novel. That is, his son, Yubayashiki Teruya. Father, why are you here? Teruya asked doubtfully. Nothing, this will be the new Demon Slayer Corps headquarters from now on. Ayashiki Yayaya touched his head and said, and then entered the prepared room with the help of Hinai, and dispersed the irrelevant people, leaving only the pillar-level existence. What are you going to do about this eyeball ghost incident? Yubayashiki Yayaya said. My lord, the team members summoned by you when going out to complete the mission, or the hidden members must be confirmed by our column-level presence before they return to the headquarters before they are released. The eyeball ghost's hiding ability is very powerful. If you're not careful, our location may be exposed, posing a hidden danger to your safety. Shinazugawa said. Yubayashiki Yayaya nodded and then said, I can feel that I seem to have escaped the arrangement of fate once. If I escape again, something very terrible will happen. So if a ghost discovers this place again, it must be fate's arrangement, and I have to have a final showdown with Wuhan, even if I die in battle. My lord, the Demon Slayer Corps cannot live without your command. Your safety is more important than all of us. As long as you are here, the Demon Slayer Corps will exist forever. Shinazugawa couldn't stand hearing it anymore, and his emotions suddenly rose and he shouted. Shia, the Demon Slayer Corps has lost me and my child Teruri. According to the tradition of our Demon Slayer Corps, if I die, then the cycle of fate will affect my child and he will be your new child. Lord. He will also lead you to kill Wuhan. Yubayashiki Yayaya said calmly. However, I will do my best to command and kill Wuhan under my leadership, so that my children will not bear the same curse as me, and no more children of the next generation will go to the battlefield to complete our unfinished business. Our mission must be completed by us. Even if it means sacrificing our lives, we will not hesitate. Without the marrow cleansing pills and healing pills provided by Feng Yu, his body would have become riddled with holes, and like the original work, he would have detonated explosives and sacrificed himself to the point of injuring himself, delaying everyone's escape. But now that his health is getting better, he understands that his mission has not been completed. What's more, his son is less than 8 years old. If he dies under the leadership of a man who is less than 8 years old, Demon Slayer Corps may get even tougher. My lord, Shinazugawa Shia wishes to be the strongest blade in your hand. So is Zayarabanai. So does Mitsuri. The pillars responded in unison, and at this time, Feng Yu and Kachu Shinobu, who were far away in Sajiri Mountain, also received information from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The eyeball ghost the headquarters was discovered. Could it be Narum? Feng Yu remembered that in the original novel, Naruko's differentiated eyeballs controlled more than 60% of the coordinates of the Demon Slayer Corps family, as well as the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and the sword-forging village. This ghost can be said to be Muzan's strongest assistant. Not only has the Infinite City been dedicated as an office for meetings of the Wuxian camp, but it can also pull people into the Infinite City at will and change spaces. Many times Feng Yu thinks that if one day Naru suddenly betrays Wu Kai and throws him out of Infinite City under the sun, then the whole drama will probably be over. I didn't expect that the plot of The World is Far Away has reached this point. At this time, Kachu Shinobu, who communicated with Tamyo all night, said, Fuyukun, now that the headquarters has been discovered, I am worried that the master will be in danger, so I left first. All right. Feng Yu nodded. Now Kachu Shinobu has been training hard every day since she learned to open the stripes last time and touched the threshold of the transparent world. Now she has mastered some tips and methods. As long as the physical limit and mental state reach saturation in the future, maybe everything will fall into place. Before leaving, Kachu Shinobu specially invited Tamyo to go back to Butterfly House with her so that she could conduct experiments on new drugs at any time. But after Tamyo thought twice, he decided to stay in Sajiri Mountain for the time being. After all, if Tamyo goes with him, Yushiru and Tanamori Toyorai will go there together, and it is inevitable that they will be criticized. Later, Kachu Shinobu accepted the 3 ghosts of Tamyo, but the staff in Butterfly House did not, and their fear and hatred of ghosts was no less than anyone else. Not to mention, now it is obvious that the ghost has set its sights on Torei Tanamori, and its ability to hide would not be detected at all without special methods. Tamyo can also detect a little bit of the reason why the Black Fox is eyeing Torei Tanamori. That means the power of the 2 ghosts is from the same source. For enemies whose strength is uncertain, it is safest to stay by Feng Yu's side. When Kachu Shinobu returns to the Demon Slayer Corps and meets those pillars, more and more striped swordsmen may appear. Feng Yu recalled the description of markings in his previous life. As long as one of the swordsmen who used the breathing method had markings, other markings would spring up like mushrooms after a spring rain. This is like a virus that spreads from 10 to 10. Of course, the premise is that the swordsman must also meet the conditions to turn on the markings. It's just that this era has the largest number of pillars, and it's also the most powerful era. In the original work, each one of them could turn on patterns. Now, with his intervention, the marrow cleansing pills are polishing their physical foundations to become more perfect. For them, stripes may not be difficult. They are just waiting for an introduction that teaches them how to open stripes. He believed that Kachu Shinobu would definitely tell them how to turn on the markings when he returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. After all, this was a way to greatly improve his strength. It is very helpful for pillars whose current strength is tending to be saturated. I don't know how this little girl Mixu is doing in the full set of breathing and Changjiang. Feng Yu looked at the direction where Kachu Shinobu was going away and murmured, Gaga master, are you reluctant to part with her? Gaga, if you can't bear it, just chase after me, just like me, be brave. Zio high on the side saw Feng Yu looking in the direction of Kachu Shinobu and saying something mean, but he didn't know that he would feel better later. Feng Yu had a black line on his face. Zio Hai, you haven't had your house installed for 3 days, haven't you? At this time, a white figure instantly gave Zio Hai a big D *** K, and his head was directly inserted into the soft soil. Ziobai looked at Zio Hai proudly and said, don't talk nonsense. Then he jumped on Feng Yu's shoulder. Ahem, Ziobai, you are too harsh. Zio Hai was still in a dazed state at this time. He pulled his head out of the soil staggeringly, and at the same time, a lot of feathers on his forehead fell off. Gaga, boss Ziobai, you are going too far. You are even willing to beat me, who is so handsome and charming, into the mud. Zio Hai woke up and said angrily, By the way, it seems that I haven't tried the absolute purification skill I bought. Feng Yu's eyes couldn't help but look at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai's heart suddenly trembled, and a bad premonition swept through his body. Xiao Hai, do you want to experience a different kind of happiness? Feng Yu said with a smile. But when Xiao Hai saw Feng Yu's smile, he immediately became afraid. It knows very well that Feng Yu smiles like this when he deceives people, and Tanjiro knows it best. Gaga Master, Xiao Hai doesn't want to. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Then he was about to fly away, but was stopped by Feng Yu. What can you do? Stay and do an experiment with me. Then, Feng Yu followed the trend and pointed his finger. A milky white light soared into the sky from Xiao Hai's body. Gah! Xiao Hai's fierce screams rang out in the mountains, making people shudder. Soon, the white light disperses. I saw that Xiao Hai was already paralyzed on the ground at this time. And at the same time, the crow's body was still trembling and shaking. So good. Feng Yu suddenly had a dark look on his face when he heard what Xiao Hai said. At the same time, he looked at the skill introduction about absolute purification on the panel and couldn't help but wonder if he had bought a fake. After a while, Xiao Hai slowly became energetic. Gaga Master, what did you just do to me? Can you let me experience it again? Just once, that feeling is really wonderful. It is simply a paradise-like experience on Earth. Xiao Hai recalled the intoxication on his face just now. Feng Yu asked with a dark face, can you be more serious? If you do this again, I will deduct your monthly snacks. Please tell me in detail how you feel. Hear about buckle snacks. Xiao Hai was anxious and immediately changed his state and became serious. God, just now I can feel that every corner of my body has been combed and cleaned, and it is numb and numb. Some of the hidden wounds have been healed. At the same time, it can make me feel more happy, and I seem to be able to reply. Physical strength. Now I feel like my whole body is full of energy. Then Xiao Hai fired a blazing sunburst in the distance. A violent explosion sounded. Feng Yu could feel that the damage dealt by Xiao Hai was completely different from the usual water paddling. This time it's even stronger. The residual warmth from the air hit my face. Okay, let's go. Feng Yu now understood the specific capabilities of the absolute purification skill, but he really didn't want to see Xiao Hai like this. Not only are they thieves, they are also a bunch of wretched people. Stop spying in romantic places from now on. Feng Yu said with a dark face. Gaga Master, please let me experience it again, please. When Xiao Hai heard that Feng Yu was driving it away, he immediately became anxious. I said now, immediately disappear in front of me. Feng Yu said, pretending to be angry. Xiao Hai felt bad when he saw this. He had seen what Feng Yu would do when he was angry, so he quickly flew away. Looking at Xiao Hai flying away, Feng Yu couldn't help shouting, remember, I'm not allowed to go to those romantic places. After Xiao Hai's figure disappeared from the horizon, Feng Yu couldn't help but sigh. Oh, why did Xiao Hai become like this? The family is unlucky, the family is unlucky. But how about I experience an absolute purification myself? If I don't go to hells, who wills? And this is a good skill. Feng Yu swallowed his throat and then shot himself an absolute purification shot. 1 minute later. Feng Yu's face was rosy, full of energy, and his whole face was radiant. This skill is really good. Other side. The Demon Slayer Corps new headquarters also received a letter from Tamyo at this time. The poison that kills Muzan, and the potion that can turn ghosts back into humans. Miss Tamyo is such a great person. Yubayashiki Yaya couldn't help but sigh when he heard Hinai's words. During these years, Tamyo has always maintained contact with Yubayashiki Yaya, and both of them have the same goal, which is to kill Muzan. At the same time, Tamyo is also a ghost recognized by the adopted country Enishi. Since then, Tamyo has maintained contact with the Yubayashiki family. As for Tamyo, Yubayashiki Yaya is also a strange woman whom she admires quite a lot. He has been looking for a way to kill Wu Mei all his life, and he is also the first ghost to escape Wu Mei's control. Instead of eating humans, he relies on his superb medical skills to save the world and save people. But Feng Yu, this child, is exactly what I expected. Regarding ghosts, he does not have the same belief in killing all ghosts as our swordsman. He can judge right from wrong and distinguish good from evil. Obviously, Tamyo's letter also mentioned that she is now settling in Sajiri Mountain. Mr. Yaezai, Mr. Feng Yu and I plan to spread the news about the method of turning ghosts back into humans and the Cyan Higantua, thereby attracting Mu Qi and killing him. Now we are waiting for the detailed discussion process with you. I don't know when you will have time, presented by Tamyo. Are we going to discuss it in detail? Yubayashiki Yaezai murmured. Hinai helped me write a reply letter to Miss Tamyo. Soon, the letter was written. After learning that Tamyo had developed a potion to turn ghosts back into humans, the uneasiness in his heart became even stronger. Infinite City quickly became quiet. There is also an undercurrent surging which is extremely unsettling. Yubayashiki Yeiya said, the eyeball clones separated by Naruko also knew the addresses of more than 60% of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Sir, what are your orders? Wuxian, it's time for us to make a decision between us. Is the final battle about to begin? Wu Qiui said indifferently, damn Yuani. Since they are all dead, why do they still need to leave a legacy? The sense of oppression in the world has become even stronger. At the same time, he also discovered the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, which gave him the idea of killing the entire Demon Slayer Corps like he did 100 years ago. But the delay in getting the report from the top stringers made him feel very angry. At the same time, Muzan's eyes were also looking at Naru. Then he conveyed the request in his heart to the two ghosts' minds. But there is no misfortune here. Feng Yu looked up at the sky and murmured. His strong mental power made him extremely sensitive to all changes in the world. But the more I thought about it, the more irritable I became, and the veins on my face popped out. Both camps were in action, and the lightning in the sky was like thunder snakes crawling on the dark clouds. After handing the letter to Yaoya, Yubuya Hinai walked out. Wu Qi's aura soared into the sky, causing the entire Infinite City to sway. Soon. But he held back. The reason was simply that there was another boy using the breath of the sun in the Demon Slayer Corps camp at this moment. His cautious and timid character made him dare not act rashly. Collect a lot of information about special humans for me. Yes, father. After all, he felt extremely afraid of Yuani, who once hunted him. When? Wu Mei's eyes glowed with scarlet blood, and then he suddenly thought and returned to a gorgeous Western-style courtyard. He was also in a dilemma for a while. The pipa sounds. If there were more ghosts like Narum with special vampire skills, wouldn't it be? Two figures knelt in front of Wuhan. But fortunately, Hinai let Sanya's children come in and get ready to meet Miss Tamyo. Tamyo soon received a letter from Yaya Yubayashiki. And at the same time, the atmosphere at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was a bit depressing at the moment. After all, Tamyo is a ghost, and a ghost came to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to discuss important matters with his lord, even though Yubayashiki Yoya and Kachu Shinobu tried their best to say good things for Tamyo. Just like Nezuko back then, she was not recognized by everyone. My lord, I will never allow another ghost to enter our Demon Slayer Corps headquarters this time. You forgot that we moved out of the headquarters some time ago because of ghosts. Also, how can you guarantee that the ghost will not eat it? Where are the people? She came to discuss with you how to deal with Wuhan. How can you guarantee that she will not hurt you? I don't think any ghost is allowed to approach you and put you in any danger. Shinazugawa-san yells. Except for Kachu Shinobu, the other pillars have more or less unsupportive expressions on their faces. I support what Shinazugawa said. My lord, it is too dangerous to let a ghost get close to you. We can't believe what the evil ghost says. Yehezaya Oba ni echoed. The dysprosium ball wrapped around his neck was spitting out letters and seemed to be protesting. Tomioka Jiyu and Takatoru Muakairo looked calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. I will never allow any ghost to get close to my lord. Just let the sharp blade in my hand kill her gorgeously. Yusui Tenjin said, Amitabha, all the ghosts in the world are oppressed by the ghost King Wuhan. What a poor mother. She has been trying her best to kill Wuhan all her life for the sake of her miserable child. Let me end her miserable life. Minjiu Zingaming put his palms together and said with 2 lines of hot tears flowing from his white eyes. Well, let's listen to what the Lord has to say first. Kanroji Mitsuri said with a blushing face. I know everyone's hatred of evil spirits, but Miss Tamyo has developed a poison that can kill evil spirits and a potion that can turn ghosts back into humans. This time we came here to discuss exactly how to formulate a combat plan. At this moment, the potion that turns ghosts back into humans has been applied to Nezuko's child. I believe that the child will be able to transform back into humans soon. As soon as Yubayashiki Yoya finished speaking, everyone except Kachu Shinobu had shocked expressions on their faces. Nezuko is the sister of the Kamado boy from before, the female ghost who endured Shinazugawa's blood. Amitabha, I didn't expect this miserable female ghost to be able to embrace the sunshine again. It's amazing, we actually developed a potion that can turn ghosts back into humans. What? The pillars were convinced, but at this moment they were more disbelieving in their hearts, and at the same time they were also curious about Tamyo. And Wuxian was not idle here either. In a dense forest, A middle-aged man with strong muscles was lying on the ground, struggling in pain with a ferocious face. "Father!" The man's girl yelled, and she wanted to run over to check on the man but was held tightly in her arms by her mother with tears streaming down her face. On the side were two figures, one wearing gorgeous clothes and the other an unknown evil ghost. "A master of martial arts among humans, I hope you can surprise me." Wuhan looked at the man on the ground indifferently as time passed. The man's aura began to become stronger and stronger, and his appearance also began to change. Pieces of fiery red scales formed on his skin, and his two forehead horns exploded, growing out a pair of golden horns. The originally strong muscles had doubled in size at this moment, like a giant. "Hungry's hungry." The man whispered like a beast, his eyes glowing red. "Yes, go ahead, behind you is the food I left for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the man immediately pounced on the mother and daughter. "Number father, don't do this." The miserable screams resounded throughout the forest, followed by the smell of blood and then the sound of chewing. Soon, there was only a pool of blood left on the ground. The man, who was completely transformed into a ghost, kneeled respectfully in front of Wuhan. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me a new life. Your humble servant is willing to go through fire and water for Your Majesty, no matter what. Come on, show me your vampire skills." Wu Kai said coldly. "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for the name." The man punched out. The two girls' stomachs growled. Only the sound of the constant lapping of the shore existed alone in the dark night. Vampire art. Flame bold demons. The Yanyu demon knew what the lower string represented from Wu Mei's bloodline inheritance, and he was extremely excited inside. The sound of the pipa sounded, and Wu Mei's figure disappeared directly from the spot. A huge bull made of flames galloped away in one direction at great speed. "Okay, there is a small village under the forest, and there is the food you need. Remember, as ghosts, humans are our food." Clang! My sister cried. Yu Yi, mother and father. They were just delayed because they were busy with other things, and they will be back soon, said the girl's sister, other side. But it didn't make them feel a bit cold, maybe because the warmth in their hearts was right next to them. In the thatched house, two girls in ragged clothes and dirty faces hugged each other tightly among the haystacks. Seeing that the man wanted to continue using the vampire technique, Wuhan interrupted directly. The girl's voice was a little choked. Wuxian came to a dilapidated thatched house. The night was hazy and the pale moonlight spread on the beach, making it appear that the whole night was extremely quiet. The Yanyu devil looked towards the village at the foot of the mountain, with a sly smile on his lips. The scales on the man's body began to turn red, balls of red flames covered his body, and the temperature in the air also soared. "The cold wind whizzes. Your nickname will be Flame Bull Demon from now on." Boom. "Sister, why haven't mother and father come back for so long?" Then Wu Mei directly dug out one of the eyes of the Yanyu demon and carved the font of Xia Xian Lu on it. Wu Mei watched quietly from the side, but there was a trace of impatience on his face. "Food, I'm here, let you be the food that makes me stronger, Jai Jai Jai." "Sister, I'm so hungry." "Sister, I will go find something delicious for you tomorrow. Just be patient tonight." A violent explosion sounded, and endless flames engulfed the entire affected area. "Sister, you're lying, that's what you said a year ago, but it's still the same now. I heard others say that our mother and father are no longer wanted." "We are." Feeling the sobbing sister in her arms, Yui felt extremely uncomfortable, but she still comforted her sister and said, "Yu Yi, I know you miss your mother and father, but we promised them that we will stay at home and wait for them to come back. We must do what we promised, okay? Let's do this. My sister will blow the conch to you and you sleep well. Tomorrow my sister will catch fish for you." After that, he took out the blue-patterned conch hanging around his neck and blew it. The warm and healing conch sound, accompanied by the sea breeze, sounded in the starry sky at night, blowing into the distance with their love for each other. As Yuya listened to the familiar melody, the throbbing in her heart gradually subsided and she fell asleep, but her fingers were tightly holding Yui's hand. It seems that this can bring her a sense of security and warmth. Soon, the sound of the conch stopped, and Yuya fell asleep completely. Yui looked at the sleeping Yui in the dark. Her eyes were moist, and her lower lip was biting her upper lip. She was holding back the sadness to prevent herself from crying and waking up the only remaining relative in the world in her arms. A few months ago, she witnessed the death of her parents. That day, the whole beach was surrounded by people, and every one of them spoke of the tragic situation. When she squeezed in to take a look, her mind went blank. There were several corpses soaked in seawater and turned white lying on the beach. Although they were swollen and couldn't see clearly, she recognized them as soon as they were found. They are parents who are far away from the sea. At that moment, her mind was filled with despair. The familiar people and bodies no longer had any warmth. While everyone was talking about it, she left quietly. She didn't claim the body or cry. She seemed to have grown up at that moment. She kept her parents in her heart forever instead of lying on the beach at that time. Two corpses on top. What's more, once her sister knows the news of her parents' murder, what will happen if she doesn't protect her? From that day on, Yui took on the role of a parent and always took care of Yui. But what would happen if two little girls lived together? Relying on the savings left by his murdered parents, he has survived until now and his family is completely destitute. I'm sorry, Yui, I lied to you. Yui's heart is tortured all the time. Especially when Yui asked about her parents, every sentence was like a sharp needle piercing her heart. At this time, just as Yui was about to go to sleep, the door of the thatched cottage was opened. The dark night made it difficult for her to see what was outside the door, and she suddenly became nervous and scared. Who? Yui quickly picked up a wooden stick from the side and shouted. Yui's movements also woke up Yui, who had just fallen asleep. Sister, what happened? Yui hid Yui behind her, holding the wooden stick tightly in her hand, staring in the direction of the door. Haha, what a shocking feeling. Even though your parents are dead, you still deceive yourself that they are still alive. Human beings are still so disgusting. Come on, become a ghost, become the most perfect creature in the world, then you will not starve or freeze. Kill all the people who bully you and take your destiny into your own hands. Wu Kai said coldly, who are you? Get out of here. Yui's body was trembling constantly under the horrible pressure, but she still stood firmly in front of Yui. Bold, despicable human, how dare you talk to adults like this? The unknown ghost on the side scolded, but what greeted him was a tentacle of flesh and blood that swallowed him up. Did I tell you to speak? Hot blood splashed on Wu Mei's face, but he looked indifferent. The strong smell of blood instantly filled the entire room. Kill someone. Yui's eyes widened, and the smell of blood in the air was constantly stimulating her nerves. She never thought that someone would be killed just because of a word. Sister, I'm afraid. Yuya's voice was trembling. Yuya, don't be afraid, I'm here. Yui comforted and then said, what do you want to do? It's such an admirable courage to still stand in front of me in such a situation. I really like you more and more. Come on, become a ghost. Becoming a ghost can change your destiny. You will never feel sad because of this miserable world again. Wuxian said, becoming a ghost. Yui was confused, but Muzan's left hand turned into a tentacle of flesh and blood, lifting the two of them into the air. You. Let us go now, you monster. Yui saw clearly that it was the terrifying tentacles grabbing the two of them, and she was immediately frightened. Monster. Wu Mei's eyes were glowing red, and the temperature in the air suddenly dropped a lot. Since you think I am a monster, then I will turn you into a monster too. The sharp blood needle plunged into Yui's body. The terrifying blood immediately eroded her whole body, and the two of them were knocked to the ground. Yui struggled painfully and her body was changing at the same time. Wu Quan looked at the two of them thoughtfully from the side, then he smiled. Sister, what's wrong with you? Yui yelled with difficulty, then stood up and rushed towards Muzan. But just for a moment. Number don't comes. Yuya cried and shouted and at the same time wanted to run over to check on her condition. So hungry, so hungry. No, this is my sister, I am Tatano Yui. The body turned into that of a girl, with azure hair hanging messily, blue gravel patterns dotted between the eyebrows, and azure eyes slowly opening in the darkness. Yuya ran to Yui regardless of the wounds on her hands. Wu Kai said coldly, elder sister. Yui's entire body also transformed into another appearance. Yui let out a groan. Looking at Yui in front of her, Yui's reason was completely broken by desire at this moment. At this time, Yui's transformation is accelerating rapidly. Then she flew out. Seeing her sister being beaten away, Yuya quickly shouted, noisy. Accept the power I give you. The blue patterned conch on her chest seemed to be being pulled and slowly integrated into her body. Yui, who just turned into a ghost, only has greed in her eyes. Seeing Yui in such pain, Yuya hugged her and shouted worriedly. Yui felt that her reason was about to be swallowed up. Yui at this moment was like the temptation of the devil in her eyes. The smell of blood directly made Yui's reason become even crazier. She bit her arm and turned her head away from Yui. Yui said painfully, Yui, go ahead, this is your favorite sister. Don't you want to taste her? She felt like she was about to die. Every cell in her body was undergoing transformation, and her consciousness was constantly weakening. Hurry, go, Yui, I'm sorry, father and mother actually left us. I've been lying to you all this time, quickly now, go now. Sister, what's wrong with you? Sister. What's wrong with you? A little though. Then with a gentle stroke of his hand, Yuya's arm suddenly started to blade. At this time, don't want. The pitiful shouts pierced the entire deathly silent night. Muzan stood aside and looked at Hatano Yui, who was devouring his sister with a slightly appreciative expression. The pungent smell of blood filled her entire brain, and she feasted crazily like a beast without reason. Sister dot 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 sister dot 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 sister dot 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 yaoi dot 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 it hurts. Hatano Yui said weakly. She looked at her sister, who was like her parents, with distressed eyes. She couldn't believe that her dearest sister would become like this, but Yui seemed not to hear, tearing at her flesh. That's fine, sister. Actually, Yui also lied to you. I have always known that our mother and father have left. I've been lying to you. This time, maybe, I won't cause trouble to you. Just let me compensate you for taking care of me during this time. Yuya closed her eyes and quietly waited for death to come. Although the pain in her body made her extremely painful, she did not seem to feel any pain and did not make a sound. Just when Yui's life was about to end, the blue conch on Yui's chest suddenly hung on her chest and started to shake. And at this time, Yui also stopped eating. A familiar melody sounded in her ears, the sound of the conch shells that their mother had blown to them. Yui, my father and I are going to go to sea. You have to take good care of your sister Yui at home. Don't let her get hurt. Of course, you must also protect you. You must remember my favorite Yui. At this moment, Yui seemed to feel her late mother caressing her face. At this moment, she burst into tears. The lost sanity was also regained at this moment. But it was too late. Looking at his hands stained with blood and Yuya lying in his arms, she collapses. The heartbreaking pain screamed from her throat. Oh, yes. Oh, it's interesting. I actually overcame my desire. It's a pity that your favorite sister was tortured like this by you. Do you want to save your sister? I have a way. Wuhan smiled. Yui turned around sharply. In her eyes, Muzan was a devil and she wanted to kill him with the power given to her by the devil. Killing intent overflowed from her eyes but was suppressed. Please save my sister, just save her. I will do anything. Yui knelt in front of Muzan and begged. Muzan, on the other hand, had a joking look on his face. Regarding Yui's murderous intention, he could clearly feel and know what she was thinking in her heart at this time. He gently raised Yui's face with his fingers and said, "Really, nothing. Are you willing to do it? Is it okay even to turn your sister into a ghost like you?" Yui paused and kept muttering, "Become a monster like me, a monster." Her eyes were full of struggle, with Yuya's life on one side and the struggle of human nature on the other. But in the end she chose the former, and with a weak look in her eyes she forgot to glance at Yu Yi and said, "I'm sorry, Yu Yi." Then he said to Wu Mei, "I want her to live." Yui knows very well in her heart that she can't actually defeat Wuhan, let alone kill him. It comes from the sense of oppression in her blood, that is, he is the absolute king among all ghosts. She couldn't do it and she had no courage. Wu Quan looked at her performance and smiled with satisfaction, then his left hand turned into a tentacle and plunged directly into Yuya's body. Drops of blood were transported into Yuya's body, and her body also changed at this time. Strips of blue meridians were spread all over her body, and the missing flesh and blood was also being restored at a speed visible to the naked eye at this moment. There was no wail of pain. Yuya's body was transforming peacefully. Yui turned her head away, unable to bear to continue watching. She understood that her sister Yui had become a monster like her. From now on they will be under Wu Qi's control. The blood curse in her blood made her feel weak. At this time, an ethereal voice sounded in Yui's ears. "Elder sister." Yui suddenly turned her head to look at Yui. At this time, Yui had light blue hair, and lines like blue conch stripes were wrapped around her arms. She also looks like Yui, growing into the shape of a girl and floating in the air. At this moment, Yuya was looking at Yui with a smile, as cute as an elf. Yui. When these words fell in Yui's ears, her eyes widened. She clearly felt that her sister had changed and was no longer the same sister in the human period. Overnight, yes. Moreover, both sisters had big smiles engraved in their eyes. Yui wanted to say something, but her vision went black and she fainted on the ground. At this time, Yui nodded and then smiled slightly, licking her dry lips with her tongue, her eyes full of greedy desire. "Sister, why do you feel bad about that food?" Yui said quickly. Muzan took a step forward, gently opened Yui's head with his fingers and then cleaned up some things skillfully. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm sorry." Of course, there are ghosts who have successfully awakened the vampire art, and there will be ghosts who have failed to awaken the vampire art. "Sister, why are you crying? I'm fine now." "Sister, we want to be together forever, hee hee, but, sister, I'm so hungry. Let's go fill our stomachs together, okay?
What?
The names on the list continued to disappear and Wu Mei's smile gradually faded away. The adults have left. Sister, you are finally back. I'm hungry. Let's go eat something delicious. We will always be together. Yui's eyes were full of tenderness and she hugged Yui. You are not my sister. Yuya hugged Yui intimately, but Yuya looked at Yui with a strange look. Wu Mei had already left this place and headed to the next location. Then blue water balls appeared out of thin air, wrapping the residents and sinking into the sea. The entire fishing village has mysteriously disappeared. Yuya's voice suddenly became extremely sharp this night. Wait until Yui opens her eyes. Yui looked at Yuya dully and said, Yuya wiped the tears from Yui's eyes and said softly, Sister, you have changed. In the past, when I said I was hungry, you would accompany me to eat delicious food. Wuhan was very happy to harvest 3 ghosts with great potential in awakening vampire skills in one night, especially Yui and Yui. Wuhan was very satisfied with their vampire skills. The strong sound waves made Yui cover her ears in pain. No, Yui, we can't do this. The entire fishing village was enveloped by a strange song, and all the humans living here were like puppets on strings, coming to Yui and Yui. Where is your lord? Subsequently, a month later, in the Infinite City, the new 12 Kazuki all knelt in front of Wuhan. Narum on the side was holding the strings of her lute, and Muzan looked condescendingly at the new 12 Kazuki below. 1 row for upper strings and 1 row for lower strings. Upper string 1 Kokoshibu and then upper string 6 Black Fox. The lower part is a ghost with fangs, pointed ears, pale skin, and black tiger stripes on his face. Although he is a ghost, he wears a Nichirin sword on his waist that only the Demon Slayer Corps has. The Nichirin sword has a yellow body with a lightning blade pattern on it. Black scabbard, dark gold handle, white sword with triangular pattern on it. If Zenitsu were here, he might be able to recognize that this is his senior brother, Yudake. Just like the original work, he became a member of 12 Kazuki, but instead of being the upper string Riku, he became the first of the lower strings. Xian is a ghost who looks like a little boy with vertical pupils like snakes, and his whole body is full of evil energy. The third figure on the lower string is a rickety old man with gray-white skin and wrinkles like a mummy, with squinted eyes and a white beard all over his face. The fourth one is a woman, but this person has a hot figure, but she is half human and half animal, with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a spider, just like the legendary Japanese bride. The rest are the Jiyu sisters and the Yanyu demon. The new 12 Kazuki has officially gathered in Muzan City for the first time. Wu Qi looked at the masterpiece he had created below with the same indifference as before, as if their existence was insignificant to him, especially ghosts like Xian. Wu Mei's aura suppressed them and they did not dare to be careless. They were all cautious, fearing that they would get into trouble with their boss. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's accept my order and kill everyone who forges swords for the Demon Slayer Corps. Other side. At this time, Tam Yo has been escorted by Zio Hai and Feng Yu to the courtyard of the new headquarters. The dark night is long and the moonlight is faint, giving people a feeling of silence. Different from the past. At this time, except for Purgatory Xingjulang, all the other pillar-level experts gathered here in the courtyard. The moment Tam Yo steps into the courtyard, there is a strong murderous intention in the whole air all the time. Maybe as long as Tam Yo makes any other small move, they will rush up and tear Tam Yo into pieces in the next second. Good evening, Miss Tam Yo. Kachu Shinobu smiled and greeted Tam Yo, and Tam Yo also smiled and nodded. At this time, my lord is here, my lord is here. Yubayashiki Hinai's voice sounded. Everyone was half kneeling on the ground, watching Shiki Yaya come out. However, Tam Yo and Feng Yu did not kneel down like the others, but stood on the spot. Damn it, you evil ghost, you didn't kneel down when you saw our lord. If you dare to have evil intentions towards our lord, I will definitely kill you with my sword. Shinazugawa cursed. At the same time, one hand was already touching the handle of the knife. I'm very sorry. I came here with no ill intentions. On the contrary, my thoughts are the same as yours, all to kill Wuhan, so please forgive me for being an evil ghost. After I kill Wuhan, I will kill myself and end my sins. I am very sorry, Tamyo said with a smile. Looking at Tamyo's pure eyes, Shinazugawa was stunned. But soon, the disgust for ghosts in his heart made him stop looking at Tamyo and just cursed secretly. Good evening, everyone. The night is still as beautiful tonight. Yubayashiki Yaza's gentle voice rang in everyone's ears, immediately suppressing other people's dissatisfaction with Tamyo. Miss Tamyo, long time no see. Yubayashiki Yoya seemed to be able to see where Tamyo was standing at this time and looked at her. Long time no see, Mr. Yaezai. Tamyo smiled slightly. I am very happy to see that your body is getting better than before. Under your leadership, the Demon Slayer Corps can become so strong. I believe that under your command, we will be able to kill Wuhan and make this world a better place. Partner, what a tragic fate a man has. And move to the butterfly house. All the plans revolve around Nezuko turning back into an adult, letting Muzan know about it, and making him think that Nezuko is the blue Higanbana. Can't understand. For 3 whole days when Feng Yu stepped out of the courtyard, he was in a state of confusion. Yubayashiki Yoya smiled slightly and then said, Thank you, Miss Tamyo, for forgiving the behavior of these rude children like me. I apologize to you on their behalf, I'm sorry. Fenga paddled the whole way, but at the same time, he admired the minds of Tamyo and Yubayashiki Yoya. The moon seems to be covered by clouds tonight, and I don't know how many clouds there are. After Feng Yu murmured, he followed Xiao Hai back to Sawu Mountain. Miss Tamyo has always been our partner. She has a constant connection with our Demon Slayer Corps. She has also been of great help to our Demon Slayer Corps over the years. So everyone, for Miss Tamyo, I also hope that you can respect her as much as you respect me. And don't put her in the same status as those evil man-eating ghosts just because she is a ghost. After all, Tamyo stayed at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to continue refining the details of the plan with Yoya Yubayashiki. Yubayashiki Yoya said, The lights are brightly lit and there are insects chirping in the courtyard. But according to Muzan's timid and cautious character, it must be insufficient. At this time Nezuko, who needs to transform back into a human, appears. Let Wuhan believe the news released by the Demon Slayer Corps. One of the most important goals is Nezuko. The entire Zhu meeting ended before dawn. Eyes will never come to a meeting again. After hearing Yubayashiki Yazai's words, everyone fell into deep thought. After solving the problem of inducing Muzan, the next step is to deal with Narum's Mujin city. At this time, Feng Yu's participation is needed. After all, no one in the Demon Slayer Corps understands the characteristics of Mujin city better than him. That's all. Aguro Kobanai said. Then if there is nothing else, this Zhu meeting will officially begin. Yubayashiki Yoya and Tamyo both know that Muzan has been searching for the blue Higan flower for hundreds of years, and only the two of them know the obsession. 3 days. The first step of the plan is to release the news to let Wu Pei know that the flower of the other side is in the hands of the Demon Slayer Corps, so as to lure Wu Pei out. Infinity City has a plan and so does the Demon Slayer Corps. Miss Tamyo is so beautiful, so elegant. My lord, why do you have to be so polite to an evil ghost? The plans are laid out one by one, clearly and perfectly. And at the same time, response plans for various emergencies or unexpected things have been formulated in advance. When Feng Yu returned to Sawu Mountain, he had a big surprise. Under the sun. Nezuko, dressed in a gray kimono and with her hair in a bun, was standing under the sun and looking up at the sun in the sky. The hand was slightly stretched out, as if feeling the temperature from the sun. Nezuko turned back into a human. Feng Yu was also surprised when he saw this. But I soon discovered something was wrong because Nezuko's state at the moment seemed a little dull. It's like losing memory and losing independent reason. Nezuko, why did you come out? Tanjiro hurriedly ran out and held Nezuko's hand, leading her towards the cabin. But Nezuko tilted her head and looked at Tanjiro holding her hand with a puzzled look. Ahum. Nezuko opened her mouth but no words came out. Nezuko, I am your brother Tanjiro. It is really great that you can become a human again, so that you can live your life like an ordinary person. Tanjiro hugged Nezuko tightly, tears shining in the corners of her eyes. For Tanjiro, although his sister Nezuko has become like this at the moment, she has finally left her ghost identity and returned to a human. Don't worry, brother will always protect you. Although you may not remember who I am now, I won't hurt you. How about we go home together and wait for senior brother Feng Yu and the others to come back together? Tanjiro said softly. Nezuko seemed to feel something and stretched out a hand to wipe the tears from the corner of Tanjiro's eyes. Then he nodded. Tanjiro, when did Nezuko become a human again? Feng Yu's voice rang in Tanjiro's ears. Senior brother Feng Yu, just last night, Nezuko woke up, and all the smell of Wuhan on her body disappeared and she returned to her previous smell. Tanjiro was very happy, but then he thought about it and said, Senior brother Feng Yu, Miss Tamyo's potion is successful, so if that happens, those oppressed ghosts can turn back into humans. The ghost of oppression, Feng Yu said coldly. Tanjiro, do you think those ghosts eat people because they are oppressed? Do you think they destroy happy families? Feng Yu was very angry and disappointed at this time, and now Tanjiro still has such naive thoughts. Tanjiro, your thoughts like this will only kill yourself, and even your teammates who are fighting alongside you. So, now that Nezuko has turned back into a human, are you going to let go of your hatred for Muzan? Can you let go of the resentment of those who were killed by ghosts? If this is the case, then please go back and continue selling charcoal. The life of the Demon Slayer Corps is not suitable for you. After that, he passed by Tanjiro and went straight to the wooden house, leaving only Tanjiro and Nezuko stunned. Am I too naive? Tanjiro murmured blankly. Nezuko on the side was gently stroking his face, seeming to comfort him. Nezuko, am I really useless? Other side. Inside Asakusa Castle. Countless figures appeared from all directions in the darkness, and at the same time, more and more humans turned into ghosts or were eaten by ghosts. The entire Asakusa is full of ghosts. It is as quiet as death during the day, and at night, it is like a group of demons dancing wildly. Countless evil spirits capture the remaining humans and transform them into evil spirits. The number of demons is increasing, and the Demon Slayer Corps also received rescue from Asakusa. Wuxian, is this crazy? How dare he do such a destructive act? Listening to Hina reading the letter sent to her by the eagle, even the gentle-tempered Ayashiki Yaeya was off guard. He couldn't believe that Wu Kai would do such a thing and turn an entire city into ghosts. I see, no wonder there is no news about the children in Asakusa. A line of hot tears fell down Yubayashiki Yaeya's face. His heart was very painful. He could imagine the miserable situation of the human beings in Asakusa at this time. Wu Shi, this time, I will definitely kill you. Obayashiki Yaeya's I knew that the palm of his hand was deeply embedded in the flesh due to the forceful fingers. Blood stained his clothes red, father. Upon seeing this, Chui hurriedly shouted, soon. Now that Nezuko has returned to adulthood, you can think about whether you want to continue to stay in the Demon Slayer Corps. And at this time, a doll made according to that master. Tanjiro sighed in his heart and looked at Nezuko next to him. He had so many thoughts in his mind. Iron Tomb Wang smiled. Night falls. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered in an orderly manner towards the mission location they received. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yubuya Shiki Yaeya, if you don't care about these humans, then they will really lose their lives. If you can't kill them, then I can only let's do it, although it's a bit of a waste of time. Soon the dusk sun was halfway down on the western hills. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, Zyode also hurriedly pulled Gang Ting to the place that had been arranged in advance. A cloud of black mist flew out of the bird's body and dissipated in the air. Rest at sunset. Sure enough, is it still impossible to avoid the battle in the sword-forging village? It's Zyode, I'm just sighing. By the way, you have to protect the key to the Yuan 00 type and don't lose it. It's the greatest masterpiece of our knife-forging village. Kintaki Sakonji said calmly. It's okay, sword-forging village, Asakusa, Hinai, be prepared, Wuhan is coming. Countless evil spirits rushed out of the darkness. In a chaotic alley in Asakusa, the Black Fox smiled slightly and then disappeared on the spot. Tanjiro, if you really want to go back to live with Nezuko in your former residence, we won't blame you. You are a kind-hearted kid. This is your nature, but you are not suitable for the battlefield. Master Lintaki. Master Zhongying, the sun is about to set, let's leave quickly. Feng Yu murmured, then jumped on Xia Ohai's back and headed towards the direction of the knife-forging village. Yeah, I've always had the key. Sir, let's leave quickly or we'll be too late. I'll leave this place to the swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. Zyode shouted to Steel Zhongying, who was standing there blankly looking at the place where blacksmiths and knives were sharpened in the evening sun. Although Tanjiro's talent is also very good, he did not have too many expectations for Nintaki Sato. On the contrary, he hoped that he could follow his inner choice and live the life he wanted. For Tanjiro, he was not as fancy as in the original work, but more of a kind of family affection. From the first time he saw Tanjiro, he knew that his character was too indecisive. He was not only kind to people, but also kind to ghosts. So is it, Steel Tomb Wang of Blacksmith Village organized the villagers to retreat. Tanjiro stood at the door and watched Feng Yu off, silent for a long time with a constant struggle on his face. The creatures hidden in the darkness are also waiting for the moment when night falls. But none of them noticed that after Feng Yu left the misty mountain, a cloud of black mist flew towards the back mountain. Yubayashiki Yaeya said. The night is vast and the undercurrent is surging. The lights of the knife-forging village were still as dim as before, which formed a sharp contrast with the waning moon in the sky. It's just that the usual lantern people have been replaced by members of the Demon Slayer Corps, waiting for the arrival of the evil ghost. Infinite City. Countless evil ghosts knelt down and worshipped on the ground, and the terrifying ghost energy soared into the sky. Each one of them greeted the highest ghost king, Kibutsuji, with great fear in their hearts. At this time, Muzan was sitting on a king's chair made of skeletons, looking coldly at the group of evil spirits below who had completed their transformation in Asakusa. All of them were strong soldiers and horses, and some even had unwiped blood on the corners of their mouths. On the side is the singing girl playing the harp, quietly guarding Wu Mei's side. Daoji Hantingu Yue and all the ghosts except Zia Xianwu, you lead them and kill all the swordsmiths of the Demon Slayer Corps for me. If you can't complete the task, you don't have to come back. Wu Qi's body was full of murderous aura, and the strong sense of oppression made the ghost underneath feel a twinge of worry. Yes, sir, I will definitely complete the mission. Fallen Princess and the others responded in unison, and their vast voices echoed throughout the Infinite City. In the knife-forging village at this time, Kawaii, Kenroji Mitsuri pressed Nanako's head tightly to her chest and said, Zayo Naoko, how can you be so cute, and your eyes are so beautiful? Oh, thanks. I was overwhelmed by the sudden enthusiasm and the soft place. Lord Renju is so enthusiastic. Lord Renju is so beautiful. I really want to be treated like this by Lord Renju. Some members of the Demon Slayer Corps behind him looked at Nanako with great envy. Of course there are some who don't fit in. Hole, how dare you have thoughts about Lord Lionju? I'm going to beat you up. That, Lord Renju, I'm almost out of breath. Nanako said with difficulty, and then as Kanroji Mitsuri let go, she felt a burst of fragrance. My eyes couldn't help but look towards that place. Okay, Millie, I know you care about Zaya Nako, so just let her rest for a while. After all, she has traveled such a long way. Kachu Shinobu on the side said, I just think this kid is destined to be with me. Kenroji Mitsuri said with a smile. Kachu Shinobu raised her eyebrows a little. She knew why Kenroji Mitsuri cared so much about Nanako. The main reason is because of Nanako's special color eyes, which may remind her of her former self. Because of her unusual hair color and unusual appetite, she was once disliked during blind dates and even criticized in life. When Nanako walked to the side and sat down, she breathed a sigh of relief. 2 days ago, I also received a mission from the Demon Slayer Corps and rushed over without stopping. The long journey made her miss her master Ziohe very much. With a sigh in his heart, he remembered that he stood on his shoulder every day and asked him to do the walking, and he couldn't help but feel depressed. It's so irritating that people are so different from each other. Why is Ziohe so considerate? I don't know if that guy is here. A wild boar head appeared in Nanako's mind, and a blush appeared on her face, but it disappeared quickly. HMPH, I must make that arrogant guy fall in love with me this time, Nanako said with clenched fists. And what she was thinking about was that Inazuk and Zenitsu were waiting at the gate of the villagers' shelter in Forge Village. Inazuk, it's really quiet tonight, Zenitsu said with a smile. But Inazuk didn't speak, he just sat on the stone, wearing a wild boar hood and looking intently in the direction of the knife-forging village. Damn it. Why are you letting me guard these useless soft-footed shrimps here? I want to kill ghosts and go to the battlefield. I can't waste my time here, Inazuk suddenly shouted, and then rushed directly towards the sword-forging village. Inazuk, don't run away, don't leave me alone, what if a ghost comes? When Zenitsu saw Inazuk running away, he suddenly panicked and wanted to catch up. But when he thought of his mission, he stopped, seemingly seeing Zenitsu's dilemma. It's okay, brother Zenitsu, as long as we are here, if you want to catch up with him, go ahead. The other team members said, is it really okay? Zenitsu said, no problem, no ghosts will come here anyway, and our strength is not weak. 2 of them had teams that had reached grade A strength. Zenitsu-sama, please come back safely. Zenitsu-ne, come on. The villagers of Forged Blade Village also agreed. Takatoru Muakairo, who had long black hair and an expressionless face, thought to himself as he walked. The ghost who had just turned into a lower string behind him suddenly felt ripples in his heart, and the desire in his eyes continued to strengthen. Hantingu's body was hunched over, his breath dissipated like a dying old man, but he said jokingly in his eyes, clang. The originally silent jungle suddenly became extremely noisy. And you guys, as long as you kill more people here, you might be able to get rewards from the adults and become more powerful. The moon seems not round enough tonight, there seem to be 3 clouds. It seems to have moved just now, will it rain tomorrow? Deep in the dense forest outside Blacksmith Village, Feng Yu murmured, looking solemnly at the waning moon above his head. Except for the 2 sisters Hatano Yui who did not come, all the lower strings were present and followed respectfully behind Feng Jai and the others. Heh, human. Zio Hai, how long is the journey? The pipa sounds. Ha, I can already smell the aroma of pastries. It's been a long time since there has been such a grand battlefield. I must complete your mission this time. Jai humans. Humans can finally eat delicious food again. Half an hours. When you hear Wuhan, you will be rewarded. Then I went. Bloods, I must be rewarded by you. The entire dense forest is filled with ghostly aura. Feng Yu asked, Master, there's about half an hour left. The girly smell really makes me linger. These newly transformed evil spirits kept shouting, but none of them dared to step forward. After all, there were 812 Kazuki standing behind them. Then Zenitsu ran towards the swordsmithing village behind Inasuk. Feeling the movement of the string behind him, Hantingu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Zio-Hai also answered truthfully. One after another, figures exuding evil auras were staring eagerly in the direction of the sword-forging village. Really. On the other side, Feng Yu was riding Zio-Hai at high speed above the clouds. Remove all obstacles that hinder you. Now kill all the ghosts for me. Following Hantingu's order, the evil spirits in the deep forest rushed out one by one, like 100 ghosts walking at night, and headed towards the knife-forging village. Ghost energy fills the air and breaks through the sky. The momentum was so great that it directly woke up the Demon Slayer Corps members in the knife-forging village. Here he comes. The evil spirit is here. Everyone get ready. Be careful and bury all these man-eating demons here. The captains of each team ordered the team members behind them. They were of various levels, as low as the GUI level who had just passed the trial like Nanako. Human, delicious human. I'm so hungry. I'm going to eat you all he-he-he's. All kinds of joking laughter spread among the ghost camp. At the same time, this time 12 Kazuki followed the large army unhurriedly, quietly waiting for the Demon Slayer Corps pillar-level existence to appear. Kill. Kill them all. Quickly light all the explosives and let these ghosts blow up the sailing. Countless leads in the dark were ignited. Then came the explosion and the sound of fire that broke through the sky. The evil ghost who rushed at the front was immediately blown to pieces by the unexpected explosion, leaving not even a speck of ash left. Completely disappear from this world. Damn it, these despicable ghost hunters actually ambushed us. To avenge our dead brother's kill. Ha ha ha, I'm not dead, damn ghost hunter, take your life. The explosive shocked the entire evil ghost, but there were also remaining severed limbs. At this moment, relying on the unexpected recovery power, he became a complete ghost again. Countless large pits were blown up by explosives, and the flames covered the entire knife-forging village. The evil ghost figures rushed through the fire and arrived in the knife-forging village in an instant. Kill. The scabbard was drawn, and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps immediately rushed out to fight with the evil ghost. Dozens versus hundreds of evil spirits. Immediately the blood started to flow and the killings continued. Every moment, evil spirits are beheaded by members of the Demon Slayer Corps and turned into ashes. Kachu Shinobu and Kenroji Mitsuri also took the lead and rushed to the front, killing those evil spirits with vampire techniques. Insects, breath, butterflies dance teasing. Kachu Shinobu is like a kachu, dancing gracefully on the battlefield. Every time it lands, an evil ghost falls to the ground with purple spots all over its body and dies from poison. The breath of love, one type the trembling of first love. Kanroji Mitsuri's Nichirin sword is different from other people's ordinary Nichirin swords. It is a specially made Nichirin sword. It is a telescopic knife that is as soft as a whip and has strong toughness. The shape of the sword is a chaotic blade pattern, and it was forged by Tetsuchi Kawara Tetsujin, the village chief of the swordsmith village. The scabbard is white, the handle is gray-green with a heart shape. The pink blade is like a four-leaf clover. The blade is pink and can be folded and folded into the scabbard. In addition, her whole body has tight muscles and has natural strange strength, and her attack speed is as fast as fly up. At this moment, she was wielding the Nichirin sword, slashing quickly like a whip to chop up all the evil spirits in front of her. Every time he waved, several evil ghosts fell down, of course. Nanako is not to be outdone. Using the breath of water, the three forms, the flow dance, and her own natural abilities, she was like a blue light among the evil ghosts. Wherever she passed, the evil ghosts were killed by her. Her body was trembling constantly, and this was except when she encountered a large-scale ghost in the Tengxi Mountain trial, and her eyes were filled with blood-colored light. This is the real battle. Mother Zayaakai will definitely avenge you. Nanako was extremely excited. The expression on his face gradually revealed a strange smile. Everyone must die, everyone must die. Seemingly noticing Nanako's condition, Kenroji Mitsuri couldn't help but feel distressed in his eyes. That child seems to have experienced a lot of things, it's really not sweet enough. You must take good care of her in the future. Seeing the killing force of the three Kachu Shinobu men, Hantingu couldn't sit still. You go and kill those below the pillar level, and we will deal with those three women. Hantingu said coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. As you command. After hearing the order, Zixian quickly joined the battlefield and fought with Class A members and others. Dujai, you killed that girl. Zhu Yue and I will deal with the remaining two. The three ghosts looked at each other, then nodded and merged into the battlefield silently. Oh, it's finally here, I thought you didn't dare to live. Kachu Shinobu sensed the consequences of Hantingu's aura, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I'm going to try my new poison on you guys. I don't know if it can kill Shanxian. After all, I'm going to use it to kill that guy. Humans, haha, they are just a group of weak beings. It is right to become a ghost, and if it weren't for that old man, I wouldn't be like this. Go to hell. Nanako said she is such a cute little sister, so I'd better go to hell. As expected, Zhu is not that easy to deal with, but I am no longer the person I used to be. I am now 12 Kazuki. Fallen Princess tilted her head and stared at Nanako fiercely and said, wear cool clothes all over. Since you have become a ghost, it means you have betrayed our Demon Slayer Corps and all humans. Let me end your miserable life. Breath of Love Land type Cat Foot Love Wind. Her figure was like a cat's jumping trajectory as she swung the blade, and the violent attack instantly broke through Yu Yue's moves. Breath of Thunder 2 type Rice Soul. Ding 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 dings. Kachu Shinobu's eyes flashed with madness, and then he slowly took out a new bottle of poison and injected it into his Nichirin sword. The Nichirin sword in Nanako's hand was dripping with blood at this time, and her team uniform was also stained with the blood of countless evil spirits. Kenroji Mitsuri was extremely angry at this time. The next second, the Nichirin sword in his hand instantly deformed. Breath of Love 3 types Koiniko Shigure. Kenroji Mitsuri also noticed something was wrong, quickly adjusted his body shape and turned around. The next second, Gakyur's body was like a black lightning, quickly spinning around Kenroji Mitsuri and at the same time launching attacks continuously. It seems that you are the 12 Kazuki that the master said. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Zhu Yue also smiled disdainfully. It's so beautiful, but it's an evil ghost. There was no trace of fear in her heart, but she gently wiped away the blood on the azure blue sun blade with a smile on her face. 5 voices sounded and Kenroji Mitsuri also took a step back. Mi Li yelled loudly, Thunder's Breath 3 types gather mosquitoes to form thunder. The attack is even more swift and fierce. Kenroji Mitsuri still waved the Nichirin sword in his hand to resist the attack. Even the evil ghost on the side who wanted to rush forward was cut into several pieces by Zhu Yue's attack. Wait, I remember you are not a member of our Demon Slayer Corps. Why did you turn into a ghost? At this time, she is in a complete form with a ribbon wrapped around her waist. Her hair is white and the ends are green. Other side. Black lightning struck Kenroji Mitsuri instantly. What he got instead was Zhu Yue's ridicule. The azure blade was extremely dazzling under the firelight, and the fallen princess's ribbon was flying towards the sky. Some inconspicuous evil spirits and members of the Demon Slayer Corps who wanted to take the opportunity to kill fallen princess were instantly strangled to pieces with ribbons. Suddenly, an empty circle formed around the two of them. Murderous intent arises. The two of them instantly struggled together. The blue ripples and the blood-red ribbon collided back and forth, causing sparks to fly. Vampire Technique 8 Level Belt Slash. 8 sharp blade-like ribbons instantly flew out of fallen princess body and attacked Nanako overwhelmingly, blocking her escape route. The speed of the ribbon is very fast. Even with Nanako's speed and small body, she still can't help but be hit by the ribbon. In just a moment, Nanako's clothes were torn and hot blood seeped out of her skin. Seeing this scene, fallen princess let out a wild laugh. Weak grasshopper, let me see how you can escape, so let me cut you into pieces and turn you into my rations. She hates eating old people and ugly people. She thinks the meat of old people is too dry and unpalatable. She will never eat ugly and dirty things. In her eyes, a beautiful person like Nanako, it suits her taste. Feeling the pain in her body, Nanako said nothing and even smiled like a maniac at the corner of her mouth. Seeing this scene, fallen princess became even more angry. Damn brat, how dare you look down on me? Then with a wave of his hand, the speed of the ribbon became extremely fast, and Nanako was constantly dodging attacks. Die, dies, die. Feng Jai kept shouting, and Nanako seemed to be familiar with Feng Jai's attack trajectory and was able to gradually move towards her. Full episode Breath of Water 12 forms Big Wave. The blue water surface instantly enveloped fallen princess, and in her gaze, along with Nanako's attack, it was like a huge wave crashing towards her. Snored. As a stringer, she reacted quickly, and the 8 ribbons instantly shrank and wrapped around her neck. Bite. Nanako's knife was as stiff as cutting on an iron block, and it didn't hurt Fengjai at all. What a brat with good speed. But do you really think you can cut off my neck like this? Go to hell, damn you brats. As soon as she finished speaking, Fallen Princess punched Nanako directly. Nanako's body was like a cannonball flying backwards. At this time, Nanako felt a strong arm catching her. Ha ha ha, I still have to save you at the critical moment. Inasuk looked up to the sky and smiled, and then he let go of his hands. Before Nanako could react, she fell to the ground. UB*****D. Feeling the pain coming from the back of her butt, Nanako was so angry that she punched Inasuk in the stomach with her backhand. For a moment, both of them stared at each other. What the hell are you doing? I saved you and you treat me like this, useless woman. Inasuk said, staring at her fiercely. Okay, stop arguing and kill the ghosts first. This place is really scary. Zenitsu came and stood between the two of them. Although his whole body was shaking, he still tried to persuade them. HMPH, I'll deal with you later. Nanako's beautiful eyes turned, and she picked up the Nichirin sword again and looked at the fallen princess. What's wrong with you, you brat? You've obviously been hit by my punch, but you don't feel any harm at all. Fallen princess asked with a frown. She knew that the punch just now did not leave any power. If it was normal, such a punch could penetrate the body of a ghost. But Nanako was fine at all, which made her feel extremely confused. Nanako didn't know what was going on, so she fell silent. Seeing Nanako ignoring herself, Fallen Princess immediately attacked again. The 8 ribbons were like poisonous snakes attacking towards the 3 of them. Breath of the beast, fangs of Wu tearing wildly. Inasuk jumped and stood in front of the 2 of them. He kept swinging 2 swords and slashing in all directions, resisting the ribbon attack of the Fallen Princess. A bunch of useless things, it's really up to me to come, you all stay back. I'm going to kill her here alone. Inasuk laughed loudly and the speed of the 2 swords in his hands increased a lot. HMPH, he is as arrogant as ever, but he can be considered handsome. Nanako said with a blush. And at this time, Zenitsu on the side was stunned, but at this moment Zenitsu's mind went blank. A large pit appeared on the sole of Zenitsu's foot and then the blade was unsheathed. Boom. Zhuo Yue shouted wildly. Jai, kill as much as you want, kill everyone and all the ghosts. Thunder Breath 2 type Rice Soul. Until he fainted, the golden thunder snake passed through the battlefield in an instant, and smoke was everywhere it passed. The remaining lightning made all the creatures close to feel the terrible damage. Boom. Anger and confusion filled Zenitsu. Zhuo Yue shouted crazily, Breath of Thunder Wu's type Hot World Thunder. However, Yue clearly knew Zenitsu's shortcomings and did not give him a chance at all. He swung his sword crazily, and Zenitsu could only retreat and dodge. Zenitsu, who was in a silent state, did not respond and could only retreat step by step. Thunder Breath Land type Electric Boom and Thunder Boom. Go to hell, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. The Black Fox's face was filled with a joking smile, and then he disappeared. I am the one who is right, and those of you who oppose me should all go to hell. And he was still using the thunder breathing technique taught by Naruhashi Kuwashima Jigoro to swing his sword at the Demon Slayer core. Huh. It turns out you are a waste, hahaha. Since you are here, I will kill you here today and let the old guy see who is the most powerful. My mouth widened as I watched the battle on Kenroji Mitsuri's side in disbelief. At this moment, there was only resentment in his eyes. He wanted to kill Zenitsu, kill him completely. At the other end of the battlefield, a black mist slowly appeared and gathered to form the body of the Black Fox. He couldn't understand. He originally thought that as long as he did well enough, he thought that Yue was just dissatisfied with himself and would not betray the Demon Slayer core. When Zhuo Yue saw the golden thunder and lightning in the battlefield, he knew who it was, and a perverted smile appeared on his face. Hahaha, you're a loser with only one move. Why does that old guy think I'm inferior to you? Look at you now, you can't even use any move, you can only run away like a mouse. In just an instant, Zhuo Yue struck out 5 consecutive strikes in the shape of black lightning. Black and gold collided with each other, and powerful power bloomed on the battlefield, directly exploding a big pit. Zenitsu's whole body was filled with golden lightning, and the surrounding air was continuously squeezed under the powerful pressure, and even the dust on the ground was raised. When I kill you all, I will kill that old guy again, and I will cut off your head and put it in front of him. Let him see how I killed you, a loser. As for Zenitsu, after the attack was blocked, he gathered his strength again to attack again. The familiar moves, the familiar figure, but the aura was completely the opposite. Zenitsu couldn't believe that Yue, who was once his senior brother, had turned into a ghost at this moment. In the blink of an eye again's full concentration breath of thunder shape of one Thunderbolt Flash 6th series. Just after the Black Fox disappeared outside the knife-forging village, a wisp of black mist began to gather in the misty mountains. It's a black fox, Jai Jai Jai, it's time to get the other half of my power back. The black fox's eyes glowed red, and then turned into a wisp of smoke and drifted in one direction. I don't know what happened to Miss Tamio, why she hasn't come back yet. I miss her so much. Tanamori Torre looked at the waning moon in the sky, his eyes filled with longing. If anything happens to Miss Tamio, I will kill them all. Yushiro, who looked thin and had not rested for several days, also sat next to Tanamori Torre, looking intently at the intersection down the mountain. I hope so much in my heart that that touch of gorgeous tenderness will appear. Sudden. The boulder Tanamori Torre was sitting on erupted into thick black mist, instantly surrounding him. What's going on? Yushiro was shocked. This sudden situation caught him off guard. After all, this entire space has been deceived by him. If there are outsiders, they will definitely know. It's you. Yushiro recalled the black fox that appeared in the garden. The words just fell. The black mist began to shrink and formed the body of the black fox. Jai Jai Jai, should I consider killing you? The black fox glanced at it and Yushiro smiled. Tanamori Torji was already in a coma at this time, tied by rattans turned into black mist floating in the air. Wake up, you useless thing. Yushiro shouted. Haha, even if you shout till your throat is broken, he won't wake up. Black Fox said, okay, I've decided. I won't kill you, and if I take him away, isn't that what you want? I can feel the disgust you feel for him in your heart. Black Fox smiled. In his eyes, Yushiro exudes a special aura, which is exactly the resentment in Toyora Tanamori's heart. As soon as these words came out, Yushiro suddenly froze in place, his face full of disbelief. How is it possible? How did this guy know? Yushiro had sweat on his forehead and couldn't help but take a step back. Hole, I hate that he has nothing to do with you. Put him down quickly. Then several talismans instantly attacked the Black Fox. Little tricks. Facing the attack of the talisman, Black Fox just waved his hand, and then black mist burst out from his hand, swallowing it instantly. How could this happen? How did this guy do it? Those talismans actually lost contact with me. The Black Fox's strange abilities frightened Yushiro, but he soon switched to hand-to-hand combat. It can be seen from the Black Fox's ability to swallow the talisman with one hand just now that the talisman must be of no use to him, so the only option is his fist. The fist attack was like a hurricane, but not a single punch fell on the Black Fox. He controlled Torre Tanamori to quietly stare at Yushiro in front of him while constantly dodging. I really want to kill this despicable creature, but my power is not complete at the moment. If I kill this guy, I'm sure the old guy at the foot of the mountain will find out. The top priority now is to get back the power that belongs to me. This will give me the confidence to kill all the inferior creatures in this world that disrespect me. After making up his mind, the Black Fox began to float towards the sky with its entire body, along with Tanamori Torre. Dambi ****D, don't run. Flying in the air, Yushiro has no way to defeat the Black Fox. Even with the help of tall trees, he can't reach the height of the Black Fox. I could only watch as Black Fox and Torre Tanamori disappeared above the clouds. Boom. The fierce anger made Yushiro punch the ground. Dambi ****D. He smashed a big hole into the ground, and the huge sound also attracted the attention of Nintaki Sakonji. Holding the Nichirin sword in hand, he quickly arrived at the scene and Zaya-Abai came with him. What happened? Rintagaki Sakonji asked. Tanamori Tordi was captured by a ghost, flew away from the sky. I couldn't catch up. Yushiro said, strange, why do I smell a familiar smell, like something from the small temple at the bottom of the mountain? At this time, Zaya-Abai smelled the smell of Black Fox remaining in the air and couldn't help but say, small temple. Nintaki Sakonji frowned and continued to ask, did that ghost say its purpose in capturing Torre Tanamori? Yushiro shook his head. That guy's aura concealment is very powerful. My barrier didn't detect him, and his ability is also very strange like a mist, and it can also isolate my talisman. However, that guy is afraid of being attacked by fists. Yushiro told everything he had just learned. But what he didn't know was that even if the fist attack fell on the Black Fox, it would have no effect at all. I think I know where he is. Zaya-Abai shouted that smell in that direction. Without further delay, let's go and rescue Tanamori Tordi. We can't let this ghost achieve his goal. Other side. The black fox brought Torre Tanamori into a cave. Power's my power. The black fox stared at Tanamori Torre greedily, with a crazy expression on his face. As long as my power comes back, wait for those low-level creatures. Jai jai jai, what about God, what about God? Just as the black fox was immersed in fantasy, the comatose Torre Tanamori woke up at this time. Yunzius, who are you? Why do you want to arrest me? Tanamori Torre shouted in horror. You said who I am, Jai Jai Jai, you stinky rat, you stole my things and you still ask me who I am. The black fox floated in front of Tanamori Torre and said, Do you know that the power in you belongs to me? It's all because of you that I have become so weak now. Today I just get back what belongs to me. The words just fell. The black fox turned into black mist and instantly enveloped Tanamori Torre. Number. Tanamori Torre's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally only a black swirling giant cocoon remained. Inside the knife-forging village, the fighting continued, with Kanroji Mitsuri and Zenitsu facing off against Kodake, Kachu Shinobu facing off against Hantingu, and the rest being Inasuk and Nanako facing off against the fallen princess. Woo woo woo, Master Swordsman, what happened? Why are there so many evil spirits here? An old man hunched over, lowered his head and cried, Old man, it's so dangerous here, so I'd better send you to hell. Kachu Shinobu said with a smile. Then he attacked the old man. Breath of insects, dance of bee fangs, really exciting. Oh my, you little girl, you are such a vicious person. Why do you do this to me, a weak, pitiful and helpless old man? The clothes fell off, revealing Hantingu's appearance, with a swollen forehead, 2 horns on his head, and a face like a prujna old man. Ugly, disgusting ghost. Kachu Shinobu secretly said, Why do you attack a weak, pitiful and helpless old man like me? Why? Since you want to kill me, then go die. Vampire art embodiment splitting. Then where there were only Hantingu figures, 2 ghosts suddenly appeared. 2 boy-like clones of Hantingu, Wrath and Coke. Sukunu is dressed in Hantingu's kimono, with the character Fury engraved on his tongue, and Coke is dressed as a naked upper body Yamabushi, with the character Chinese letter engraved on his tongue. When Kachu Shinobu saw this, he immediately jumped back and fell in front of the 2 ghosts, looking at them calmly. I'm so happy, Jainu, we are finally out and the air outside is still so fresh. The clone Cola said with a smile. There is nothing to be happy about, I only have endless anger. I cursed Coke angrily. Hantingu's body turned into a coward the size of a mouse, hiding in a hidden corner and watching the battlefield and murmured. It's okay, they can't find me, it's okay. Joy, anger, sorrow and joy will kill all bad guys. I didn't expect that you, a ghost, can actually clone yourself with your vampire skills. Kachu Shinobu said, while taking out a new bottle of poison and injecting it into the Nichirin sword. This is a poison that I developed together with another friend who is familiar with the field of pharmacy. Let me try it on you first to see how it works. So angry, smelly woman, bear my anger. I'm so happy. There are so many people here, it must be very comfortable to kill. Then a scepter surrounded by thunder and lightning gradually formed in Jainu's hand. For Coca-Cola, a round fan appears in the hand. Ah, so angry. Yelling in anger. Then the scepter released countless terrifying thunder and lightning towards Kachu Shinobu. Ha ha ha, so happy. Wave the fan in Coke's hand. An extremely powerful hurricane, accompanied by thunder and lightning, attacks Kachu Shinobu. There was a violent explosion and thick smoke billowing, sudden. Insect's breath, centipede's dance, centipede's belly. Kachu Shinobu took a deep breath and used her insect breath to make the soil fly under her feet. At this moment, her speed reached the limit, and she meandered in all directions as she continued to trample the ground. She easily dodged the angry thunder and lightning and the hurricane of Coke. Looking back, the place where I stood just now is now only a big pit. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps and the evil spirits who were affected at the same time were also blown out of the battlefield by the hurricane.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.